they will run out if you're not necessarily like expanding. And by expanding, I don't mean like you have to like immediately go out and start expanding. I'm just saying that scouting is going to be like pretty important. And then from the map, you'll have to figure out like the other thing I'll say is not everyone can take everything. So you'll have as a team have to decide based on the scouting what areas you want to kind of take over, what areas you want to contest. Contesting is a thing here because because Salman and myself are not necessarily in the game or can get into the game. It means that um, I've kind of squeezed a lot of the resources all in contested areas. So essentially, no one can just sort of like now. If you decide to kind of chill in your area and just be looking at your map and your screen for a while, it's pretty likely, or there's a significant chance that somebody just built right in front of you a humongous city with an army, right? Like because they needed the resources. So just the way the resources are structured, it is encouraging you to like forward build and to take over regions. It's just remember you can't take over everything. Like it's going to be hard generally to take over everything. So you'll have to strategically decide what areas you're fighting, what areas you want to kind of like take, and then what areas you're going to kind of defend. But ultimately, you will need to kind of figure out all that amongst yourselves. Um, Salman and I are not necessarily going to be helping too much on the Civ picks either. If you have got any questions about certain picks or Civs, we can talk about that. But unlike last time, or even I know Salman didn't, me for sure, I'm not going to necessarily be providing too much of that. I would kind of look at this as a 2v2 to start, which turns into a 3v3, and then Salman will round up whatever, for the balance, and then I'll just round it up for the overall balance. Questions? Anything that anyone wants to say about things they don't understand? In between games, Salman and I are just going to spend like, just a couple of minutes talking about it, and then we'll go right into the next game. So the idea is we're going to be like pushing into next games pretty quickly. Go ahead, Double.
Actually, just a heads up, guys. I have to fly to DC tomorrow, so
Okay.
depending on how long the wrap-ups take after each game, I may only be able to play 2. But just depending on time, I may be able to squeeze in the 3rd.
Yeah. So generally we've been doing 2 and kind of closing around 1. The idea is that we won't be talking as much, so we'll squeeze in 3 in the same amount of time. So I think you should
Okay.
generally be okay.
Okay, perfect.
Right. Any other questions from anybody? Anything about what we're saying? How you wanna kind of figure out like what you guys are gonna do? I'll kind of leave it up to you. It is a new map, but again, the one thing that I've generally noticed is if people are too conservative, meaning just building in their base and not exploring or scouting, that team generally ends up like hard losing like the first game, right? So just kind of like make sure right now you have nobody has an advantage here outright. So it is a 3v3, but it's really a 2v2 that turns into a 3v3. And I think that's an accurate way of putting it. So ultimately, however you want to do it, that's all up to you. If there are any particular questions you want to ask, this is the time, because once we change channels, it's going to be fairly quick.
I guess,
Right?
did you want to talk about the trade situation a bit, or let us figure that out?
What do you want to talk about
Oh,
trade?
like I guess expectation
Trade?
wise, I guess for example, like we're gonna really even be able to set up proper trade in this kind of map, or
I don't know. That's for you guys to figure out, right?
okay.
New
Okay,
map,
but
new
we do have
territory.
trade.
I mean, no one's stopping you from building markets and trading,
Mhm.
but trade is reliant on distance. Do you have that distance in this game, in this map setup right now?
Doesn't look like.
Yeah.
I mean,
so,
only
and
on
so
forward.
not protected distance.
Yeah, not protected.
well, all I'm saying is it's the difference in trade is really about, it's not like an all or nothing. It's about how you work up to it, right? And the thing is that I'm actually telling you, my advice generally is for folks who have been like immediately doing the trade thing, probably not a good idea. You will walk into trade. This game is trying to teach you how to walk into trade, not rush into trade, which means that in this game, you're looking at a healthy sort of like amounts of food units that turn into gold units and then turn into like good like big battles that you guys need gold heavy units, right? Like all those options are available in this map type. That means pretty much a lot of civs come into play here. I don't think there'll be that much of an issue, but I guess the issue, even with wood, I don't think there'll be that much of an issue. But I will say this: if you do not contest for resources, you will be locked out of resources, or you will find that you don't have enough resources, and then you may think that oh, we don't have wood, or we don't have food, or we don't have space. Space is a resource. Wood is a resource, right? Like, I mean, even space is a resource. So my point is, you guys, between the 2v2 primarily, and then moving in the third players, right? It's all on you. How fast, how slow, all on you to figure out. This is primarily set up where Salman and I will just come in. Just remember, Salman and I have, I will say at least this much. Salman and I start with, like, we're not going to have, like, any resources in our area either. So even when we do come out, it's not going to be like we're like immensely really strong in that sense of the word, and then we'll have to figure out like how to balance or how to do whatever. But just because someone breaks out doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? Any other questions?
The last thing, we're not allowed to touch you guys' tree line, right? From our end?
Yes. You cannot touch the tree line of Salman or mine, so those are off limits. Questions that you guys should be able to ask. We don't really have a problem with, but in game, I think the test for like this week, like tonight, is all going to be about how you handle the different stages. I believe configuration changes are going to be a thing. You will notice a configuration change. So I'll say this: Phase 1 will have a configuration change. As you move from configuration Phase 2, which will turn into like food to gold, you will see a configuration change there. And then from food gold to like 70% gold, 30% food, you'll start seeing some modifications there. So those are inherently built into the game based on the resources, based on what you can contest, based on what you can keep. And of course, if depending on what level of trade, you know, that sort of thing. Having said that, my other suggestion would be is that a lot of the civs are still viable. Some of the civs you guys played in the past, they're also viable. It's like you don't have to go and say, oh, we don't have wood, so we can't go for archers. We can't. Part of the whole reason is to basically dismiss some of that myth. At the same time, I don't think it's like everybody's going to be tested. Meaning, just because you have a specialty, I'll give an example. I am Cav. That absolutely will never mean that you will only build Cav, because the game is designed that probably in the first phase and the second phase, you'll probably never be able to get to a full Cav. Maybe by the time you hit that last third of the game, where you have like really good, you know, resources, or for example, you have trade eventually set up and defended or whatever. If you are able to get to that point, you can. But until then, you will have to constantly be working with each other to kind of supplement and figure out what you're gonna do. It's not going to be the easiest. Where in the past, you guys were able to set up trade, protected, no issue, and got a lot of gold. Now you have to work for gold, which also means that even though certain civs, like whether you're picking Indians, or whether you're picking Spanish, or whether you're picking Khmer, it doesn't matter. All of those are viable. You just can't immediately go into them the way you have always been going into them. And there's going to be a progression that everybody is going to have to take. So kind of like everybody is going to have to step up with their food unit game, turning into the food and gold, and then eventually into that full gold, right? So all of that's going to be sort of like tested. And the reason I'm saying that is because all the resources, for the most part, are all in the contested region, right? So that's all for you guys to kind of like figure out. But that's all the tips I can give you. Now the only thing that'll teach you is experience. You'll kind of go into it, and whoever kind of has the better like sort of communication, unit movement, eventual unit composition, then you know they'll end up kind of you'll notice, right? You'll kind of start noticing that team that is better cohesive and has better communication, they start gaining an advantage. But here's the good news. Just because they gain an advantage in one area doesn't necessarily mean they gain an advantage in another area. Because remember, the landscape from 9 to 3 is pretty large. It's wide. So everybody has to make a call as to where they want to go. You got it? So you don't have to get demoralized if a certain area is getting overrun, as long as you're also making sure you're taking other areas, right? Which kind of equalizes it. But the only other thing is that depending on your trade, depending on the things you're trying to run and trying to defend and trying to execute, like that could get limited naturally, because if you haven't defended the line, obviously that means that your trade's going to be lower, behind, not as much distance, and that'll hurt you eventually. And then somebody will complain and say, yeah, we lost because. So here's a what seems like a valid argument that won't fly. Yeah, we just lost because they had gold units. No. You lost because you lost advantage in the food fight. You lost it because you probably weren't communicating as effectively. You lost because you didn't scout right. There's a lot of reasons why you lost ground and therefore resources, which eventually allowed the other team to get the gold advantage and pulverize you. Right? So everybody wants to learn about communication. Everybody wants to be like, oh, we need to make sure we're scouting. Everybody wants to learn about, like, I know Fassel brought that up about unit configuration. Well, guess what? Built into this game are multiple configuration changes that you will learn through the different phases, and you won't be just relegated to 1 or 2 units, right? Like, you'll have to play your civ out. So keep that in mind. Solmina are not going to help too much here, but we will answer questions, and the rest of you guys just kind of go through, right?
All right, sounds good.
All right, switch channels, and let's go. Good luck, everyone.
Sam, are you gonna talk to Horm right now or after?
This after, between games.
All right. Can we do something? Can you open the map, Shuaib, and share?
Yeah, I have the map. Hold on, let me open it. 1 second. AOE maps. Okay, I have it open.
Can you share your screen?
Oh, yeah, let me do that. Hold on. You should be able to see it if you click live in my Discord name.
I see it.
All right. So I assume we're in the top.
Sorry?
There is some echo I can hear myself. So anyways, we are in the top, right? At top.
You're getting cut off.
Yes, we are in the top.
There is an echo. Okay, I think the issue here is 2 things. Number 1 is the space not only for us to build, but also space for trade. And number 2 is the trade itself. We need to find a way how we can trade. So there is 2, I don't know, I call them 2 camp areas, one on the left side, one on the right, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We need to make a decision which one to use. I don't think we'll be able to use both of them.
Try lane 1 between Salmans and the rest of the teams.
I mean, technically, like what Sharky is getting at, I guess technically, let's say if we start maybe here, for example, right? And depending on where Salman is, technically, I think from where we start to where Salman probably is, like let's say if Salman is here and we're here, then we would go straight trade here, for example, I think. Of course,
Okay,
we'd
so
have to wall.
we're not spawning next to someone. We
I don't
know that.
exactly the colors in terms of the actual positions, but from our scouting, I guess we'll know. But wherever Saman is, I guess we can try to plan the trade, towards that route. So by the time it gets out, of course, then we can have, the proper markets built. We could probably build maybe a market, or 2 outside his wood line, until he cuts the wood, of course, and then we can move the markets in further in probably after that wood line is gone.
And what happened if we spawn next to him? You see his square, we are right after his trees.
No, well, I think the two people, I mean, the two teams are gonna be either spawning here or spawning here, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like here and here, I think are the spawn points, from what I recall. And then the middle, I think is probably gonna have some resources, probably that we will have to contest. And this empty space here, I'm guessing there's probably some resources there too, probably we would have to scout and see. And I know there's gonna be at least boars on the map too, so we have to be careful, with our villagers. We'll probably scout first as well. So I guess also we'll build our TCs, kind of like where we see close to where we start, right? And then we have to quickly get scouts out so we can see what the heck is going on. So I think trade will have to communicate, during the game once we scout and stuff like, to confirm the routes. But basically, I think from where we start off, like around that area to maybe where Silman is gonna be the longest and I guess, best chance we may have, right? We'll of course have to probably wall the trade a bit out, or if not wall, if to build some buildings around it or something, to protect the trade a little bit. So I think, yeah, like Chrome was saying, initially it's gonna be more 2v2, like me and you, Munsif against Faisal and Logan. So obviously, you and I will have to kind of like scout and then quickly, decide where do we want to start, taking up real estate on, right? Like which resources we want to start tackling first.
Yeah, I think the way I see it, we should take over the area which is next to Salman.
Um,
So I,
can we like talk about civs so that
Yeah,
because
yeah,
we pick
yeah. The
first?
other team can, yeah. So
Yeah, so
Sharky against
yeah, I'm thinking in either Tatars or Magyars.
this map. Let me see.
Can you explain the reasoning behind those two civs?
Yeah, so basically want kind of that sort of Cav Archer as my first core unit, followed by, I guess, Scouts as second core unit, and then with probably Trebs or so for Siege.
If you're going that route, Huns should be put onto the table as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, because they have cheaper cav archers plus they have pallies and hussars, right?
yeah, the problem with this map, we're not gonna have enough resources to start fighting with gold units. So
Initially, at least, yeah.
init
Initially, we
well,
won't.
initially at least half of the game should be at least full units. The way
And
I see
that's
it.
where we have to balance out, right? I mean, we can't only be going, of course, halves and skirms we need for sure, and then we probably would need a small key of hussars as well, right? In case we need to take anything out, or if they have like open skirmishers that we can attack, right? Um, I would say, I mean, Sharky, I mean, I think if you want to go that route, I personally would probably go with the Huns, right? So that way it'll speed you up as well a little bit, hopefully,
Yep.
right? So maybe we can pick the Huns for this map, and then I think once we play this map the first time, we'll have a much better idea, right, for the next one.
Yep.
If that's cool, okay. So yeah, I guess we can continue once if talking about the map.
Yeah,
Hold
the
on.
question of which
Huh?
space we should secure. I suggest the one next to Salman, since he's gonna be spawning from there, and when at the time he goes out, we should be
Well,
able
here's
to.
the thing. So depending on where we spawn, assuming we spawn in one of these, areas here or here, I
Mhm.
think the other thing you have to be careful. Of course, we have this side wood line a little bit, right, which is like a natural protection of some sort. You know what I mean? But technically, we also want to make sure we secure the real estate in mid, especially as well. We can't, totally give up mid either, because
Correct.
otherwise they'll come straight into our main eco and main bases, right? So I think we have to, at a minimum, start, of course, securing mid, at least one of us, or if not both of us, and then we have to your point, probably start securing areas that are more near Salman, probably. But of course, we'll have to scout to kind of like make a final determination on that. But I think I'll reiterate, like we have to kind of communicate about the balance. So if you and I are together, for example, then one of us can be building maybe more helps, the other one can be building more skirms. You have to have like a balanced food army, right? And hussars are also important, like at least maybe 5, 6 hussars available to use if we need them.
Yeah.
The other final thing is, of course, if you build a market, not too early, but like we did in the last map, if we build a market a little bit early, of course, we can trade for some, limited initial gold, right? If you wanted to build, let's say maybe an onager or two, right? Or like build a TC, for example, so we can, try to see how that plays out. But I think compared to the last map, of course, this map, I think we won't be as comfortable, right? Because it's not like our trade is, protected by itself. And I think we'll have to be a little bit faster on the military than the last map we were playing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to battle, I know it's a little tough, but we have to kind of make sure we, start building the military buildings forward a little bit sooner rather than later. So if you
Yeah.
see, like I have built, go ahead.
Yeah, and also because we are talking about trade too, like there should be some gold mines to get some gold from there too before we start building our trades.
Correct, correct. Yeah, mine like I think someone's brought that up before. Mining for gold, of course, gives you a lot more gold than just trade alone, right? So mining would be preferred early on, especially. The question is then,
What
Did
show?
you DC? Or did you change channel?
Shows drop from the channel.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
maybe I did that
oh, okay, okay. Um,
by mistake.
what was I saying before? Where did we leave off? Oh, we're talking about the miners, right? Yeah, so I think the other interesting thing would be, of course, like once we start getting, let's say, the resources like the mines and stuff, we have to, of course, start building some military buildings around those areas as well, right? So we don't lose the real estate that we built.
Mm, okay. All right. So Thieves, what do you guys suggest? So we have Huns.
Yeah, so we have Huns, which of course technically, covers a bit of the Cav and some Cav archers as well. So, Huns, we have a little bit of that covered. So we of course need strong infantry as well as, so we need kind of like strong helps and skirms. I
We
mean,
should take some
usually,
saves that are good for food production too.
yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like for example, like, something like Slavs is a pretty strong pick in this map, at least for the first game, because of their bonuses. Mm, I know Spanish is pretty decent as well, but that'll be like double on the cav a little bit. Byzantine, of course, has the cheaper units, plus has the bomber towers as well, but then they don't have, such strong pallies and stuff, right? But they do have cheaper units.
A good thing, Berbers, that their villagers move 10% faster and they are cheaper to build. And
But
the
but
camels can regenerate. That means we
if
can save some.
if you want to bring the 10% move faster on the builds the villager walking speed, are you migrating across the map or something? Because
It's
unless
not
you're
migrating, but because we don't know the map exactly. So
yeah,
that's an advantage I would see.
I know what you're saying, but I'm saying it's not as big of an advantage as you think, as you're
Mhm.
making it seem. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Celt is not, Celts is not bad too, because the infantry moves 15% faster, the lumberjacks work 15% faster, right? Um,
Hmm.
so, and then they also, of course, have, infantry, siege, and pallies, right? So that's like another interesting civ, like a balanced civ. I think the first game we don't want to probably rush to Ellie's. The only thing was maybe Vietnamese because we get the Imperial skirms, but that's more of like a initial advantage,
Yeah,
a bit. Because other than Ellie's, what else do they have? They have the archers from the castle, right?
correct.
Oh, technically the bomber towers, which is interesting. I forgot about
Hans
that.
v Goths.
Hmm? The one
Hans
Goth?
v Goths.
Oh, double pick Goth. Yeah, that's a pretty good, interesting pick too. So Goths, I think they also get the team bonus. The barracks, work 20% faster, right? So,
On the
so he
flip
has
side, we have the stables work 20% faster.
correct. So the Goths, I think the main thing to quickly talk about, of course, other than the fast, infantry, is that the husk the husk crawls that he builds from the barracks, those have pretty high pierce armor, right, Sharky? That's more for you. So for example, if you see husklers and whatnot, they're not really that good to take out with cav archers. You know what I mean? Like you have to kind of make sure you're kind of seeing what's on the field, right? Halves you can easily take out, but those husklers have pretty high pierce armor.
So what do you need for them?
So for
Either
those you for
cavalry,
those you win though, for
cavalry
those
or
you will need, yeah, either like regular cavalry or champs or like onagers, right? Probably a couple of champs, I would say, ideally. Not too many, just a couple mixed in with the helps.
Okay, so it's my turn to pick. Okay, I'm good with kills. I don't mind.
Kelt is fine, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Are the color okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to see. So what are the colors? They were saying teal is middle. So I guess someone's what teal, yellow, and green on one team. I'm guessing, right? The way
Teal,
Dober wrote it
gray,
out.
and purple.
Teal,
Oh,
gray, and purple are one team.
correct.
Okay, so teal, gray, and purple. So I'll be teal. Munsif, you're purple. Yeah, you're right.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we're fine. We're teal, gray, and purple, right? I'm teal, Sharky, and Munsif are gray and purple.
Hmm.
And from their side, Logan is middle, which makes sense. And then Fassel is yellow, which is right. So you guys went Kels and Huns, thinking what I should pick.
We might need the save with Bomber Towers.
Hmm.
I mean, you mentioned Vietnamese. It's not a bad pick.
Yeah, the only thing is, of course, we probably. I mean, yeah, it's not necessarily bad because we get the stables bonus too, right? For
Yeah.
technically the Ellie's later on. I just don't know how effective Ellie's will be on this map. Of course, we'll have to see. Um, but yeah, of course, Imperial Skirms is a pretty nice bonus to have, especially early on. And then I have the Bomber Towers. Technically, so the question is, other than Ellie's, what else do I have? Ellie's. I don't have Pallies. I have Cavaliers. Um, and I have the Archers, the Foot Archers, which they're
Spanish.
strong. Even Spanish.
Yeah, I expected that.
Yeah. I guess Salman, I was gonna ask you about technically the Persian pick as an example, right? I mean, I know they have full stables, so they have Pallies and Camels, for example, right? Then of
Mhm.
course they have technically Ellies for potentially late game.
Mhm.
But I think Rom has mentioned before that they're generally more, I guess, a slower kind of civ, I guess, to ramp up.
Mhm.
And then the other question I had is, so apparently the Archer line gold is replaced by additional wood, right?
Mhm.
For the Cav Archers and stuff, I guess.
Mhm.
But I guess I think I was thinking probably for this map, at least for the first game, it's probably not the best pick, I'm assuming, given that they're relatively slow. And I don't think we're probably gonna get to the part where I'm gonna have so many Ellie's or something on the field.
Um. Yeah, they're slow in the sense that they need a lot of food, and unlike like the Teutons or something, who also need a lot of food, they don't have any like farming bonuses, so it takes more time. I mean, even Slavs, have farming bonuses, so like it takes more time for them to get set up. And I mean, their town centers work faster, but they need like more time because they don't have um, all the other bonuses to increase their farming rate, and they need a lot of food to get the elephants rolling. A lot of resources. Like one elephant, 170 food and 85 gold. They're very,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
expensive units. Versus a paladin is 60 food, 75 gold. It's like those are so expensive.
Then the
So
other,
going at least especially if you want to go LEs, they're very slow because you need a very strong economy to afford those stupidly expensive units.
and I guess the other question was for the Japanese, for example. Like, I guess how would they fare against the gods?
Depends on the scenario you're putting them in. In a one-on-one scenario, the Japanese player will win. What I mean, like one champion versus one champion. But that's not where Goths excel. Goths excel by spamming units, so you're more likely going to look at 30 versus 20. And in that case, it's going to be a little bit more even if as long as you can produce and keep the numbers up. The most important thing in that scenario is you need to keep your numbers up against the Goth player, because if he gets numbers on you at that moment, you're just gonna get overwhelmed.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, I guess, of what's good, because I was
One
thinking about Vietnamese, but then the Imperial Skirms can get countered by the Husklars, as well. So I'm just trying to think which pick would be best to kind of help counter the gods. Yeah, what do you think about Spanish, guys? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I do.
So, let's
I mean,
see,
Spanish
France.
technically has the bomber towers. They have the conquistadors, which could be pretty useful against the gods. All right, and they have the trade bonus as well, which I'm guessing which probably we may need. So with Spanish, I would go more infantry, of course, early game and skirms. Then I would switch over to pallies, bomber towers, and some conquistadors, I would guess. Vietnamese I would pick, it's just that the freaking Husklars will counter the Imperial Skirms, and then Vassal's cavalry will also counter the Imperial Skirms.
Yeah, I don't mind. The reason why, because I can go full infantry at one point. I don't have to make my paladins too, since
Yeah,
we
I
have
think that's
hands
fine.
and
Yeah.
Spanish.
Yeah. Because the conquistadors
Sorry about that.
pretty
My
good.
mom came in
No
and
problem.
gave me the phone. I had
No
to deal
problem. I
with
was
that.
talking to the team, so we went. I decided to go Spanish because I have the conks as well as the bomber towers and good halves and pallies as well with the trade bonus also. So I'll
Okay.
be going mostly infantry early on, of course, and then transition more to probably conks, depending on what we need, either conks or pallies.
Okay, so just communicate what your early game units are, so everyone knows what they're building.
Sure. So I'm gonna be, I guess, for Munsef, I'll probably be going more heavy on. If we're together, then I'll go a little bit heavier on the elite skirms and the hussars a bit to complement your halves,
Okay.
right? If I'm alone by myself, of course, I'll have to build, all three of them. But ideally, if let's say you're with me and you already have barracks and stuff, then I'll help you with the archery ranges and stables, right, to complement. That way we have a more balanced food army to fight. And then Sharky from your side, of course, you have to get your eco, going pretty fast initially. Make sure you do have, few halves around your main, eco, so you kind of don't get, hurt by raids and stuff, right? In case they do any raids, so make sure you have some, halves patrolling your main eco and whatnot. Try
Yep.
to get the TCs up and the villagers up, right? And then since gold is probably going to be a little bit of a premium, right? Initially, I would say probably, similar. You'll probably be going more heavier on the halves and the skirms as well from your side too. Hussars, they cost 80 food, right? So they're a little bit more on the food, right, compared to skirms and halves. So probably I wouldn't recommend for you to jump to hussars, right, unless we need them. Otherwise, I would say initially you can probably build more the skirms and the halves, and then you have archery ranges already built for the skirms, right? So then eventually you can start building even heavy cav archers from those archery ranges, right?
Was that towards me?
Yeah, yeah. Uh, so this is one of the things from last Saturday, Sharky, which make sure we'll talk about is that remember last Saturday you were going mostly cav archers as Huns,
Yeah.
and then you're doing some pallies, right? So last Saturday, in hindsight, after I saw the replay and stuff, like especially towards mid game and after, we should have told you to transition fully to, for example,
Paladin.
paladins.
Yeah.
In
So
that type of scenario.
I'll comment on this here. Sharky, when you recognize there's no more wood on the map, at that moment, you should have taken stock of your wood count and set a certain limit. So say for instance you had 12,000 wood, right? At 10,000 wood, you're gonna say, okay, stopping all archer production, switching all the paladin, and the rest of my wood is just for farms. You
Okay.
needed to make that call because like we didn't need those archers late game because like what were the archers gonna kill? Paladin? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. So that's my comment from you. You just needed to recognize, hey, this resource has now become a limited thing. Um, let me try to not use it more sparingly.
And also, you saw, remember, like Logan kept, having that huge line of Cav archers, right? For example, as a cumin, so your pallies would easily eat them alive too, right? As an example, another benefit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Because remember at that game, I had, the early archers already, you know what I mean? So that was like an example of that. But the point, I guess, is that, don't get stuck only on one single unit. Like, most likely will have you transition to pallies eventually for sure. But if needed, if let's say we need to transition you to pallies sooner, then we will call that out as well. So space is limited, like Munsef was kind of calling out, right? So let's make sure we don't spam too many buildings either, right? So we have to be kind of smart about that a little bit. Like if you see already like a lot of barracks, then like I said, complement with like some archery ranges and some stables.
He went Cumans, by the way.
Yeah, so technically he has the. I mean, his human's pretty balanced, right? So he has the cav archers, the Kipchaks as well, and then he has the pallies, and then he also has the full siege onager and full siege ram. So humans, some on their cav it's saying is faster in each age. That means their movement speed, I'm assuming.
Yes, but it
Okay.
gets 5% in each age, accumulating in a total of 15%, which makes them the fastest.
Mhm.
They don't get a specific technology called husbandry, which increases cavalry speed by 10%. So, in effect,
It's 5%.
they're 5% faster, correct?
Okay. Alright, cool.
But they are still the fastest cavalry in the game.
Okay. So now it's your pick, I guess.
Yeah.
What are we thinking towards?
Me?
Just a second. I'm back.
Uh-huh.
What do you think of Incas?
I mean, Meso is always a interesting pick. I mean, you would technically have obviously, good amount of counters to different units, like the slingers and the Kamayuks. But we also technically
I'm
have
back.
okay. We also have the technically the team stables bonus too, in case you wanted to go more camel type civ. That's another option.
Spanish, Cumans, and Goths. This route is too really gold heavy.
How are the Lithuanians, by the way?
We're good.
But I guess I'll be too much cav though on the team then.
Mm-hmm. Screw it.
assuming poles.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess yeah. I mean, I know you picked poles last time, right? So I know they have the winged hussars, which obviously are like upgraded, right, compared to regular hussars. I guess apart from that, what else are they good against? For example, other than the winged hussars, I guess they have the dudes from the castle as well.
Mm-hmm.
So those would be like, I guess those can technically be pretty hard against the Goth infantry, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
And you have bomber towers also.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, the Kongs technically should do good against the Husklars, or the Pierce
Mhm.
armor will be an issue. Shouldn't be, right?
Kongs are mounted hand cannons.
Yeah, yeah. So they should be good.
I think even our attacks might be similar. Spanish. Yeah, they even have very similar attacks. As a hand cannon has 17 attack, a standard conch has 16, elite has 18. So even the attack's basically the same.
I guess Spanish, I know it says that gunpowder units fire 18% faster, but that will only be for gunpowder coming from the barracks, I'm assuming, right? I mean, sorry, from the archery range, the hand cannoneers, I guess. So that also
This
applies.
who?
The Spanish is saying has gunpowder units fire 18% faster.
That's all gunpowder.
That includes conchs as well, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. Yeah, so technically, I mean, it's interesting, right? So they have the gods bonus with the barracks, and then we have the stables bonus with
The Huns.
the Huns, right? So it's not so bad. Roman Byzantine. So technically, has what, camels and cataphracts, pallies, right?
Mm-hmm.
So just keep in mind, guys, we played cataphracts a few times, right? I mean, technically, halbs are not that good against cataphracts, right? So archers can definitely be good against cataphracts, and if needed, we can of course have other pallies with them, and I guess conchs technically can also be good against cataphracts, right?
I'll be back.
Yeah, not sure about the 3 games. If we make 2, that would be good.
What are we waiting for now? I guess I know someone's coming back.
Yeah, that's it. Everybody picked. I guess when we build, we should stay together, I guess. When we move our units together.
I mean, ideally, yes. So we'll have to make sure we communicate and use the clicker.
Is there any hotkey for the clicker? I don't remember.
I think there is, but I can't remember. Do you know, Sharky?
Clicker, like the
The click on the map.
usually I have it mapped to my mouse. It's one of the thumb, and I think you also have to like click the mouse as well. Like you have to point your mouse to where you want to mark, and then click the hotkey as well. Like hold down the hotkey as well as the mouse.
when we build our initial TCs, of course we'll build them kind of, close to where we start, but just please make sure not like build one right next to each other, right? You know what I mean? Like give at least some space so we can have some farms around. And then once we scout and know where the boars are and stuff, then we can, branch out. The other recommendation I would say is, for sending villagers, a little bit further out, to explore initially, send one, don't send all three together, because if you get attacked, you don't want to lose all three, right?
I'm back, guys.
Alright.
Freaking, my mom keeps coming home. She called Dish Network, and apparently the dish isn't giving out any audio. She keeps coming to me. Oh, can you change the wire?
What the hell is happening to the other team? Corum's giving them strategic tips or something?
Hmm.
Again.
That's shit. Alright. Alright guys, have fun.
Have fun and let the chaos begin.
Controlled chaos. Sharky.
No.
It's you again.
Damn.
Huh.
It's trying to balance the Han's speed bonus.
Yeah.
Doesn't want you to start too fast,
Yeah.
One minute. Booting Sharky Eco.
Yeah. Damn.
There we go.
There we go.
Come on, you know you like that one though.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get our initial TCs up, guys, quickly. Shark, you don't need to build any houses.
Yep.
też uczynię. Sprawiać.
Let's get the houses up 2 months of.
Sprawiać.
So I think trade-wise we'll see, but maybe the best is what to set it up maybe from here. I'm thinking to like here initially.
Gotów
You
jestem.
see,
the-
we spawn next to.
Watch how the houses are building. I think that's going to affect
Yeah, we
the
can do
trade
that.
lane.
Yeah. I'm gonna build other ones somewhere else.
Drwal.
Not just initial ones. Good call. Let's make sure we also scout too soon.
And make
Yep,
him
I have a scout scoot up. Scouts away.
Good.
We have gold in front of us
Rozkazania.
and boars.
Tak.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see
be
that.
careful.
Okay, so there's not too many.
Relics.
Okay, relics are with the berry bushes. So relics are surrounding the berry bushes. By berry bushes, I mean. So the main entrances, Munsef, are like basically these two here
Sprawiać.
and here, right? To our
Yeah,
base. So
correct.
we can build some wooden gates here, you know what I mean, eventually. Just to kind of, you know,
Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
make sure we don't get, you
Sprawiać.
know, attacked or something.
Sprawiać.
Sharky, the scout coming to you. Will protect your
Yeah.
villager. Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
I'm sending one half Sharky towards you.
Wykonam. Witajcie.
Remember, you gotta keep those halves near you, like I was saying.
Yep.
Don't forget.
Sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Building hands, help.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Witajcie.
Once there's a
Gotów
scout coming to you, can we use your help?
Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
I'm gonna bring him to you.
Just bring your villagers to me.
Yeah, that's fine. I have protection here.
Witajcie.
All right, let's start getting those boars.
Once I'm building a palisade gate and wall here, can you build one on your side soon?
Okay.
Rozkazania.
There are some two villagers standing here doing nothing.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
No, those scrums, not villagers.
Oh, okay, I don't know.
Drwal.
You doing good, Sharky?
Yep.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
I'm building the gate to help you so you don't get raided, okay?
Right.
Let's make sure we have enough farms too.
Witajcie.
You can pull back your villager. Idle villager.
Tak. Sprawiać. Sprawiać. Gotów jestem. Sprawiać. Sprawiać.
Need more farms. Building them
Rozkazania.
now.
Sprawiać. Witajcie.
Rozkazania. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Once I have some forces there, FYI.
Jestem
Make them more.
sprawiaczką.
Just I'm making farms too.
Yeah, I'm
need
building
to-
another gate for you here too. I guess we can cover this gap too.
Okay.
I think there might be some space in the corner here, but I can check later. Okay. So I'm gonna build a market soon, so we can get some, you know, stone to build another TC. So I'm gonna build one on the Sharky side, okay?
Building one next to his.
Yeah, I can build one next to mine. Then once later can build one on his side here. The corner.
Gotów jestem.
Okay. I'll
Rozkazania.
probably start going
Witajcie.
outside to take out some of the boars, Munsif.
See a lot of red activity
Sprawiać.
here. They're mining already.
Already
So I
mining.
think, yeah, they're out mining, so we're kind of behind on the eco.
Okay, good scout. Good scouting. Let's do that. And let's also we'll build some outposts too later.
Make sure you automate your mills.
Oh yeah, good
Jestem
call.
sprawiaczką.
Nice call on that one.
How come I have stone? Are we generating
Yeah, I got
stone?
like I got a little bit of stone too. I
I
haven't
got like
mined
20,
anything.
I only have 23 stone. It's
Yeah, I have
kinda weird.
22 or so.
Gotów jestem.
Yeah, but
Witajcie.
oh, okay. Yeah. They're trying to scout, but
Sprawiacz.
keep dying.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
They do have more stone for another TC.
I'm going outside to get some of the boards now.
Should we be building on each other's sides TC wise, or should we expand out to like for the resources?
Sprawiacz.
It's a good question. I'll build at least one more inside, and then I would expand out after the second one.
Okay, yeah, I see that.
You can build mining camps from the beginning. Okay, I'm taking the boards out, okay, guys?
Okay.
Boards take out on my side.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
Where are you? Oh, you have everything there. Okay. That's
I'm here, yeah. Sending some villagers to build a mining camp there too. Start collecting that gold. You see that, Sharky? You got
Yeah.
him?
Yeah.
Don't follow him all the way. You can bring him back. You don't want to lose all your SARs.
He knows where my mines are, so getting some halberds there to protect my miners.
Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
I can help you, Sharky, there too, okay?
Gotów jestem. Tak. Sprawiacz.
I'm building another TC, guys.
yeah, I did next to you.
There's a scout in here. I thought they'd get here. Once if there's a gap there or what?
Where?
Did you check if there's a gap in this? Build another wall in a one.
No, no.
piece of- no, it's fine.
Yeah, I should be fine.
Yeah.
Shit. How many boars are there? 4 boars at the same time. What the heck?
I can help you a little bit. When you get a chance, I don't know if you guys have, but let's also build what you call.
Remember to build laterally around here. There's space if we need it.
Gotowam jest. Jestem sprawiaczką.
I'm building a TC outside too. Okay.
Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
I was gonna say let's also make sure we build some outposts, guys, later too. Okay.
Sprawiacz.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Sprawiacz.
funny how we keep getting some stone. I'm collecting. That's why.
Witajcie.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're
Jestem
actually
sprawiaczką.
collecting it,
Jestem
Show. That makes
sprawiaczką.
sense.
Yeah.
Sprawiaczką.
You have your mill up, Sharky?
Yes, my mail's up.
Yeah, good. Once you need help with the boards,
I think I do,
I
yeah.
got it.
Knock.
Rozkazania.
Let's build. So you need to make sure you know. Don't go in only with those little resources. You gotta build more forces.
Sprawiacz.
You see what I have?
No, I
Like
did
a
kill
line
me
of
already.
help.
like-
And I'm just
yeah,
saying,
I-
don't go like that. Yeah, build quickly. Build more, because I need to also expand down here too. But I'll help you a little bit for now. I'll help you a little bit. The rest you can get.
Gotowam jest. Witajcie.
Need to build more
I
farms.
do see an outpost.
Jestem
We're mining here.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Okay, good. I see that. You know we can build some. You have a SARS? Can you kill his miners?
Yes, I do have some.
Yeah,
so-
kill all the miners. Kill all the miners, because the skirmishers will not hurt you. So you can kill some of the miners. For
yeah,
now.
they had a halberd that got me.
Gotów jestem. Sprawiacz.
I guess let's build some outposts too, okay guys? I'm gonna build some right now.
Skirmishers are moving up.
Yep, I see that.
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem sprawiaczką.
And these are Logans. Yep.
I'll take them out. I'll take them out. Don't worry. Don't worry. You can stay back. You can stay back. It's okay. I got them.
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Halberds to boars, so I need to rebuild.
Rozkazania.
Shit, man. I need to get more farms, man.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Once it has its market up, we can build a couple of trade cards. Like, not too many, like 1 or 2 for now. Arky, do you have, never mind. Who has Onager? Musa, you have Onager, right, technically?
Yeah, but I didn't make
Okay.
any.
Yeah,
any-
that's fine. Siege Workshop.
Yeah.
Logan is attacking me a little bit in the middle. FY. Should be okay for now. Okay, I got him.
Gotowa jest. Jestem sprawiaczką. Witajcie.
I'm raiding the middle.
Gotów jestem.
Okay, we're in the middle. Good. Okay, Sharky,
Sprawiacz.
I'm gonna go build a castle there, okay? After
So I
you.
think it
Let me
is a. Oh, it's a bombard tower. That's why.
Sprawiacz.
That's why they're protected.
Gotowa
Where?
jest. Jestem
Unbuilt right now, but
Come,
they,
bring-
they,
bring-
they,
bring-
they wanted to build that, so
Yeah, stay near my army, okay?
take out these villagers. They're gonna try and complete that bombard tower. And it's a gap there, so you need skirmishers up front. I'm gonna build some of my own to kind of put pressure on there because they want to complete that. So
Let's put the pressure in now.
the bottleneck, I can't get through. They're protecting their.
It's okay, okay. Oh, they got it up?
Yep, it's up.
Shit. Yeah. So basically need to build a ram. Oh, I have rams. I'm building a freaking siege workshop right now. Okay, just stay
Rozkazania.
back a little bit for not building a freaking siege workshop for that shit.
Sprawiacz. 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 Sprawiacz.
I'm building 2 rams, okay, Sharky?
Yep.
There is a red scout coming my side.
Well, we need. Let me build also an onager to get rid of the.
Gonna scout on the flanks. See what they have.
They're coming. Scott coming to you, Sharky. FY. Just you have people there. So you should, don't get killed by the bomber tower. Okay, I'm building an onager, Sharky.
You
so we
see,
can get-
they're building laterally here.
That's fine. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, we gotta start building more military buildings outside.
Dilba has halberds protecting his miners.
Okay, I have. So which forces do you have, Sharky? Can you okay, keep your
Hussars.
forces here.
Yep.
Keep your forces here. I'm gonna let me build some more skirms, and then we're gonna go take that bomber tower out and kind of like try to counterattack there. Okay.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
Witaj,
What's up? How
drwal.
you doing? You're quiet.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm trying to stop them from coming to me.
I can send a ram to you for the bomber tower. Okay. Okay, Sharky, you ready?
For just a second, I'm
Sure.
killing boars, kind of building laterally, because Dobo's in that on that flank. He's expanded there. I do have hussars. We're moving back.
They're coming in. At least some of them.
Yep, skirmishers. They have skirmishers as well.
I'm gonna try to see if we can honor them, okay?
Jestem sprawiaczką.
Trying to take over this side, or at least to deny.
It's
for them.
skirmishers and mostly Dobo, and I do have a scout here.
You know what's good to build? Let me build it. I'm gonna take out that freaking thing with the trap, okay?
Okay, Trab. Let's see. We have
I'm gonna build a castle right now. I have a lot of stone. We have to build another market too, Sharky, later, okay?
Yep.
When you clear the wood, I'll build another one there.
all right.
They are using the towers, bomber towers next to me.
Yeah.
Shikari.
Sharky can just kill this one farm here,
Farm.
the one that's unpopulated here. This one.
That's Munsif's.
The hell? Oh, Muzi can kill this farm here in the corner, please. Okay, thank you. Hey, Sharky, I have shit to take out the tower, okay?
Okay. So what do you need from me? I have hussars. I have halberds.
Just hold them ready. Hold them ready.
Alright. They're falling back, so
Yeah, I know.
Rozkazania.
Okay, we're sending hussars here.
sending hussars.
Sprawiaczką.
All right. There are a bunch of double halberds and
Oh, baby! Pancake time! You like the onager, Sharky?
yeah. Okay. Okay. There we go. And there we go. Good pancakes.
Of course, good pancakes, man.
Okay. Building more hussars. I do have a.
Okay, so that was a good counter punch. Just rally back. Pally's coming. Pally's coming. A lot of Pally's coming. We need help. You have halves here? or
I have
no?
halbs.
I have castle there too, so it's okay.
Shit. What?
You send halves if you have halves here.
Halbs. Yeah. Let's see. My halbs are. They're over there. Okay.
Okay, they're freaking attacking us hard. We need freaking 170 some help here. We need more gold units. Shit.
Gold.
Let me
units,
build.
I think.
Yeah. Let me build some more stables and shit. I need them.
Cavaliers.
Let me build more halves for now. What else keep killing? Okay. Cannot say.
Gotowa jest. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Fight near my castle, Sharky, okay?
Yeah. Shoaib, your village is dying.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just fight near my castle, ring the bell. Yeah, just stay near my TC and my castle. I'm sending more halves.
Tak,
Okay, good.
sprawiacz.
Let's rally, just keep rallying near my castle and my TC here, okay?
Witajcie.
And now
Wojewódka
building
wniosek
trade
wykonał.
carts.
Sprawiacz, sprawiacz, sprawiacz.
Break.
Sprawiacz. Rozkazania. Tak,
Dobo has cav here. Skirmishers.
sprawiacz.
Are these retarded or what?
Sprawiacz. 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 Sprawiacz.
Need more freaking food, man.
Sprawiacz. Sprawiacz.
They're attacking Munsif
Okay,
there.
you're good now? You guys are good?
Only they're attacking you here. You see
Yeah,
this?
yeah, I know. I just want to relieve the
Yeah,
stress.
help. Where's the help? Yeah, get the
I'm
help.
making more, I'm making more.
I'm helping with
Building
some more.
barracks.
Get the house there. Yeah, barracks. And then I guess Sharky, it's a good time to start building some of those archery ranges too.
Yes.
Once there's,
Mhm.
yeah, I see that.
Okay. Some of their
I have to
mining.
color
I
it
th-
here.
Yep. Okay. Okay. We have
Okay.
Huskarls. Don't know why I send Huskarls towards those. They're just not gonna work. Okay. Okay. Now we send Halberds and skirmishers.
Okay, yeah, just make sure. Yeah. See, basically, if you see Huskarls or skirms, you can try to get them, but otherwise, just don't try to go on by yourself.
Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Witajcie.
Okay. Yep. We do have a bunch of Huskarls, and they're being protected by. Actually, it's just Huskarls. There are some Halberds in there, so be careful.
Gotów jestem.
So make sure they lure them to the. Do Huns have any siege bonuses we should be aware of?
I'm building some. Yeah, we got definitely some onagers for sure.
Yeah, I think they're
Let me
expanding
start
onto
building
my
it.
mines. So you take some pressure off that.
Alright. What do you guys need there? Siege?
Siege,
Which
onager,
siege? Onager.
onager. Yeah.
Halberds.
Send them me my bomber tower. I have some bomber towers here, Sharky.
Siege.
Rozkazania. Sprawiacz. Drwal.
I'm building some more bomber towers for you too, okay?
Rozkazania. Jestem
Right.
górniczką. Jestem górniczką. Tak. Jestem górniczką. Jestem górniczką.
My eco is a little slow. Getting my farms ramped up. Sharky, send those guys out. You build Odasaman. Never mind. Can someone do a scouting run or?
See, I'm building hussars right now. I do have field.
I built bomber towers for you, Sharky, too. Okay, so you should just finish collecting the area, the stuff here.
Sprawiacz.
Munsif, a lot of outer villages here, Munsif.
Thank you.
Gotta get my trade cards up to Sharky. How many trade cards do you have?
I have 14.
Okay, both got a. I have only have 5, so I gotta. I was mining more, but still.
Yeah, mining. I just started back up again. Okay, there are. Let's see. Mine's over here. Yeah, Dobo's kind of taking control of this area.
Down there, okay.
Yeah, he does have a key of a Huskarls.
When you get a chance, Munsif, let's build some barracks in this area here too.
In the front?
Yeah. I'm gonna build some trebs, okay, Sharky? For us. Anyone have
Making
extra
good work of the
gold up here?
Huskarls.
Okay,
And
good.
I think, let's see.
You're gonna need another market too, Munsif, on your side.
Yeah.
On your one, right?
Right.
Rozkazania.
Where is my onager? Come here.
Gotów jestem. Drwal. Natychmiast wykonam. Jestem górnikiem.
Yeah, Sharky had a cap garrison in my castle, FYI.
Yep, okay. Yeah, I just need to heal them.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
took him
I
out.
think Dobo's Huskarls are moving.
Okay, we need something to push. We need trebs. I don't have that much gold right now.
Okay,
Actually, I have 1 treb. Let me take out at least.
Logan has a bunch of Huskarls. But yeah, I think even I'm sorry, not
Sharky,
Huskars, but
send your
Hussars.
SARS here near my trap.
Hussars, you see?
Yeah, they're gonna die. I have a lot of protection there, it's fine. Just stay near my trap, okay? Gonna start taking the shots slowly, one by one. Just protect my traps here. Once if yeah, just make sure that's fine for now. Just make sure next time leave space between the barracks so we can move. That's fine for now. I'm building more traps.
I'm gonna what I can do about this because I think it's just the Skulls are just patrolling.
Oh, you mean you wanna use them? You mean okay, get this villager here.
Shit, who's yellow? Shikari.
Fast.
Falling back to the castle. Watch your villagers here.
I know.
Once I have a fire Sharky's fast sending villagers FYI.
Yeah, they are. I have red and yellow on my side.
And that's fine, we have two too. We're trying to battle.
Alright, I can take care of the Huskarls for a bit.
Can you send some support here on my side?
Yeah, yeah,
Gotów
I'm sending
jestem,
some right now.
witajcie.
They got my. Salman, I mean, you're just standing there,
Oh,
watching
yeah,
me getting tortured. I don't
Watch watch your
Oh.
trebs.
Yeah, I don't know how they want
Shit.
so much.
They are inside.
Inside. Okay,
Yeah,
in there.
so let me build some bomber towers there, Mr. For you too. To help you a little bit, hold on.
Do you see Dobos expanding onto my area?
Hey, stay near my trap, okay?
What should I do for the keep checks?
Keep checks, you need technically Cav for them. Onagers can kill them too, but Cav.
They have. Look what.
Yeah, mind the gap. If they find that, then we're vulnerable.
Can you send them there, Salman, in the corner? Let me look that area.
I'm building some bomber towers for you too, Mansif.
Yeah. Build them next to my here by the bushes.
Sharky, can you help me here a little bit? You have any units or no?
Which units do you need?
Anything. Hussars or Cav archers or health is fine. What do you have?
Right now, I'm fighting back Dobo here because he's just
fine,
expanding
that's
into my base.
That's fine.
Because you didn't call my units, I'm there standing.
Okay, do I have enough for Cavaliers?
Gotów jestem. Jestem górnikiem.
Move up your halberds.
Rozkazania. Jestem sprawiaczką.
Let's protect from those Mansif siege as well.
Gotowam jest. Zbieram. Natychmiast wykonam. Pojmuję. Jestem górniczką.
Yes, you know the Huskars, yeah, lower them into my bomber towers, freaking they're gonna get owned there, that's fine. Let's just keep lowering them and that's fine.
There are some halberds among those Huskarls, so
Witajcie. Gotów jestem. Witajcie. Sprawiacz.
You're trying to clear those bombers, Mansif?
Yeah.
Okay,
He
good.
keep building. He keep building too
Yeah.
many.
you have a yellow flank incursion around here.
What is that, Hussars?
Hussars by
Yeah,
by
just bring
Fassel.
that, yeah, bring that to my bomber towers. You're gonna die in a second.
He's going after TC. So.
There's a gap there. Kisamon is there, but Bomber's there too. But yeah, let me at least close that gap. I'll close that gap.
I need to see what's in that flank because I think he probably has infrastructure there. Yep, it's another.
Shit, blue is here too.
Yeah, yellow is on the flank. He has infrastructure there.
Yeah, I'm freeing up some pop, but not out of villagers. I'm gonna build some conks as well.
I have red here, a lot of red, and green coming to my side.
Okay. Let me test. Sharky, do you have pallies? Can you send them here? The one you have in the
Pallies?
middle?
Yeah,
The one that was waiting
I'm
there?
building more.
Build more trade cards.
I think they have trade in the front because I see trade carts.
Where do you see trade cards?
Both Dobos and Horums are nearby.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of these freaking bomber towers that are hitting
I see yellow trade carts, so they're trading from the front. They are defended too, so
Sending some conks once up to you to help with the infantry
Okay,
that he's
okay,
sending.
anything that you guys have.
Yeah.
but they are protected as well. Like a bunch of halberds there.
The advantage he has is the towers. That's the problem.
Well, I have a lot of towers for us too in the middle.
Yeah, but I mean, I need to. What's the point? He already.
I got
made
cut
the
off.
towers first.
The conks helped you, Munsif. Let's I'll leave the conks here for you, okay?
It's hitting this onager. Don't know why it's there. We have as far as goal, like mines. Okay, there's a tower there. Okay. Turning these guys.
Gotów jestem.
Gotowa jest.
Yep. So they have a trade on the front. Let's see. Do you see their trade cards on the right?
Yeah, I see the trade cards moving. Is it possible to follow those trade cards, see where the hell they're going? Just like
I just pulled back my scouts,
okay.
so my incursion. So we probably have to
Gotowa jest.
go around to them. So
Yes.
they have siege rams on there.
You see how you're fighting with my bomber towers? That's fine. Just keep doing that, okay?
Rozkazania.
Be
Jestem
careful with your
sprawiaczką.
pallies here. Don't send it. Keep them near Munsif's
Jestem
trap.
sprawiaczką.
Once if you have trap, move your traps up here to help you.
Sprawiaczką.
Let's take out these
Jestem
bombers.
sprawiaczką.
For some reason, Dobo has hussars. No, that's Quorum.
Witajcie.
Okay, let's see.
I'm sending a lot of conks Munsif your way.
Sprawiacz.
Okay.
Come on, let's get those towers.
He might be trading closer since I don't see any trade lane this far ahead. It might be down the middle.
Rozkazania.
Munsif good? Let's clean that up. Move the traps up.
Quorum has camels
heck is
trying to
going on?
counter. Okay, I
They
want to
build here
follow
too.
Shit, stupid.
trade card. I'm gonna try and follow where that goes.
Can you guys move your cavalry from the gate?
Okay, I do see Quorum's
Yeah.
trade,
Go ahead.
which is here. Okay, so I'm gonna fall back.
Okay, they're sending a ram. Sharky, you have anything to take this ram out here?
Click it. Okay,
I'm sending some forces
Yeah.
to you.
yeah,
I'll-
they've taken everything. They already flanked that area, so
Okay, I'm coming.
I'm gonna be out of production. I need to recover.
Okay, that's fine. I'm coming.
We're taking that flank. I lost my economy there too. My expansion.
Now we gotta kill these freaking villagers that Logan
Yeah.
has. Salon is trying to help with. Let me take out this ram.
Yeah, so
There's
I've
a lot of
lost the
crap.
left, and they're building there now again. So lessons learned: we need to expand. We
Yeah.
can't be turtling.
Well, that was the objective, but number towers. Okay, I'm gonna need help here too. There's blue and red.
You sure you
Sending,
don't-
sending what I
yeah.
have over there, but
Yeah, that's fine. What do you need, Mustafa? You need pallies? What do you see? Okay, I see what you have. Okay, you have heavy cav archers. I'll send pallies there.
my TC there die or what happened? Okay, so they just build villagers to kind of rebuild on that area. Also, the houses are kind of creating a bottleneck for the trade. Already building here.
Yeah, well, if blue is defending there, I mean, fine.
You have a ram
So
unprotected.
let's get together. Let's get together. Some. You guys select a location. So let's meet up there. I have some onagers and pikes here.
There? Okay, yeah, we can meet up there.
Building up cav behind once
Yeah, just pull. Everybody pull back.
Well, let's also get together with some.
Hey, they have trebs on our base, and they have
Let's
bomber
rally here.
towers.
Let's rally here,
There's
guys.
10 bomber towers on here. We're on the clock here, so because they're expanding on our left.
Try to make some bomber towers next to me, Shive.
Okay.
We have a treb here, so I think it's theirs to take.
Yeah, that sounds one trap. We'll take care of that. I'm coming right now. Take care of that. Move your house here. Move your house in the front.
They're all built up here, so it's
That trap is gone, Sharky.
okay. And they also have bomber tower, which is
Yep. Yeah, we need some shit to push. I'm just freaking.
I have trebs. I have trebs here.
Try to move them in the
So,
middle if you
see.
can.
Just to make bomber towers here. Forward
Yo,
bomber
one sec.
towers.
We need to. You see this? We need to clear this out. They're all built up near Sharky's ego.
yep.
Middle is not a problem. This is the problem. We gotta clean this out.
Okay.
Bomber tower there, so it's basically
Let's-
theirs to take.
Yeah, let's move there. Let's move there to kick him out from there. We need to kick that out. Can you pack your traps and come there?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm also building some limited traps. I don't have that many, but I'm building some.
Okay, so-
Gotów jestem.
Anyone have extra stone other than Saman?
No, I don't.
Nope,
I
I don't have
to-
any stone.
Alright, that's fine. I'll just
to buy
walk into the
stone.
bomber towers. Once you move your house with the traps, you can't send the
I
traps
am,
by
I am.
themselves.
Yep,
Yeah, but your traps are all the way
Yes,
front.
halberds.
Just
Come on,
you
come on,
got
come on. Move
busy
your house
with
near the
the
traps.
cavalry.
Yep.
cavalry.
Yes, okay, it's okay. Come on, move them near the
Traps.
trap right now. Most of your house, yeah, keep them here.
Yeah, but they got
But your traps are too fast compared to the halves, but it's okay. Should
They're
I
gonna
get- I have
go
some
there
traps.
again.
I think my traps aren't protected here. I'm trying to lure them into my bomber tower so Saman can take them out.
Also, yep. Fast is also building on your end.
You see, that's the thing. They keep building bomber towers and freaking. Oh, well, next save, I'm gonna have a bomber. Yeah, that's good. Good Sharky. Let's destroy that thing. I mean, that's why I like to play Spanish, because he has bombers and they keep taking over space. I will do that too.
Trying to get low
I'm making more trebs, by the way.
Dopa's traps.
ATC's dead. Let's see.
There is some two trebs here. Let me protect
Their
them.
trebs are up
Okay,
against
yeah,
mine.
No, those are tribes. You have two trebs.
Yeah.
Use them. I'm gonna protect them. Use them.
Gonna take our trade. Well, it's mostly your trade.
I'm gonna take out the Udoba's barracks in the front.
Keep building and moving forward.
Yeah, that's good. These traps aren't protected.
Look, they are here. They took over my space here.
Udoba's traps at least are gone on that side.
Just got out.
What's the rally? Halves
Unguarded the
Yeah, let me
bricks there. See who's,
Shoaib, your market.
yeah, markets are dead.
Okay, I just saw that. Thank
They do
you
have-
for letting me know. Gotta rebuild that shit again.
I'm just hitting Dobo's market.
What happened to our market?
Shoaib's got
My
hit by
market's
Trebs.
not
Okay.
Rebuilding it now.
Okay, I have Trebs of my own to hit his econ. Hit his bomber towers. Okay, you're hitting.
Once I keep your helps here near my traps. So obviously low on gold. Gotta freaking
Jestem sprawiaczką. Jestem
build my
sprawiaczką.
market.
Hitting those.
I rebuild my market here, but you can once you can route your cards to Sharky's market.
Building more.
You have a lot of idle cards you can route them to Sharky's market. And you need one more market, Mansev. I told ask you before you need one more because
Oh,
it's
let me
getting too crowded. Yeah, it's getting too crowded there.
They're using bomber tower to destroy my.
Yeah, let me freaking help with like Hussars and Halves because I don't have much gold right now.
I think we're gonna just play one game tonight.
Gotowa jest.
Why?
Yeah, because this is infinite. It's too many
Well,
resources.
no,
they
no,
have.
yeah, we can call it soon.
Call it soon,
Yeah,
but
I mean, no need to call it. Just.
I think a better assessment is that they were able to expand. It's not like, they're Spanish or
Yeah, they were also faster too than us.
yeah, they're faster expanding than we were. So that was the key.
And we don't
That's
have
a
enough
takeaway,
military
and,
building outside too. I know that's good, Sharky. That's good analysis.
They got all the resources. Yeah, I couldn't call it out before. Remember? If they have a gold advantage on you, it's because you let them get
I
the
mean,
gold advantage.
That
On
and we can't be struggling with boards and stuff, right? Because they also didn't struggle with that, so we have to be.
And
careful
because
with
they
that.
expanded, they had a longer trade lane.
Yep. And we needed more military buildings outside, which took us, myself included, that took me a little while. Sharky, can you move your units from here? They just idle, by the way.
Where do you need them?
Just move them near my castles here for now.
Castles part. Yeah.
Yeah, to support Saman a bit. What are those?
Yeah.
You have Hussars mostly, right?
Delbo is
Mhm.
moving up on here with Logan support.
Okay, I have a problem here again. At the time I finish one color, the other color comes. It's like playing hide and seek. Bobo just keep crushing with his units. Now it's two colors, anyways. Okay, so what's the end of this game? Like,
No, I think at this stage we
I
should
just want to
call
know.
it.
We've been in the middle of the map since the beginning of the game, so I don't know. I'm ready to call it. It just for
Yeah,
me,
let's call
it's
it.
up to us.
At least we can know the map now and stuff, so we'll call it. Let's call it.
They say
You
that,
guys are actually making a pretty solid like counter on the other side, Munsif.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think more towards where Delbo expanded.
Actually, I got started getting
Helps.
my gold up too. I just saw that, but it's okay. At least we can get some lessons from this map.
Mhm.
I mean, look at the map. Let's look at the map, guys. See how they expanded and stuff.
No, I mean no one expanded. They are where we are.
They were there faster than we were, and they got
Oh,
the gold
they
and
had more
stone.
military presence there than we did, right? And they have gold units before we did. Like they came with like a huge amount of pallies and stuff, and rams and stuff before us. But yeah, the map is actually, I mean, if you think about it, like you're saying, so let me see where the heck they had their trade going. Where is their trade?
Their trade was going from, I think, the
So they have one on the
It's from
corner
here.
left.
yeah, it was on the left corner, and I think it was deeper on the right. It was deeper in here. I think that was just Khurram. I think his trade was just deeper in, and then
Oh yeah, yeah.
it was
So I see that
expanded
on
on the left.
So they traded all the way from there to there. Interesting.
Yes.
So ideally, we would have had our trade in that right corner, like across Corum too. You know.
Those farms too. Those farms
GG
got
guys.
destroyed.
Yeah.
GG guys. You guys did good.
GG.
They're doing their
Yeah.
own little
Nice.
retro right now. Oh, there's Sharky.
But I'm gonna talk to someone then.
Yeah. Saman, you can start talking. Just setting the game up again.
I'm gonna move there. Okay, everybody's there. So our team's biggest issue was they were slow to expand. Props to Sharky for calling out Logan mining, which inspired the rest of the team to go out and start getting some of those resources. So, Sharky, great job scouting, communicating, telling the team, "Hey, this is what's going on." Props to you for that. However, you didn't really protect your shit when you were mining, so you didn't really have as many resources. Shoaib was the only one who really went out with enough forces to kill the boars. Sharky did a decent job. Munsif struggled with the boars, which really hurt the expansion. And then the bombard tower creep hurt him even further, and then he didn't know what to do. He wasn't asking for help early on, like really early on with the bombard tower. He called it out, hey, he's building bombard towers. He didn't call for help or any guidance on the fact that there is a bombard tower creep. He actually had a really good opportunity to expand into the right side where you eventually came and hit the markets and stuff. And you took out my market, hit some of Munsip's farms. He actually had an opportunity to secure that area for himself before any towers went up, but he didn't take advantage of that opportunity. So that hurt. And then Sharky again did a great job of scouting the other side and saying, hey, these guys are expanding laterally. They're expanding this way too. They're getting all these resources. And Shoaib didn't really go with him, so you had Sharky soloed left, Munsif soloed right, and neither one. Sharky tried to expand, but he didn't expand very far, which I think again, our team's issue was expansion and gathering resources and contesting. So if you actually look at it, the only person I really saw contest resources was Sharky. Um, but on the flip side, he didn't protect his own resources, so that hurt. Shoaib did a great job of protecting his resources, but didn't really contest resources in front of him. Munsif did a decent job of getting resources, but did absolutely nothing to contest Fassel from getting resources, which is what allowed all those towers to go up in his face. And from there, you guys honestly would have just rolled over these guys had I not stepped in a couple of occasions. You just would have rolled them over. They didn't know what to do.
Okay. I mean, I think everybody did pretty okay. It was a little bit chaotic. Some of it was expected, knowing when to go into the market, the clearing of the boars, that was kind of an issue. Kind of still late, it's still a bit late setting up that market, and then eventually expanding. But other than that, can't really say a whole lot. It's the first game. Some of it was because, kind of as expected, like some folks on the other side were way too conservative and then folks necessarily on our side. So it's kind of hard to still say, what was right, what wasn't. I thought everyone did kind of okay. Um, but yeah, now you kind of know the map, and um, contesting is a big thing. But contesting at the expense of your own economy is not a thing. Having a decent economy so you can contest and then control are keys to anything, right? So if you expand too quickly, you'll die. If you try to contest something and you have a shitty economy behind it, you'll die because that army will die. Because you're not the best. You guys are not the best micro managers, right? Like you can't micro as well, so you probably that'll die. Not dealing with the boars. I mean, before all the fighting starts anyway, is still a recipe to die. Like people can't really be struggling on boars either. And all of that kind of, if you kind of think about it, all of that incrementally um, adds up, right? Like all these little things um, really adds up. Um, and so the thing is, it's all about the little lessons, the little pieces, which turn into bigger pieces, right? So ultimately, yeah, I mean, Bombard Tower was a thing, but to be honest, Bombard Towers isn't really the thing. It's like people are going to point out like, oh, we need a civ with a Bombard Tower. Not really. I mean, it's the fact that scouting didn't turn into an actionable event. Which if they didn't have a Bombard Tower, they would have like a large force that would just come and destroy you. It wouldn't even matter like it's a tower. They would just come in with a large number of forces and just destroy you because you don't know what the hell's going on anyway. And a lot of that still was triggered because of the fact that it's kind of difficult when you're not scouting ahead to know not the fact that there's only boars, that the enemy is around, right? Like enemies are also trying to do the same thing, which is you are, which is clearing out boars so even villagers have a chance to expand, and everybody's kind of doing that. So it's a combination of a lot of these little things which turn into bigger things. So everybody is going to have to do that, and one player can't really be just scouting because basically the one player who's like happens to be the one scouting mostly is probably the one who's going to be sort of like their economy and everything else will get left behind because they don't have as much time, right? So kind of have to be able to manage sectors and everyone's kind of be able to do their part. Sharky being able to do all that other stuff, I think, is it's asking a bit too much from him. But overall, first game. Now you know the map. Now you know some stuff. So I mean, it's all good. Let me see who is not here. I thought I sent invites to everybody.
Munsif
Munsif
and
and
Fassel.
Fassel.
Let me change the map anyway. Okay. By the way, this is a tiny. This was on a tiny map, so
Yeah, that was interesting. It was pretty small.
yeah.
I'm on that 60-second cooldown, so unless you send me an invite, gonna be a minute.
No, I sent you one.
Unless Kodum sends me an invite, it's gonna keep
I did.
dropping me.
I just thought I did.
Oh.
Send it again. Let me know if you got it. I just sent it again.
Yeah, because it makes the game invisible to me until you send me the invite or the 60-second cooldown.
Well, it says retract on mine, unless you're not even seeing it.
No,
Or
I
it
have no.
sends it and then you
I
have
have
to
no
wait.
I have no pending invitations, so it's probably wait.
Okay. I guess you just have to wait the 60 seconds then.
Probably.
It's kind of weird that you have to wait 60 seconds even to see an invite though. Like, that shouldn't be the case. Oh, but it's still coming from the game though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's
that's
still
why.
coming from the game, so it's probably like doesn't matter if you send it. We're gonna wait. That's probably it. Okay, that makes more sense.
Who else is missing?
Winsif is here.
I'm
Winsif.
back. Yeah, I'm back. I just came back. I'm gonna join
Oh,
now.
okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, so you guys know the map. You guys we'll split them in the teams now.
Yep.
Okay, let's say the issues that I had. Let me start first. Number one, that Hubland pushed my side was the Bamber Towers. So they weren't like one or two or three, they were like three and like four behind, and then he started expanding. So the first thing that what his name Faisal built is the Bamber Towers, and then from that he kept building his own unit, his own buildings. And then when I try to take off one or two Bambirds, then I can see like a bunch of units come in to destroy whatever units I had or I used. And then when he knows that he destroyed my units, and then he start building where it is empty, wherever it's empty next to him. So that's how he expanded. So he always used member towers to start anything that he does. So I don't know. It's either I would play defensive, so I make forward building a lot. So even though if you use member towers, they will not do as much damage. Or I join you and just to hold in my side and we join forces and we push from somewhere.
Just go out there and say if he doesn't get stone, he can't build towers.
Well, somehow he got stone and he got a lot of stone. Those
Well,
towers are
I pointed it out to you. You didn't contest him for any resources, so he's free to mine stone.
No, all the fights started in the beginning. I was the first one in resources in my side.
Oh,
between
he's
us.
saying the one that's the next.
Yeah, but that
pile.
was at the end. That was at the end.
No,
The
no, no.
corner
So,
you
so,
mean?
so, no, no. There's two sides. You know how there's the bushes with the relics, and
Yes.
then there's the resources north of that and the resources south of that. You didn't try to push him off the resources south of the relics. Where you stayed to the north, and that was it. So he's free to get the stone south of that, and one patch is 800 stone, which is like 6 towers.
Correct, but initially I did. I was the first one to get to his gate. He didn't even have one villager outside. And as soon as I start seeing his villagers, I tried to kill them one by one. So at that time, the stone and the gold were still there. It's what happened is like when he saw that, so he tried to counter me, which he did. He brought like cavalry, like hussards, maybe 4 or 5, and he started countering me, and I did die there. And then he started building Bamber Towers from there, and then he started collecting the resources. That's what happened. Anyways, when you guys see the replay, you will find out.
Also,
All right, so that's my situation. So I don't know you guys' situation.
I mean, I guess yeah, a couple of things. One like Sharky was saying. I think one thing is, of course, we have to be a little bit, like just a tad quicker, and try to get rid of the boars. We can't be struggling with that. Like all of us, we have to make sure we take care of that quickly, right? And then after that, we need to make sure we start slowly building military buildings on the outside perimeter, right? Not just inside where our egos are. It's like we're kind of late in building the military buildings outside. And then, technically, if you think about it, there's like, that left side, which is more like Sharky's area initially. Then there's that mid where I was, right, mostly. And then there's like the right side where you were, right? And like Salman was saying that I think most of the game we were kind of, isolated, barring some, very limited, help from each other. So I guess we have to kind of, be communicating more like on which side we want to, for example, hold, and which side we want to, for example, push together, right? Or counter push.
But I mean, last game I see you guys pushing or at least defending the mid, so that was doing the same thing. I didn't want to go further. I was just defending them coming to my side, and then any unit that I had, I started sending them
Yeah,
to
I
you
think
guys.
last time we had the blind spot a little bit, like, by the time, which again, Sharky's doing a good job or while scouting, right? But then we did have that, kind of like unexpected blind spot where, like Logan quick, came in and took out Sharky's
Correct.
TC. And then by the time we saw what happened there, like they already had a forward build and everything. So we basically can't have those kinds of blind spots either, right? So like just how we were kind of like, controlling the midpoint of the map in the mid and the right side a bit, we also need to make sure on the left side, we have enough presence, right? Um, but I think still the more important part is, we do have to kind of coordinate where do we want to corral our forces. Like at a minimum, I think, for example, which is something we can do at a minimum, I think two people need to always be together when pushing, right? Like for example, you on your own can't do it. I on my own can't do it either, right? So at a minimum, like we have to coordinate either with Sharky ideally or with myself, like, hey, I'm gonna either forward push here or I'm gonna counter push here, right? Depending on what our scouting shows us.
But since you're in the mid, you're gonna have that role. It's either you split your units either to my side, one
Correct.
goes my side, or goes to Sharky's side, or stay in the mid if there's nothing happening.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't mind keeping that, at least staying in the mid if that's okay with you guys. I don't mind this game as well, and I can do a better job in that.
what civs you guys thinking? Let's get the ball rolling.
Yeah, let's see from Sharky's. I mean, obviously the cav thing helps with Sharky's mobility. Just trying to think which kind of cav he should play. So he was Hans last game, right?
Yeah. See, I do want to kind of have one with a bit more of a cavalier bonus, maybe economical cavalier bonus, like not like the Franks.
You mean paladin bonus?
Oh yeah, paladin bonus. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, technically, I guess Spanish is one option.
Yeah, cheaper.
The only thing is with Spanish, I think you haven't played Conquistadors much, right?
You haven't.
You mostly do Pallies, right? Which is not necessarily bad, but then of course, and then you will be doing mostly Pallies, and I guess we would have to kind of talk to you about where to do Bomber Towers and Spanish, right?
Yeah.
So you could do Pallies, Bomber Towers, and probably a couple of Trebs, I would say. They have good helps too. So initially you would be doing mostly barracks, initially, like we did this game, barracks and skirmishers initially and limited hussars.
Yeah, the problem is gold. We should not rely 100% on gold here.
Well, we also have, remember our trade was also short, right? Like compared to the other team. Like remember we have to get those berries so we can expand the market further. We can build an initial market there if we want, but then we can, communicate and say, hey, I'm gonna build another market. Let's reroute your trade cards there. You know what I mean? And then we can delete it afterwards once we rerouted the trade. Because the way the terrain of the map is, you know what I mean? Like it's not like it's not like you can fit 200 pop in one sector of the map. You know what I mean? The terrain of the map is in a way where you're not gonna have 200 pop all at once in one area, right? Because they're gonna get blocked. So it's more about not necessarily the quantity of the units as much as more about making sure we have the right complement, right, of the units. And like for example, like if we're all together, none of us has trebs, that's a problem, right? Or none of us have rams, that's an issue. So we have to make sure we always have something to push with also. So I guess yeah, Sharky, from your side, if you want to do Cav, I mean, of course Franks have faster, but I think Franks is a bit tricky. They don't really have some of the other bonuses. So if you
Yeah.
want, you can go Spanish this game if that's fine with you.
Okay, yeah, I could try Spanish.
And then you'll have bomber towers as well, which is not bad.
Yep. Though I still have to kind of expand to get access to the stone.
Correct, correct. But the good thing is, you know, like you kind of saw what I did too. Like once we get, you know, some control of the resources, we can build a couple of, you know, limited bombers to kind of help protect that area too, right?
Yep.
And you see, like a lot of times I was kind of trying to lure those guys into my bombards and my castle, right? Whenever they did try to attack a little bit. I guess I have a question for you, Salman. With the Mongols, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, of course, I know they have some other advantages, but technically they don't have halves. They have, you know, pikemen,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, how big of a disadvantage is that, you know, or not as much, generally speaking, in terms of like taking out boards and, you know, countering Cav and stuff. I know they're decent. I'm just kind of curious about, you know, if
They're
that's a big
above
disadvantage.
decent. They're good when it comes
Yeah.
to countering calf.
So I guess I shouldn't necessarily be a reason not to pick them, right?
Correct. It's just if you go into a halberdier versus pikeman fight, you'll need like 6 or 7 to fight 5. That's it.
Correct. Okay. Makes sense.
It's not the biggest deal.
Mm-hmm. But I was kind of thinking potentially them because they of course have the not just the Mangudai, but they have technically also the camels, right? If we need them, plus the faster siege, so I can do some limited camels with some cav archers and siege. But of course, I'll need to build pikemen too. Munsif, what were you thinking?
I'm looking at the tree, the tech tree, and try to see. I guess think about Teuton.
I know their pallies are not that big, that I guess necessarily good, I believe, but they do have the extra armor, right? In their
But
barrack and stable units.
I need to correct that right now. They have one of the best paladin in the game in the melee fight.
I think I'm thinking about Byzantine. I think my bad, not Teutons. You're right. Yeah. So pally, I mean, with Teuts, I guess you would do what Munsif, like siege and infantry and what pallies
Yeah,
and bomber
mostly.
towers.
Yeah, exactly. The pallies are secondary. Mostly siege infantry. Pallies and bomber towers are secondary, and help with the onagers, trebuchet.
I mean, one option is either, so if you go that route, like let's if you pick, you know, that kind of civ which has siege as well. I could go something also like, for example, the Japs, and you know, focus heavily on the infantry and trebs.
But in this
You
case,
know,
we have to be all the time together. You will need protection here. With like, I don't think you have good skirmishers.
the Japs now have elite skirms.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah, no, Japs are good.
I
Japs
hope you'll be
have
doing cavalry. They have cavalry too.
Sharky is doing Spanish, so he's gonna be
Yep.
doing heavy pallies. Only issue with Japs is technically they don't have SARS; they have light cab only.
Okay,
Not,
if you do that, should you switch with the location or your spot with Sharky?
I mean, I think that may throw people off changing position in the second game. Usually, that historically that doesn't help for the same night. But if you're Toots, so then basically I was thinking about going Mongols because they have some other advantages. The only thing I'm trying to think is if I go, I mean, yeah, that's not bad too. Let's say if I go Mongols, I can go more heavy on the Mangadai and the Trebs, right? And maybe some camels.
And the siege, we can help each other. I mean, you have siege too.
Yeah, so that's
Fast
not
managers.
necessarily, yeah, that's not necessarily bad. And I've had the fast Rams, which usually is pretty helpful too.
And
There,
with my members, I'm not planning to push from my side. I'm just trying to hold so I can concentrate my units or my energy with you guys.
Yeah, you'll need to make sure, especially for siege. This way, I guess technically both of us have siege workshop. That's less of an issue, right? Where we need to make sure we do have siege workshops kind of across the map, right?
Yeah.
So we don't have to like travel onagers from one side to the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
side.
yeah, yeah.
So I think that's fine. I'll go Mongols. I'll probably maybe will just need a little bit of help, with the bombards. So I can have you or Sharky help me with that. Probably Sharky. Plus the Mongols hussars are, by the way, stronger too.
no,
Their food unit.
no.
They
They're
don't have
missing.
the extra.
They're
Oh, they're
missing.
missing some of the other stuff.
Missing armor, so their extra HP makes them equal.
Interesting. From the guiding again.
No, just for double.
Oh, it's funny. I was watching the replay for second game last Saturday. After mid game, it was all. I mean, Horn wasn't in the battle, but he was doing all the coordination and guiding them.
Well, if you showed up, you were dead. So
Yeah, I know. So I don't mind that. Better than him showing up.
but you saw how responsive they were to that too.
It's funny. As soon as I say, oh, okay, there's no more Faisal here, and then as soon as this last unit dies, there's a bunch of doubles units coming.
Well, he was gods to be fair.
Yeah.
Pumps those guys out fast.
Yeah.
Did you mix in any champs to help with his
I did.
Huskarls? Or?
I did, yeah. They get pancaked very bad. They're very weak to onagers. Really, really weak. One shot, they all died.
Yes, that's the trade-off. It's funny. I think in the early game, one of the battles, me and Sharky went in kind of together from different sides. So they're running away from Sharky's cav, and then running towards my onager to get pancaked.
Hey man, Logan came up immediately after and killed your onagers. So
Yeah. I think that was fast when I got pancaked, and then Logan came in.
double
But you see that? Sorry, Dolby. Yeah, but you see that's where this map is really interesting, alright, because of the terrain too. Like you have to be careful, like where you position your protection in front and all of that.
Salman, a question. Why you said Chutes have the best paladins?
One of the best.
why
So while they're lacking husbandry, so they are one of the slowest paladins in the game. They have extra +2 armor in melee fight. So in a melee fight, they're actually on par with like a Frank paladin. But because they don't have the extra HP like the Frank Paladin, they're a little bit more susceptible to archers, especially since they don't get the speed either.
And they
But
move
in
slower, a little bit, right?
what's that?
They move a little slow too, right? Because of the armor, I'm guessing.
Yeah, no, so they don't get the one upgrade, so they move slower. So the Cumans will have a full 15% on them instead of 5%.
Okay.
So they're slow, but they in a melee fight, they're one of the best.
So if you can bring the battle to near your bombards,
Yeah,
then
that's the idea. That's
yeah,
the
that'll be
idea.
nice.
So let's put it this way. You have the Spanish Paladin, which you guys think is like really good, right? So that Spanish Paladin has full upgrades on everything, right? So take the Spanish Paladin and give it extra armor, and you have a Teutonic Paladin. You lose a little bit of speed, but you get some extra armor. That's why they're one of the better ones in a melee fight. So their bigger problem is getting where they need to go, or pulling out when they need to, get out. But in a fight, they're one of the better ones. But this game is so complicated. Sometimes you need the speed instead of the armor. You know what I mean?
Which is fine. Do it. Their role is fine. It's fine with the role that they have.
Yeah.
They are not meant for rushing or targeting certain units.
No, Teutons are literally designed to be a slow-moving civilization.
Yeah, that's also why they're defensive, right?
Yes.
Oh, he went poles.
What the Interesting.
Yeah, I'm still fine with let me go ahead.
Well,
It's fine.
I guess just keep in mind. I guess Salman they have the winged hussars, right? So those
Yes.
dudes, I guess, are pretty
Yes.
good. I'm assuming, right? So I guess,
Yes.
but Talbs technically can still take them out, right?
Technically, on a technical level, you have to make sure you're not outmassed by the Winged Hussar. In equal numbers, in a space where they're allowed to spread out, Winged Hussars in equal numbers versus Halbs in equal numbers will cancel each other out. They will kill each other.
And they also have bomber towers too. FYI.
Yes.
So I guess Munsif, you're gonna go Toots then?
Yeah, I did.
I'm gonna also try to see with the Mongols later on if I can, at least kind of put some pressure on the taking out some of their miners and stuff, like hit and run. Remember, you gotta build houses this time, Sharky.
Yep.
And be careful where you place those houses, Shoaib.
Yeah. Hey, I'm Mongols, man. I can delete them after.
Well, did you not see me pinging?
No, I guess I must have missed that.
You locked
You
me
mean like
out.
over your near your woodline? You mean?
Yes, you locked me out.
Yeah, that was bad placement.
I actually pinged it for you a lot. Festival in Spanish.
By the way, so since both you and Sharky are bombards, they're gonna obviously expect a good amount of bombards this time, so they're
Well,
probably gonna.
both Dobo and Vassal have bombards too.
Yeah, they have it too. The Polish castle units, I guess. How fast do they typically come out, and how fast do they move?
Move kind of slow, create very fast. Move like on par with the champion.
I mean, they seem fairly decent. You know, they have, I guess, some pierce armor, some regular armor too. But technically, since that's interesting, because they can damage the armor of units it's fighting, right?
Yes,
So, like
it's
for
very
example,
strong.
like that would kind of negate Munsif's additional armor for the halbs and stuff that he has. Right?
Yes.
I wonder if they're gonna have Dobo do some raids. So I guess did that help me creating the the wall gates a little bit for the eco early game to kind of prevent raids and stuff? You guys feel like that helped?
Yeah, I did. In my case, I did.
So I'll do that again, at least on my side.
For the bushes, should we expand that area too?
For the
Should I
berries,
just
you mean?
cut? Yeah, yeah. For the berries, can I just?
Yeah, at least on on your corner, yeah, because we need to get markets on that corner, right?
I mean, what I can do, I can destroy like few trees there with an onager, and then
Get
start.
to the berries faster, you
Yeah,
mean?
get to the berry. Yeah, correct.
I mean, that means we're gonna lose wood, right?
Yeah, but there is a lot of
Um,
wood on the corner too. It's not much, just for by the time I get to the other side. It's literally not too much.
So yeah, that should be fine, but do it in a way where you kind of start off in a narrow. When you cut, start out cutting narrow so you can Onager can move in, and then cut a little bit wider in the back so you don't kill all the wood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
Think
not
of like
trying.
think of like an L shape, kind of like an inverted L, right? Like you go
I was just.
straight in, and then
Oh,
on the edge you cut, go straight in, then you cut more in the back so you can build like a TC there to collect the berries.
yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Okay.
That way, we lose the minimum amount of wood, and you can get a TC there, so that will help.
Maybe they should start picking first. Then every time we pick, they try to counter us.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I mean, blue can still pick at the end. It's not gonna make a difference. We will pick twice at the end too.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
No, Chrome went to like a different channel by himself.
Oh no, he was there with Dobo.
Oh, okay. That was so we can listen in on the stream.
No, it's a little bit more for.
Yeah, I'm joking.
It's
So
more
did
for
it
the
pick
other
in this?
two.
Did nigga Logan didn't pick yet?
Nope.
Shit.
Gotta be careful about Dobo massing units, guys.
Hmm.
That's my word of warning.
So interesting enough, their stone miners generate gold in addition to stone.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Those
that.
are-
I just saw that.
For every
gold,
2 stone they get 1 gold.
And their knights cost negative 60% gold, so that means his cavaliers are basically a lot cheaper in terms of
Yes.
gold.
But they also die very fast.
And they're going to start to trample damage too, right?
Yes, but they also die very fast.
So Fudge, he also picked Mongols. Hmm. So you're two thread, Mansif?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we try to, especially if, for example, like, let's say if Saman, if Logan is bringing like, let's say Mangadies, to take out your infantry, for example, right? Of course, the onagers can, hit the Mangadai too, but technically Pallies can easily take him out too, right? So I would try to balance a little bit in terms of like not too many Pallies, but if you see like a lot of Mangadai coming in, your way, and you need help, you can also either get Sharky to help you, or like you can throw in a couple of Pallies in there as well
Yeah.
to put pressure on his Mangada so they can just sit, like just stand there, gunning down your infantry.
All right. All right. We're gonna have a good support.
Bohemians, what the hell do they have, Saman?
They have a good support. Good siege.
Bohemians, let me see. Gunpowder and monk civilization.
Let's see those toughness.
Team
How they
bonus
look like.
markets work 80% faster, so that means the cards get produced faster, I guess.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. So you have to be careful, don't queue too many, because then you'll run out of wood and gold. In this case, like that's double the speed almost, so be careful.
Just for production, right? Not for
Yeah,
collection.
correct. Yeah, just for production. So don't like click too many at once. So they have like an upgraded bombard cannon dude, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Does it hit longer? I mean,
Yeah,
the
longer
range.
range. Yeah.
Is it? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. I need
More
to see it.
damage, more health.
How much longer is the range compared to like the
It's the
Turkish?
same. It's the same. Turk is longer range.
Oh, this has the wagon too, right, from the castle.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
That you
Shit.
can. They can use it as a shield, I think.
Yeah, and that shit has 10 pierce armor, so that's good against archers, like against Mangada and stuff.
You can hide behind, I guess. Yeah, and onagers behind too. Your onagers. All right, let's start. I'm about to sleep. I think that's gonna be the last game. I think.
Attack the enemy with war galleys.
It worked.
I tried it worked.
Finally, it worked. I reverted it. I reversed it, but this one works.
Hey, that's not bad with your nickname, man. Moonig.
Oh yeah, it goes.
No, that's why I tapped it, man. So, anyways, I think we kind of have some good lessons from last time. Hey Sharky, since you're Spanish, you're gonna have to have a couple of stables, across as well.
Yep.
And like I said, early game, of course, you still have to rely on your halves are pretty good, so definitely have a decent amount of barracks early game, right? So you don't have to be going like all single unit because you don't want to run out of gold either. You can still, be producing some limited halves if you want to mix in with your pallies. But yeah, let's go.
Sicilians.
Sicilians, so they're more infantry too, and they have the donjon towers, right?
Yeah.
So
Enough
the
about-
sergeants, yeah, their sergeants I think are pretty, pretty decent. They're like fairly tanky, kind of like Teutonic Knights a bit, I guess.
What should counter them?
I'm guessing because the Salman champs or honor just can counter the sergeants.
Um,
Aren't they faster a little bit?
I'd say gunpowder. Gunpowder
Gunpowder?
units. Yeah, gunpowder units.
So like, so that would be technically conquistadors or hand cannoneers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they have most of them have like regular armor and pierced armor. So it's
They're
pretty
like a mix of a Teutonic Knight and a Huskarl.
yeah.
So they're not fast. They're very slow units like the Teutonic Knight. They have good melee and Paris armor, but it's not as much as a Teutonic Knight or as much as a Huskarl.
Let's make sure we also try to guys build a couple of outposts, so that helps with the visibility in addition to the scouting. I gotta do a better job of scouting myself this game. Sharky was doing pretty good, but we have to step it up.
Ano. Ano. Stavím. Stař Bůh. Pravdu vykonám to. Stavím.
Sharky, make sure one villager building houses too. And your TC villagers are not working for some reason, you have to click on them. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna be collecting Sharky probably more wood from your side too, since you're mostly food and gold, okay?
Yeah.
Not all of it, but because you do need it for the farms, but I'll be collecting some from your side too. Eventually from Salman's side later on too, but after he gets out.
Stař Bůh. Stavím.
Alright, first scout out.
Ano. Stavím.
Second scout.
God come to you, Sharky, F careful.
Yep.
You should have finished that barracks.
Yeah, no, that's my bad. I'll finish it right now. Once God coming, oh no, this is coming to Sharky, you're fine.
Stavím.
Scott coming to you, Munsif.
Yeah, that's fine. You can
Yeah,
come.
just letting you know. There's still one scout in the back here. Sharky, scout coming to you.
Yep. I have halberds.
Okay.
Žádáš.
Just make sure you take care of him so you don't forget.
Stavím. Stavím.
Logan has 3 scouts in our base, FY. He's coming to you, Munsif.
You have some idle vills, will Chief. Okay, there you go. Just attacking your houses.
That's fine. It's funny.
Jsem připraven, táž Bůh. Stavím. Stavím.
Sharky, okay, got him.
Ano.
Joe, vills.
Yeah,
Your vills.
yeah, see, I don't know how that happens sometimes. Like, when you ring the bell and bring them back, they'll come back to work in the same area. That's weird.
Táž Bůh. Stavím. Žádáš. Stavím.
Co žádáš?
Jsem připraven.
Nice. How are you guys doing with the military?
Expanding,
Bacon.
killing boars on the
Yeah,
left side.
I gotta build more. I'm building a market for now, just one market. Gonna get more farms up. More villagers.
You know what? Can't.
Ano. Stavím. Stavím.
I kind of blocked, well, not blocked, but it's fine. Let's make sure, guys, you also have to build the mill too later, okay?
Yeah.
Forget. Shit, gotta build more freaking houses. I'm gonna go try to get some of the freaking boars outside. Hopefully, we can get some of them.
I've started expanding on the left side.
Yeah.
Ano. Stavím, stavím, stavím. Stavím. Zdař Bůh, stavím.
Idle Vills.
What's about our villagers?
I know, I'm looking for them. I can't select them.
Click create if you can't find them.
No, I did. Just I couldn't select them.
Good job, Sharky, getting the TC. I'm gonna start building mine too. That's nice.
Okay, my onager is out.
Sharky, don't engage the ones there. I mean, I guess you can. Okay, if you have enough horses, that's fine. Just be careful.
Oh, those are enemies. Shit, I thought they are mine.
Give me your Fassel and lower board
Logan.
to me. I'm scouting mid, guys, okay? See what the hell they're up to. Okay, Fassel trying to build a bomber tower right in our face here. Sharky, can
Probably
you help
gonna
me deny this?
succeed.
Never
Yes,
mind.
I can. I do have. Oh crap! I don't have enough
Yeah,
stone or gold.
he's probably built it by now, it's fine. I'll try to freaking take it out soon. With a trap or something later. But you see, build one right here. If you have some stone, not now, but later on, you can build like one or two in my area too, just for later.
Yeah. Okay.
For now, we're fine.
Jsem připraven. Start boot. Stavím.
You guys have stables already? Markets already?
Yeah, I have market.
Okay.
Start boot. Stavím.
Okay, freaking, they're building more bomber towers in front of our face. I don't know, I need help. I gotta freaking need some cav to take out these villagers.
Cavaliers there. These protected.
Yeah, I'm gonna send my scrums to help you a little bit too. See if you can take them out.
Okay. He also has halberds. So what do you need? An archers counter, or do you need or skirmishers,
Or what? I'm more.
or the halberds? Because he's gonna protect his villagers to finish this thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna build a freaking bomber cannon, take this shit out. Well, I don't have bomber cannon, great. I have rams. But let me build more archery ranges so we can.
Yeah. So Fast is gonna speed up.
Jsem připravena.
Yeah, he's just building a shitload of bombers.
Stavím.
Freaking. What, be a Sharky? You have bombered cannons. Can you build a bombered cannon or no?
I don't have much
You don't have-
stone.
You don't have much stone. No, not bomber tower. I mean the bombered cannon guy.
Cannons. Let's see. I need a siege workshop.
Okay, that's fine for now. I guess I'll build some rams for now. I'll help with that.
And it's right on my face too.
Make sure you guys have the farm seating too.
Yes. Okay. So.
Hey, hey, it's building right in front of you, man. Shit.
Yeah. It's I can't get to him.
Co žádáš?
I'm trying to collect enough stone to freaking quickly build some trebs though.
Now it's right on my face.
Try to build at least a defensive bomber tower near your area.
Stavím. Ano, stavím. Co žádáš? Stavím. Jsem připravena.
I almost tried to expand here now. Shit.
Okay, I can build one tower in my area.
Bůh. Jsem připraven.
Co žádáš?
Ano. Stavím.
In barracks. Oh crap.
Oh, come on again.
Zdař Bůh.
Žádáš. Budíš. Vykonám to.
They're attacking me hard. 170 needs some help in mid.
Yeah, I need help too here.
Ano,
Well,
stavím.
then you didn't say anything. I
No,
thought
no,
you
it
were
just
fine.
came. It just came. It just came. Like 5 seconds ago.
Great. So we're getting pushed really hard now.
You can build at least a cannon. I mean, yeah.
I took one of the towers of the ram, but freaking
Jsem připravena. Stavím. Zdař Bůh. Šepu dřevo.
Ano, rozumím.
let's rally units behind here, because we freaking need to get these guys out.
Rozumím.
Because otherwise they're gonna keep killing us. Sharky, can you pump out a couple of helps on the barracks here? Because they're inside here.
Ano. Zdař Bůh.
Jsem připravena. Stavím.
I'm being raided.
Same here.
Yeah.
Rozumím. Žádáš. Ano, pane. Rozumím, jak žádáš. Ano, ano, pane.
Yeah, I'm all freaking low on wood too now. Great. That was bad.
Ano, jak žádáš. Rozumím. Vašim službám. Ano, pane. Jak žádáš.
Ano.
Beating back some of these bombards.
I did get a castle, but freaking there are rams coming, so
Ano, jak žádáš.
I'm gonna build some more pikemen or something.
Přikazuješ. Bojujme. Ano, rozumím. Do zbraně. Žádáš. Co přikazuješ? Ano. Ano, pane. Jak žádáš. Do útoku. Do zbraně. Jak žádáš, pane. Vašim službám. Do zbraně. Co přikazuješ?
Již kráčí. Pikon již kráčí.
Ano.
Ano.
Ano. Ano. Stavím.
Co přikazuješ? Jak žádáš. Vašim službám. Rozumím. Jak žádáš.
I'm trying to replenish some units here on my back foot for now. Hey, there's attack here. One second, your shit.
I know. Lobo has been.
Okay,
damaged.
Saman is coming to help you with some helps.
Jak žádáš. Ano, pane. Bojujme. Jak žádáš.
I have one
Do
here.
útoku. Bojujme. Do útoku. Ano, rozumím. Ano, pane. Žádáš. Co přikazuješ? Rozumím. Bojujme. Vašim službám. Rozumím. Žádáš. Ano, jak žádáš. Rozumím. Ano, pane. Ano, rozumím. Žádáš. Do útoku. Do útoku. Co přikazuješ? Ano. Do zbraně. Vašim službám. Přikazuješ. Vašim službám. Ano. Vašim službám. Ano, pane.
Jsem
Co
připraven.
žádáš? Ano,
Ano.
opravuju.
I'm gonna try to secure this area so we can make our market.
Již kráčí.
Well, yeah, right now they have flipping from our mid outside, so to get that back first, but that's fine.
Zdař
Let me
Bůh.
see what the hell I
Stavím.
can do
Žádáš.
to help out the outside.
Ano. Jak žádáš. Vašim službám. Ano, pane. Žádáš. Rozumím, ano, pane. Žádáš.
do have food from Hussars, but not much in the way of gold.
Jsem připraven. Budíš. Pravdu budíš.
You have stone for any bomber towers, and I have no stone right now.
No stone.
Ano, žádáš.
So I'm gonna try to let's
Dáš Bůh.
if you can help me,
How
Sharky.
come we can make that many units, Boo?
Let's
I don't
rally,
understand.
Pulse make units. I think pretty good. Fast.
Yeah, but you need resources for that.
Dolbo, let's rally. I mean Dolbo, Sharky, let's rally here next to my castle, okay? I'm gonna
Okay.
build up some traps so we can kind of get some of the real estate back.
Ano. Zbraně.
Can you send some scouts in if you can, like 2 or 3 only?
Make sure you automate your mails, by the way.
So yeah, they do have miners over here. That's mostly facile. Okay, and facile has halberds.
Let's also mostly build a gate here so they don't come in from that side. If you can.
Kind of skirmisher
I'm sending some skirms to help you.
is well on the way.
Okay, don't go in too deep, Sharky. Pull back, pull back. Don't go in too deep. I'm gonna send you some stone. Can you build some bomber towers in this area a little bit? Or
Yes, yes, I can. If I get stone.
No? Yeah, I'm sending you some right now. See if you can build some, okay?
Yes, I can.
Build here, like around on the corner here where the berries are, and then build one here near my castle.
Near the castle. All right, so
There you go.
Jestem przyprawiona.
I'm gonna build another trap right now. Try to take out those bombers. A second.
Stawim.
Co přikazuješ? Rozumím. Ano, pane. Do zbraně.
trying to build a barrack right in front of me.
Vašim službám.
Yeah, I have traps coming out. We'll take that out. You kind of went a little bit too far with the bombers, but let me try to help. I think his bomber's gonna reach your bomber there, no?
He's not reaching it right now. I
Okay.
don't know if he.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sending my trap to take out the barracks.
Okay, making another.
Whatever helps you have, send them here near my traps in the back.
Yep,
Ano.
yep.
Take out the next bomber tower, okay?
Jsem připraven. Stavím.
Co přikazuješ? Ano. Do zbraně.
They have villagers.
Co po mnie żadasz? Již kráčí.
Who's Okay.
Get more damn farms.
Where did my halberds go? Did they all? They didn't know.
Hey, I freaking need help on the traps, man. Shit.
I don't know. I had halberds. I don't know where they were.
Okay, send your hussars here near my traps. Come on.
Dáš Bůh.
Just rally around my traps.
Stavím. Ano. Budíš.
We're getting the
Stavím.
bombers out. Just rally around my traps.
Stavím. 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 Budíš.
That pain.
Come on, tag them, Sharky. They're behind the traps.
Okay,
Mhm.
what's his name? I need help here, someone.
Okay, he's done.
Already on it.
Ano.
Okay, and he
Yeah,
has.
I'm getting his shit for you, Sharky. So just they're trying to build a wall now, which is fine.
Stawim.
Need more houses. And now he's building his wall. Yeah, protect your traps.
Yep. Just taking out the bombers for now, okay? So let's start collecting these resources, Sharky. Okay, here.
Yes, can.
See that?
Yes.
Let's start collecting those resources right now. Quickly, send like 10 villages to build the TC
Yep.
there.
Stawim. 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 Stawim.
Okay, again. Bring in Should I go with the boars or should I go with Dobo? Both at the same time.
We need some more health, Sharky, when you get a chance.
Building helps.
Stawim.
Yep, keep attacking those horses near my traps. Good job.
Stavím.
Zdař Bůh,
Jsem
staví.
připraven, ano. Jsem připraven.
What are those monks doing?
Stavím.
Oh, there's. Yep. Well, they are. They're relics.
Chip, you got idle vills.
Okay, yeah. Gotta put them back on farms. Coming.
Štěpu dřevo.
Jsem připravena. Štěpu dřevo.
Is Sharky getting the stone near me or not yet?
Let's see. Stone near you. Okay, I have not.
Yeah, come on.
It's usually
There's
gold.
all this stone here. You gotta clean out these boards once if you have forces there to clean
Yep.
them out. Come on.
Okay, so,
Stavím.
okay, building mine.
Ano, jak žádáš. Bojujme.
All right, so picked up that.
Do útoku. Jak žádáš. Rozumím. Ano, pane. Jak žádáš. Ano, pane. Bojujme. Do útoku. Ano.
Okay, Sharky, I'm gonna try to move my traps to take out the other barracks in front of you, okay?
All right, see.
Flood more health, flood more health. We need more health right now, not
Yep.
valleys. Because we gotta counter Bilbo too, so we need more health.
All right, building more halves.
Ano, rozumím.
Monsif is coming to you.
Ano, pane. Ano, jak žádáš.
Saman is here. If you can help me have Eunice too, if you can help me there too a little bit.
More halves that way. Bring my halves to the center.
Ano. Bojujme.
Zdař Bůh. Stavím. Jsem připravena.
Štěpu dřevo.
I'm building another castle behind us so I can just freaking start producing some shit. We need a scouting run. Let's see, have some Hussars. Let me send some Hussars in. And I actually freaking need to build some siege workshops too. Get a couple of onagers in there. You getting that stone, Sharky?
Yes, I do have a few miners on stone.
Jsem připraven.
You can start building some bombers for defense when you get enough stone, okay?
Stavím.
How's your eco looking, guys? I gotta freaking expand my wood. Shit.
Okay, now I have to deal with blue. Okay, I'm gonna give up this side. I can't do that now. Everybody's hitting from every side. Yeah, but who's taking the stone? It's mostly blue who took over the stone.
It's better him taking it than his allies taking it.
Yeah, but as long as he doesn't give it to them.
Yeah, no, he doesn't give them stone usually. Okay, I'm building a few Mangadai guys and.
And they do have what's going on here?
Okay, let's use the helps here, helps here, helps here. Sharky, let's build some more bombers here, okay? Along river mining. You know the area we're mining. Let's build some more
Yes.
bombers there.
Can do.
So that way they can't just come in. You know, at least we can collect the freaking resources up there.
Ano, pane. Přikazuje. Rozumím. Vašim službám. Jak žádáš. Ano, ano, pane. Žádáš. Bojujme. Vašim službám. Rozumím. Do útoku. Vašim službám. Co přikazuješ? Vašim službám. Ano, co přikazuješ? Žádáš. Ano, pane. Žádáš. Bojujme. Do útoku.
I'm producing some more treads as well.
Rozumím. Jak žádáš.
Get some pop. Scout on this. So mostly skirmishers and hussars.
Okay, I'm beginning. Okay, I have onagers. Okay.
Zdař Bůh.
Sharky build an onager too?
Yeah, I did. I
Yeah,
think it was misclick.
that's fine. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have Trev soon, okay, to help us push hard.
So
Zdasz Bóg. Stawin. 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 Stawin.
Sharky, don't go in, Sharky. Stay here. Let's build Sharky. Build more bombers here in this area, right here. See
Okay.
that area?
Yes,
Build
can
more
do.
bombers there.
You mean? Or
Sorry?
can you mark that again? That's
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Here, this area.
okay. All right, more.
I'm just gonna send an onager into freaking. Or I'll try to send one in to get his other villagers.
Okay.
Čepu dřevo, dobím dolů. Zdař Bůh, dobím dolů.
Okay.
I'm not going in, just hitting his villagers, okay?
Okay, watch for the bombard.
Yep, I got
Good.
it, I got it. You guys, let's run. Once if I need all the forces, not all, but most forces here. I have a shitload of Trevs. We'll push from here. Sharky, holla all your helps here
Okay. Where? Where? Where?
in the mid, where the Trevs are at. Here. See that?
Yes. Wait. Angers or Trebs? Because
Trevs. There's a lot of Trevs here. I'm gonna clear this area. Come on. And let's forward build bomber towers when you get a chance, okay?
Acting Fest will do something on this side, so we need to keep an eye. on
Sharky,
that.
they're gonna come. There's a bomber cannon guy coming here. Can you try to take him out later? You're fine for now, just FYI. He's taking out your bomber tower there. Let's focus on mid still, that's fine.
We have something going on here. He,
Yeah, they're
Fest is
sending
doing
around.
siege over there.
Yep. Send some of your help there.
So yeah, can do. Oh, they're a bit far, and okay, it's a full assault. They're not full, but it's like pretty structured. I'm gonna.
Yep.
Crap! I don't have any gold, and yeah, they're gonna try. They're trying to peel through the left.
I send you some gold, a little bit, okay?
Okay. You're not able to get cavaliers at this point.
Just build house. Just build as much house as you can. Big raid from Dover coming in here, Munsif. FYI.
Halberds.
Sharky, that's your TC.
Who's okay? Blessed elbow.
Ano.
We have an incursion over here.
What's wrong with shit, never mind.
Copy,
Okay, forget
copy.
about the corners. That's it, forget it.
They're moving through the gap.
Yeah. I'm gonna send you stone. Build more bombers with a lot of villages right now. I sent you stone. Build more bombers here in this gap here.
They're taking out our markets.
See if I can help you with that a little bit.
Yeah, I only have enough gold. I don't have any gold anymore.
I sent you some more gold.
Yeah, this is the last push.
Yeah, I sent you some more gold.
It's the last push. We can't really sustain this. Yeah, they're taking out at my TC.
No, I'm there.
I'm far, but I'm trying to. Let's try to help with the Mangada a little bit. I'm
So-
far from you.
Shit, is that the green?
Yeah.
It's Festival. He's been there forever.
You guys done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Guys ready to call it?
I'm ready.
I think we can. Oh shit.
Basically,
help?
it's a sieve right
Yeah.
there.
We
So-
can. We can.
You can't hold yourself? What do you need? Which resources? Gold?
Well, they keep sending more troops. They need more help in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm trying to build that to you
Castles.
guys. I just was busy all the time. I sent units.
Yeah, they basically attacked at the right time.
Okay, I killed the green from here. Almost dead.
Now
Yeah, they're still
now they're
pushing
red.
again.
Yeah, but can you guys hold by the time I come?
I cannot by
Well,
myself.
well, the
What do you
Sharky-
need, Sharky? What do you need?
His eco is done.
Halberds.
His CC is done.
Okay, what?
I'm pretty halberds, but well, you have them, but
Which
Yeah.
Here, he needs halberds here.
which resources you need? What resources? You said
Oh,
your economy is done.
the economies are done. So
He needs gold and he needs, I'm guessing, food.
Okay, let me send you some golden food. Well, food no, I'll send you.
no, not food. I have food.
We just need gold mostly.
Yeah,
Sharky,
gold.
just use your halbs here that you have, please, on these ramps.
Here.
Stavím.
Helps on the rams. Okay.
Find hide and seek. Green, blue, green, blue. What?
Vašim službám, jak žádá.
More whack-a-mole, but yeah.
By the time I pull my units, they come back.
Yeah, they're timing things pretty well, which was something
Yeah,
we could learn
faster,
from. But
that's true, but
Stav Bůh. Stavím.
because that one assault on me if it was from a Vassal and Logan, that was pretty well timed. So I'll give him that.
Yeah, no, that was good. Good attack from their side. We kind of knew there was something happening, but we didn't know the extent. It kind of caught us off guard a bit.
Žádá. Stavím.
Co žádá?
Do you have extra stone, Sharky, left or no?
I have some stone left.
Can you build a couple of bombers here? I mean, it's
Yeah, I
kinda
guess.
just for, I guess there's nothing, no other option right now, because that's at least we can try to rally there.
Jsem připravena. Stavím.
Yeah, but I'm still having gold problems because I need to rebuild that market.
Stavím.
How much gold do you need for a bomber tower? 125?
125.
Yeah, let me send you some here.
Ano.
Thank you. Okay, they're sending ram.
Yeah, just keep trying to help with helps, because the help can take out the rams. Saman is there too a little bit. Let's try to flood with rams if you can.
Zdař Bůh. Stavím.
Their markets are up front.
Stavím. Jsem připravena. Zdař Bůh. Stavím.
Ano.
Another key of rams here.
Stavím. Připraven. Stavím. Ano.
Co
Stavím.
žádá?
test your own medicine. His name. Go. See how it feels.
Okay, so he's
Zajisté. Vidíš, kráč.
Do we have any resources up front? Just some few patches of gold. Not a whole lot.
Hey, we gotta rebuild our trade cards, guys. I rebuild my markets already once if.
Shit, green is coming here.
Where the hell are the trade cards? They kill all for trade cards?
No,
Mm-hmm.
there's
Yep, they killed the trade cards, and I don't have any trade right now. Trade posts. Okay, blue's here. It's the wrap it up sign.
Ano.
Jsem připravena. Zdař Bůh. Ano.
Where is your market? Here. Can you send your Salman? Can you send your units here? Do I have to call for anything, Salman, or can you? I don't
Second, another incursion here with
Sharky, bring your pallies here near my TC. Don't fight there.
Okay, just a
Or I guess
second.
I guess they're
Have
dead
it-
now. But
Okay, we have another incursion on the left, so I need to manage that somehow. got cut off. Watch out, cause don't send your halberds there, cause there's a tower, bombard tower.
They're in our base again. Found some of my house there.
Yeah.
They're sending rams in mid now.
I'm out of gold, so I can't offer any pallies.
Yeah, Hussars is fine. Just build Hussars in the meantime.
And I can spare. I really only have one barrack left. Okay.
Is this a joke? So blue is holding in the back, and then they keep doing those things. Who's okay, Salman, you're just build another one, another market. Actually, just repair it. Alright, do I have enough stone to make a castle now?
How do those wagons do? They're any good?
The Saman's wagon?
Yeah, those are side wagons.
They protect whoever's in the
Yes,
back.
I do have some
More like a shield.
some basically some rams here. Over the house. Switch to Hussars.
Whose market is that? Gotta repair that market. I think that's
I called it already.
Yeah.
Salman.
That's fine. He's busy in the middle too. Let me help him.
Yeah.
Sharky, whatever you have, send here the pallies. Come on, let's support someone.
Send pally towards the onagers.
Yep.
They're backing up towards the castle.
Don't go too deep. If they're backing up, don't go too deep. Big wave from Dobo here, guys. FYI, ring the bell.
Send the paladins in.
Send the paladins here. Send the paladins in, like you're saying.
Paladins are backing up. They're about to second, so they're gonna be delayed getting here.
They killed my T6 to build another one.
Did he kill his SRs or are they still around?
No, they're all dead.
Stavím.
Move these units, I can't move. Come on, move these units.
Can you...
Once I move these units here. I'm coming from the back so I can get the onager.
Onagers as well. Oh crap, Dobo's blocking.
I got most of them.
There are a few that cut off their incursion here.
Don't send your house into the Mangada. We need some cav for that. Like Hussars or something.
We're also gathering food and relics. Yeah, there's a treb. 2 trebs. Look out my Hussars. See Rams?
Yeah, I'm out of basically what 2 almost now.
Let me say this in here.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's more left, I'll collect more, but
I'll go boys my side again.
Can spare some halberds.
Can you use your...
a lot of traps coming here. Onager these traps. Good job, Shark. Onager the... Oh, someone, yeah, that's fine. We have Doba at a choke point.
Wow, who destroyed them? Who's
Okay,
doing
Doba
it?
made it. Doba made it in. Should pass on me someone. One sip. FYI.
Yeah, but that's not the
Yeah.
thing. You know what? It's Blue who destroyed that building, so they go to.
Yeah. Okay, I got
Well,
trapped on the
Anyway, I
left.
got them, it's okay. My side is okay. I take
Okay,
care of
okay, my TC got trapped on the left, so it's like
They took out most of my units now too.
Okay, I got them. I took care of them.
They killed my forces in the middle, so I'm kind of open in the middle right now. Oh, they're forward building bomber towers here too now.
Forward building towers is not an issue.
Yeah. Well, you have curves there too, Monster.
Shit, they're gonna get my trap.
Where are the halves?
Why they died? I mean,
Oh, there's so many halves here, man. You gotta keep them close.
I'm moving them. They're good.
Yeah, you gotta be there already. Come on.
I
Spread
can
the
be,
house, spread the house.
I
Yeah,
can be in
spread the
2-3
house.
locations, but not 5 locations.
Yeah,
I
spread
can't.
just spread the halves. Let's see if I can get the onagers in the back.
I got the treb in the front. Oh,
It's the
here we go.
treb.
These on
Yeah, the Mangada, they're gunning me down. Can't
Okay,
do
now
that.
I'm fighting the surgeons. And Onager. Is this a joke? Anyways, whatever.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to call it since
Yeah,
I don't.
I mean,
my economy is kind of dying as well.
my con is pretty bad too now, so I think I'll call it. I'm really
Yes, good to call
sorry. Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. Alright, switching
Oh,
switching
we made it at
channels.
12.
Just kind of fell back. create the game again real quick. Alright, sending invites. If Shuei invite, Shikari. Sharky. Change the map. Oh,
No free slots available.
no, the one of the slots got grayed out, so it wouldn't even matter. I have to at least wait for one person. I kind of figured out where I have to at least wait for one person and then really try it quickly. And if I can try it quickly and the slot opens up, like it's not an issue, then everybody won't have a problem. As opposed to like, you know, getting everybody and then. So I need somebody to join my game really. Maybe Shui or I don't know, whoever gets to join in.
I need an invite. I can't see the game.
Sharky, Logan.
I'm in.
Okay.
Oh,
I
you're
accepted
in.
Shoaib's invite.
Okay.
I
Let me
think that was
change
at the previous game where you got in Sharky.
No, I think I think that was a previous game, but I just got Chorm's invite.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's still suspended the slot. So give me a second. I guess while I'm doing this, Saman, you can give me a quick talk.
On the phone.
Oh, okay. Let me see here. Let me do the invites again. First person. Should I send you one real quick?
Yeah, I see it.
You just join real quickly.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let me just change.
Since I was dropped.
Yes.
Try to come in again. Oh.
One second.
Anyway, for our team, expansion was an issue. Did not be able to. We're not able to control your resources. Sharky did a good attempt to expand. One second.
Sure if I sent you an invite.
I got it. I'm in.
Okay, let me change it quick. Okay, it worked. Now you should be good.
I just have to rejoin.
Yeah, but
Also,
everyone's good now.
once your guy's strategy to undercut the trees was like super whack. Munsif kind of gave up his front territory to undercut the side, so that you know his attention was kind of divided with that, which allowed more of Dobo's raiding. You guys were not prepared for any of the raids. That was a huge issue. When I was not there, there was nothing. You guys literally fell apart if I wasn't there. And on defense with the helps. There's like no walls, nothing. They just ran in every time. There was one exception where Munsif had the palisade walls, but palisade walls aren't just die. But it did give me enough time to get the Halbs in position to mitigate one of the raids. So raiding was huge issue. Unable to I think the Fassel Logan or Dobo switch hurt our team because Sharky was across from Fassel and Fassel was just building towers in his face, and that really hurt. That's why I came out with a bombard cannon early just to push back the towers, so that at least Sharky could get resources. Because I didn't think it was fair that Sharky was the one being denied resources.
That's fine.
And so Halb's charge in the eco.
What's that?
The orange Halb charge on
Yeah.
the double eco. What was
This
the
could-
fairness there?
That was because Munsif was out of the game from Dobo's rating. So I needed to put Dobo back on his back foot to keep Munsif alive.
Did everybody?
It keeps
Man, I'm
telling
sending
me
these
them
invites, but nobody's coming.
I tried
No,
to
you're
join, but it keeps
I got the
saying,
second one.
Okay, you got
I
it.
had to go through
I joined through
manually.
Steam.
Yeah, me too.
"Through Steam. Let me try.
Yep.
Maybe try that. Try it's probably better. I know if you get kicked or moved, then you have to wait like 60
Okay.
seconds.
I'm in.
Okay, sweet. There you go. So Shoaib, you actually just did the join thing and it just worked immediately.
I joined from Logan's Steam.
Okay. So maybe you all can just, figure out who was in and just. Oh shit! Everybody just joined so quick.
Yeah. So
Man,
anyway,
man, I don't let me do the invite. Okay, go ahead.
Anyway, so again, the rating, these guys couldn't handle raids. The first hit on Dobo was because Munsif was just reeling. He didn't call it out, but he was reeling. I could tell. And so I had to put Dobo on his back foot before he could just really hammer home on Munsif. And then I had
Right.
to push Fassel back a little bit so Sharky could get some resources because Fassel's like just building bombard towers in his face, and it
Right.
didn't sit right with me.
Okay.
So I mean, with both of them on the back foot, Munsif his attention was split with some honors to cut the berries so he could get to the side immediately. Didn't move to the middle resources in front of his base immediately, and when he was getting raided there, he wasn't paying attention to that, so he lost a lot of villagers there, which hurt. And in the end, again, Shoaib was the only one to secure that area and get resources out of it, and it hurt obviously. And then Dobo or Fassel rather expanded left. And I don't think these guys initially realized that Fassel and Dobo had switched. So I don't know anybody called that out and said it was okay. So that was a little bit of an issue. I know Shoaib did try to stop the bombard towers from coming up, but Sharky didn't have a military presence there because he had used his presence, his strength on killing boars to expand more left than that initial area. So he couldn't come help Shoaib, and Shoaib couldn't deny the towers by himself. So then I had to come out and basically kind of push him back. And yeah, that's what it was. Then the raiding they kept coming, and I didn't really see any walls go up. And there was just the orange Halbs really in the back line. Munsif eventually started making his own halberdiers and protecting his own stuff. And then when these guys were kind of all out, I just switched from, I'm like, okay, you guys didn't get to see these Bohemians at full strength, so let me come out and show you guys. This is going to be a little bit tougher for you to deal with than you think, than what I've been just sending you your way. Just helps. It was just helps. So I sent some siege their way to show, hey, these guys can actually do some interesting plays, and yeah. So that's what that was really about, and to kind of give my guys one last hurrah. but they didn't rally around it, and they didn't move with it. So then there's the one time where I asked Sharky to charge with the paladins to kill the onagers and Mugadai. He charged in, and then Shoaib's like, my town center is getting hit, and then Sharky ran from the front line to all the way back to Shoaib's base when my halberdiers are already being like created there and already killing Dobo's hussars. By the time his paladins even came back, all the hussars are dead, and he's like, "Where are the hussars?" It's like, why'd you leave the front line? I get he called it because it was a little confusing when Shoaib said we need a paladin charge and my TC is getting hit. He kind of called them together, so I think Sharky misinterpreted as the paladin charge needs to come home. So there was some miscommunications like that. There was a little bit of siloing. Sharky left, Munsif right, and Shoaib mid again as well.
Okay, understandable. Um, I guess y'all can. I'm gonna talk to someone privately for like 5 minutes. In the meantime, you guys can kind of like at least in your head kind of think about like the game a little bit and maybe about like this next civs just in your head like what you want to kind of figure out. I'll be right back. 5 minutes. Yo,
Yo,
freaking that Munsif going side thing was just holy shit.
that was
He left
one
himself
of the
open so bad.
that was one of the dumbest things I've seen, and I was
I
like,
I was like,
what?
what the shit are you doing, bruh? And
Yo,
all
so
all his defenses in the front, like nothing.
yeah, so so they call for strategy where it's like, okay, we're gonna undercut the side so we can get the markets up. I'm like, fine, whatever. Yo, he undercuts and starts getting the berries. I'm like, the fuck is this?
Yeah, because the sides, bro.
No, he
Dude.
didn't want to go through mid to get the side. I'm just like,
Yeah, yeah,
oh
yeah, yeah, yeah,
my.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know. That's
Yeah,
why
yeah,
he
yeah.
think had placed the berries there, but shit, he got rolled because he pulled that shit. You know, it's that mentality, right? Like
Yeah.
not wanting to be there in the front to contest against that. So now he's like, you know what? Passive gold through trade, and the whole map is designed against that. Like you can't just do that to start. Like no way can you do that. I guess the question is like, so 2 games in, bro. I mean, is it just like a team of slow peak people just like are just
Slow and siloed.
slow and silo? So the problem is that, like you think we're gonna have to do some switching?
I think so.
Because I have a feeling that like everybody's slow.
Yo, this shit's ridiculous. Like literally, so the Fog of War. I'm watching Vassal kill boars in the Fog of War, and he clears out his area. I know he's mining, and that's when like Shuaib starts coming out and Munsif starts coming out, and then Munsif split focused, so he's not even really killing boars. I'm just like, oh my. And then when Vassal started building the bombard towers forward, I was just like, okay, no, no.
Um, I'm literally thinking that it's gonna be tough to like switch any one particular person. The problem is if I switch Logan, it's going to be I mean it's all gonna be a little whack. So I'm thinking that at least to get certain players to be able to a chance to help support and get faster and paced. Between you and I'm thinking that you may have to switch now. And then we may have to put like Fassel, Logan, and Shoaib with Sharky. Because the issue is that the problem is like I think you're saying, which is there we have maybe a player that's a bit faster or players that because of that player being faster, the other players the problem is you have nobody who's like matching that, right? So the problem is that everybody is getting kind of behind, and the problem is the map's a tiny map, so shit. like a smaller
Yeah,
map,
so
so
the
you don't really
only
get a chance.
person who's securing resources is freaking Show. That's been the issue.
Yeah, but
Only
he's not going to be able to. The problem is that
he can't
you
do
know.
anything by himself.
So I guess the question, the problem is that if I give Fassel up, then it's like really bad.
Yeah, I know, because I was freaking pancaking him with bombard cannons. You saw that, right?
Yeah, I know. So maybe, so I have a feeling that we, for this, at least for now, we may just have to do you, Munsif, Dobo.
We can try it.
You'll have to come on over to my side and then have these guys work on the other side, and then when they're talking with each other, hopefully that, and then so Shoaib gets that. So there's a significant advantage that they can get with that, but then you can also compensate. You know what I mean? Like I think you can kind of work closely with Munsif a bit, and then kind of compensate. And maybe this time I would literally maybe throw Munsif in mid so he freaking has no way. You know what I mean? Like he has no
Yeah.
way out. So throw him mid, and you pick once you pick one, whatever, doesn't matter which side, and then throw double on the other side. Like,
Yeah, we can try that.
because to me, I think that any other combination is a little harder to manage with the balance.
Yeah.
So the only thing I can think of is try
I
to put you as
honestly,
much as a disadvantage.
I feel like right now it's mostly Facile kind of
Yeah, I know,
breaking it.
I know, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, and we want that. So now, technically, if we can get a stronger team, and then you have and because of the way the map is, like I mean, you'll still have your work cut out of you. It's not like you can protect the whole freaking line either. So,
Yeah.
um, but I would say throw Munsif mid, force him to fight and gather his resources or whatever, and then I guess you can pick whichever one you want. Maybe you could go green, and I'll try to break out on yellow side first for Dobo.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I think fair. I think we're good.
Hmm.
What the hell happened to these guys?
They split up for civs.
Thing. When I told Blue made a comment on Dobo when he was like, "You handle it," or like not you handle it, but like saying that, "Oh, go take him out," because Dobo, when you scouted those barracks, oh, you wrecked all of them on the right. You totally that totally stopped Munsif's strategy or whatever to take that side. I don't know, like I guess someone was saying he cut through the forest to then just bury through, but it's just that's all it took, just scout it and then prevent them, and then the castle on the left. We had plenty of time to get that. I don't know what was going on or whatever. Like I didn't ping it in time. Fassel didn't know, like you were like where, and I was like, oh shit, and then we didn't have trebs, and then you told Blue because I don't know what if you had a castle yet.
I got it in the end. But anyhow, we're all back on.
I wasn't gonna help with that shit
I
anyway.
know you weren't to, but I'm just saying that it's like
Right.
that was another opportunity.
Sure. So I think, guys, I think generally it seems to me, at least in 2 games, especially the second game, I thought it was going to be a bit better. I think that the other team is a bit generally just slow, so we're gonna have to switch this up.
Let's try the same team third game. Yeah, I was talking to the guys about changing some stuff up, so I want to try that out.
I know you want to try that out, but right now the issue is that we need to actually help some folks on this map. So that's what we need to do right now is help some folks on this map. And I want to see what you're gonna do when you're not like hamstrung. Because I think Shoaib, you've been playing like super okay. So it's a matter of like, I want to see what you're able to do when you're kind of have teammates that can work with you, and then and at the same time, I want to be able to train some folks on the other team on this side. So to me, the most important player right now that we need to train on the 2v2 in the 2v2 is Munsif, right? So what we're gonna do is keep the teams where Fassel and because I can't keep Logan because Logan's pretty strong too. So Logan and Fassel are gonna switch to Schwabe. Sharky stays same because I think he's been kind of doing okay, kind of so doing okay. And Salman's gonna work with Munsif and train him a bit, and Dobo's gonna do Dobo things. So we're gonna just kind of work that angle, and then we'll see how that sort of plays out. So switch, and then I'll have a quick chat with the team of 4 on the other
So
side.
what are the teams again? I'm kind of confused.
Me, Munsif, Dobo, and Kurum.
Okay, you, Munsif, Dobo, and Khram. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay.
We do this next week instead. We can't
No.
keep the same teams and
No, because I need to see what this other thing is. Now you've played two games, so I need to see how this other thing is gonna play out, right?
yeah, but we were about to change the whole thing in the third game. So I don't know why you guys decided to do that now.
Say that again?
We were about to change our way of playing. I mean, we learned from our thing that we did the last 2 games, but anyways.
I understand, but yeah, I wouldn't argue about that. Like, just switch it up and let's go. It's pretty easy.
Alright, well, Munsif, go red. You're gonna be mid. Dobo, you can go yellow.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sure. Dobo, how was the polls?
It was okay. I didn't I like the rating component of it. I was talking to them, while you guys were off, just just a new civ. I would have hated to be the main person fighting in mid for them, but I did quite enjoy their ability to raid.
I mean, that's one of the things they excel at, so yeah. And then the other problem was, these guys weren't even defending against your raids.
Oh yeah, no. When you were standing there with your line of halps, I was like, oh well, just gotta run around the other side.
And then you go run, and it's like, there's a swarm of alpha dudes chasing me. They're
Like, I know I
everywhere.
can take out some, but I can't take out 60 of them. Fuck.
They're everywhere. Yeah.
No, I felt like, and then too, it pulled a lot of resources back when I would get back there, and it would give Logan and Fast an opportunity to crack open some more gaps for me to sneak back in through later.
Yeah.
All right, let's pick the colors and then at least it gives them an idea in it.
Munsif is away for a little bit. Double, what do you feel like playing tonight? Or for the last game?
Am I picking first or?
No.
No.
They'll pick first.
Sharky will go before you.
How'd you like the polls, by the way?
Are you saying he liked them for rating and not so much
Yeah.
for an upfront fight?
Sure.
This is the third time I was asked this, by the way.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah.
when you guys
No.
were
Yeah, that's
when you
fine.
guys were together. No, but it was I really liked the rating aspect and the trample damage and
Hey, good.
all
By
that.
the way, good call on the raids, though. Just FYI, Dobo, because I didn't really kind of direct you. Like you basically said, "Hey, can you destroy this barrack?" I mean, that was the play of the game, by the way, because you getting in like that was tremendous. So
Yeah,
good
no,
Yo,
call on that.
I literally built that barracks because there was no walling.
No. What I'm saying is
No,
that
no,
there was a barrack that I
Yeah.
had to
Oh.
block, but that Munsif did not actually block
Gotcha.
that side. So basically, it was like my barrack was the wall, and then Dobo said, "Hey, can you delete your barrack?"
He
So
went
it just kinda worked out
Magyars.
that- Okay.
He really wants to play Cav Archers.
Ah. Okay. Good for him.
Oh, I changed to Tatars.
Still wants to play Cav Archers.
Oh.
Yeah, that building, I didn't expect you're gonna remove it for them, by the way.
No, he told me to. I
Yeah,
didn't
but
myself.
still, I mean,
Yeah, but
I mean,
What do
if
you
they
mean?
ask for a building delete, then they'll do it.
Like I wasn't gonna do it by myself.
So, Deva, what you feel like? Your buddy is going cav archers.
I know, and I hate cav archers. And
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's gonna be harder for him to get cav archers than he thinks because he's in the back. The man's got no gold. He's gonna struggle to get the cav archers out for a good minute.
what do you guys think about the Cumans?
Humans is a good pick. You will be. Looks like you're across from Logan. By the way.
Ooh, that might change it then. Can I be the polls again?
Sure. If you enjoy
Nah,
them.
I'm just kidding. I was kidding. I don't want to just go raid Logan the whole time. I mean, I do, but I don't. I think it'd be more useful for me to be the Cumans. You guys go with that pick?
So humans, you what are you gonna be making?
Cav.
I mean, early game. I understand late game. You're going into Paladin. I'm talking
Yeah.
about early game.
Hussars. Probably do combo Hussars to kind of scout as well as build up a little bit of a backlog of them. Then, my system Halbs base and did some skirms at the beginning. Nothing crazy, just a full mixed bag.
Okay. Sure.
How are the Kipchaks versus? I mean, not versus, but in relation to Cav Archers.
Weaker health, higher damage output.
I go Guns.
So they can take less hits than a Cav Archer, but they'll be dishing out more damage than a standard Cav Archer.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
So if you put those two versus each other, typically the Cav Archer will win because it's just more tanky.
Yeah.
But as long as you
mostly gonna
got
be
something to protect the Archer, they do work.
Tell him what? Because I don't think he knows.
Hmm?
He doesn't know what to protect, like how to protect it.
No, I said as long as he has something to protect the Archers, they'll do work.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, he doesn't know, like.
No, but he's going Paladin more.
Okay.
He said he's going Cav heavy.
Okay, got it.
Also,
So, Dobo, you're
FYI,
gonna have to get
Dobo.
those farms up.
Yeah, FYI, Dobo, the Bohemian Spearman line gets extra bonus damage, so it's killing your Hussars even faster.
Good to know now. Thanks. You should have told me mid game.
Are you still gonna play raids, Dobo, or you gonna change your style?
I mean, I'm not really planning on doing raids like last game.
Okay.
No surprise,
still gonna
Vassal
go
wins
cold?
Spanish.
Yeah.
Munsiv, what you feel like?
Well, I'm trying to compliment everyone. Let me see. So I guess he's gonna be cavalry. For sure, I'm not gonna be. Every player should have at least 2 rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna play Tutens again today.
Okay.
Yeah, but in this case, I would count on you guys. No, wait. Double wait in the back. Okay, so you're not gonna be the raids. I'm gonna go siege infantry, but Dobo, I don't want you to go mostly with raids. I mostly need you with me most of the time, and the raids will be on call.
Ours.
Yeah, because I can be alone. If I play siege, I can be alone. I will need support. And you're gonna be targeting their siege too. So, let me see which one in their kills were. Switch to bars. I don't care. We have wood. Okay, I'm gonna go Celts. If that's fine.
Sure.
Can take the hit.
Mm-hmm.
So Munsif, like since you're mid, you just have to take over and hold, right? And then expand, right?
Yeah, that's
And
gonna
then
be critical.
yep. And the other thing is like you'll have to also kind of be mindful of like where the initial markets are, and then as we get more space, like you'll have to upgrade the markets, like increase the distance so the market positioning will change, right? Like kind of keep that in mind.
That for sure is gonna change. But the question, we're gonna go to. I think we're gonna split it two teams or two players in one corner, right?
Hmm?
We're gonna have two uh two players in one corner. We're not gonna have a mixed. So how did you guys play it last time? Who went to the right and who went to the left? Are you gonna stay in the right side with Dobo and me go with Salman in the left side? Anyways, we'll figure it out after. That's fine.
No, I just not playing like that.
Where did you make your marks last game? It's based on you. On the right side or left side?
Me?
Or both? Yes. Yes.
No, well, I didn't do it both, right? So I build it close to where yellow.
Slavs.
Okay, so the right side. Okay.
So, Tatars, Slavs, and Spanish. Okay.
You'll have to deal with. You may have to deal with a little bit of annoying treb shit. So it's going to be more of a like, hey, we're forcing engage kind of thing.
Yeah, but likewise, I'm doing the same.
Yep.
You're not playing passive this time, Salman, right? Are
No.
you?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Munsif is like, yes.
No, no. This last game was on call, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
We had to call where to go. It's.
Well, you have to remember, I was trying to push mid, defend you and Sharky. So
Yeah, I understand. I understand. No, but what happened is like many points, like not only one time. You had so many units just standing there, and me getting like harassed by My village, they were all dying one at a time, and your units were just standing there doing nothing. I had to call that for you to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I can see everything on the map going on at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, usually when it was just like one, I was typically there, but at that time, I think the Vassal's Paladins were in too. They discussing strat, man. All right, so Dobo is going to be cow focused later on. Uh, we're all going to be scouting. Munsif, you need to secure a mid. I'll try to secure the side to your left and then move left. Dobo, try to do the same maybe if you can. You will be across from Logan, so that might be a little tough. But try to at least secure your own resources if you can, right?
Yep.
And if you have a chance to raid early, go ahead. I doubt you will, because it's Logan, and he likes to build lots of military early. So keep that in mind. But yeah, my big thing with you is I would like for you to try to secure your own resources, and that way Munsif's right is not exposed. His right flank won't be exposed because you'll be there, right?
Yep.
And then when Munsif has his own middle secured, he can kind of contest Shui across from him, and I'll be contesting Vassal across from me. So if you see an opportunity to hit Logan, do it. If not, don't. I don't want you wasting resources.
Do it, but don't make it a priority. I got it.
Yeah. I'll do it if you see an opportunity. If you do not, then the bigger priority is making sure Munsif's right flank is not exposed. That's going to be really big.
Got it.
And Munsif, you might need to help Dobo try to secure his own resources. I'll do my best to make sure you don't need to come over to my side.
Well, I mean, yeah. Let's do your the one between us first together, so we clear first, and then I can go join Dobo. It's when two people are doing it at the same time, it's faster. So I think it's better this way.
Yeah. Yeah, anyway, so the way we're built, we're gonna be kind of, with the exception of Dobo, we're kind of slow. So we're gonna be kind of slow pushing them. Try to keep your siege alive when you get to that stage, Munsif.
Yeah.
I'll try to snipe any halberdiers that are forward for you, Dobo. That should help you out as well. So from the looks of it, Logan's the siege player. Yeah, but expanding is critical in this map. Yeah, you don't expand, don't contest or secure resources. You guys have seen the result of that in 2 games. Yeah, so from the looks of it, me and Munsif are going to be a little bit more wood heavy. Dobo is going to be focusing on food and gold. So, you know, you're going to want the farms out again, like you did with the poles. Need them farms. And Munsif, you're also going to need a mix. Because, you know, it's going to be a food fight early on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, you know, that mix is going to be important. Because you'll need wood for siege later on, but obviously you don't need that too much early. You need it for halbs and skirms early. And then you also need food for halbs and skirms as well. Save talk over?
Yeah, they just wanted to. I just want to talk over your like. They wanted to know about your pick, and that's all. Not a big deal. It's still gonna come down to execution and all that other shit. Plus, I think last game, like there was a lot of holes. I mean, it never even got to the point where the holes could be exploited. But I'm just saying, like there was a lot of holes and other things that I was doing, which they technically wouldn't be able to do anymore. So it's not like they could like bust out and go like with the same way. Expand the same way, right? You
They
know what I
got
mean?
hunts. Yeah.
Yeah. So Tarkons and then more of for your stuff, and then maybe more, you know.
Yeah, it's just it'll be a little bit more conscientious of an early rush.
What do you want help with?
Let's see, Huns, Tatars, Spanish, Slavs, maybe some like cavalry. As long as Mutsu's got a solid infantry output, we should be pretty decent on infantry.
They pick Tatars.
Tatars, Spanish, Slavs, and Huns. Those are their 4 picks.
I will help you. Last time I went Persians, it kind of
I know.
screwed them up with the. So I may actually not do the camel thing. So let me. Yeah. Can you imagine if I went Italians?
I was thinking about it. I was
know,
thinking
but-
about going Italians myself, but I was like, nah.
Nah, no. Can't do it. Kind of OP. I'll just go what you said, which is I'll frank it up and just give you the bearer support. I'll just give you the
Mhm.
cap support that you want.
Can't ready up.
All right, let's start.
All right, communicate.
Mhm.
The surface area Munzer for you in mid isn't like the biggest either. You know what I mean? Because your sides flanks will be protected because
As
of the
long as
wood
I have
line.
enough space to build in the back, I should be fine.
There's plenty.
Ready. Correct. Willem. Bolden. Bolden. Yay. Yours. Yay. Willem. Bolden.
Just Munzer, just be careful. You may need to build a barracks soon.
Bolden.
You know what I mean?
Well, Dobo is now in my team, so.
No.
No.
Shoaib's
the hell?
Huns.
Oh yeah, I see.
Ready.
Start that.
And you build a stable first.
No, well,
Bolden.
Just pray he doesn't come.
Oh wow.
Or you're dead. Or
Oh
you
wow. What?
dead. Oh shit.
Damn.
Bolden. Ready. Mandaten. Bolden.
Alright,
Bolden.
you get that.
Yay. Ready. Reason correct. Yours. Willem.
Purple coming into the scout.
Yay. Correct. Reason. Yay. Mandaten. Bolden. Yes. Ready.
Double pikemen, skirmishers, and a couple of horses.
Yep,
Once you've set up your
building.
economy, so you should be solid. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm building barracks right now.
Yeah. You be solid. Keep it up.
Yes. Yes.
Ready. Bulden. Bulden. Bulden.
Queuing up my first scout.
Bulden. Yay. Fight.
Alright, they have a palisade wall they're putting up. Blue has a lot of halves and
And
skirmishers
skirms.
already.
Mm-hmm.
Logan's garrisoning all his units, so I can't see how many he has.
Yay.
Wait, who on their side's trapped behind the tree line?
Sharky.
Vassal?
Sharky.
Yay.
Grayton. Bulden. Bulden. Yay. Bulden.
Ready. Fatal. Mandatum. Ready. Fight. Yay. Cretan. Mandatum. Equivalent. Yay. Ready. Yay. Yes.
Make sure your automates are built.
Mandatum. Bulden.
Mandatum. Bulden.
Make sure your mill is, you know.
Ready.
Recycling.
Mm-hmm. Logan or Shoaib's already out killing boars.
Fight. Yay. Hold him. Mandatum. Ready. Mandatum. Yay, yay. Ready. Yes.
Alright, I'm gonna go for this patch of stone up here.
Mandatum. Ready. Yay. Fatal. Mandatum. Fight. Ready. Pitch. Ready. Yes. Fatal.
Yay. Mandatum. Chopper. Chopper. Dich.
Cretan. Chopper. Correct.
Need to get some more
Hold 'em.
houses
Hold 'em,
up.
hold 'em. Hold 'em, hold 'em.
Ready. Chopper. Bulden. Grayton. Bulden.
Yay. Equivalent. Mandatum. Yay. Yay. Ready. Yes. Yes.
You building a TC?
Equivalent. Yay. Mandatum. Ready. Yay. Mandatum. Equivalent. Yay. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Fatal. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Yay. Equivalent. Yes. Yay. Fight. Equivalent. Yes. Fatal. Equivalent. Yes. Yay. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Equivalent. Fight. Yes. Equivalent. Yes. Yay. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Ready. Equivalent. Yay. Fatal. Yes. Yes. Yay. Equivalent. Fatal. Yes. Mandatum. Ik willen. Fight. Ready. Yeah. Ik willen. Yes. Yay. Mandatum. Ready. Yay. Ik willen. Ready. Yeah. Yes. Fatal. Mandatum. Ik willen. Yay. Yay. Yes. Ready. Yes. Fight. Mandatum. Ik willen. Fatal. Yay. Mandatum. Ready. Mandatum. Fatal. Yay. Yes. Yes. Ready.
Ready. Dich.
Yay. Yes.
Man.
Building my market.
Hold him.
Yay.
Yep, likewise, mine going up right here.
Golden.
Yay. Yay.
Got a scout in here.
I got him.
Ready.
Check him, make him a second TC there.
Fatal. Fatal. Ik willen. Mandatum. Yay. Yay. Ik willen. Yes.
Grayton. Golden.
I'm gonna do my second TC a bit further up. I'm probably gonna throw it here.
I'm doing my second TC right here.
Yes. Yes. Fatal.
Mandatum. Dich. Ready. Golden. 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 Golden.
Mandatum. Ready. Mandatum. Yay. Ik willen. Yes. Yay. Yay. Ik wil. Yay. Ready. Ik willen.
Gonna go see if I can pass the Shoaib a bit.
Alright, so I'm gonna have your presence here on resources.
Yes.
Vassal coming in here too.
Yes. Yay. Fatal. Ik willen. Yay. Yes. Ik willen. Fatal. Yes. Yes. Yay. Ik willen. Fight. Yes.
But if you don't have enough farms, you need many more farms.
Mandatum. Yay. Ready.
I
Fight.
have them on the left side.
Yes. Ik willen. Fatal.
Yeah, make more farms, because right now, I know you want wood, but right now food is your limiting factor, right? And you didn't
I
army,
have-
an army.
Yeah, I have 600 and 500.
Yeah, make an army too.
I make
More army so you can start taking get their resources. See, they got their TCs here already.
Yay. Yes.
Alright, Logan's gonna rush him.
Horses on the cap on
Alright,
there. The skirmishers. Yeah, they died.
Yes.
You have to go back to your TC, otherwise you'll just die.
We got skirmers coming in right now.
Yeah, you didn't have skirms with you. Just move them. Oh no, actually, not too bad, bro. You did good. Open it up again. You did good there.
Thank you.
Grayton. Golden. Golden. Mandatum. Golden. Ready. Dich. Mandatum. Correctus.
Got bombard towers going up in mid.
Ready. Yeah. Yes.
Build a TC if you can. Once if another TC around here, so you can collect the resources faster. And get a larger army, skirmishers, pikemen,
A
couple
lot
of
of facile, getting a lot of stone. That looks like it should be raidable. To the mining camp.
Mm.
Okay, I'll be on it.
Ready. Yay, pitch.
And once if make a market if you can.
I did already.
Oh, okay.
Yay. Hold 'em. Yay. Ready. Equivalent. Yes, yeah, equivalent.
Yay. Ulden. Grayton. Ready. Ulden.
Freedom. Hold 'em. Hold 'em. Yay. Ready.
Alright, I got through the gate.
Ready. Yay.
They have a castle up.
Mandatum. Ready.
Yeah, they have a castle.
Yay. Fatal. Mandatum. Ready. Equivalent. Equivalent. Yay. 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 Mandatum.
Once if how's your food and wood?
Yay. Yay. Yay.
3,000 to 2,800.
Okay.
Mandatum.
More villagers, more army.
Grayton.
Okay.
Ulden.
Double more pikemen. You've got too many skirmishers.
Ulden.
Yep.
Ulden.
Greeting. Hold 'em.
I'm in the middle of raid right now. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Ooh. Oh wow, Adobo.
Nice.
Mandatum. Ulden. Dich. Ulden. Dich.
Ready. Yay. Equivalent.
Yeah, I slipped through their gate.
Nice. Got the Treb going.
Yay.
More
Can you clear
Treb.
those wars? Dobo, can you clear those wars?
Equivalent.
Where at?
Mandatum. Ready.
Oh, yep, got him.
Yes. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. Equivalent. Yay. Mandatum. Fatal. Yay. Fight. Ready. Mandatum. Fatal. Mandatum. Hold 'em. Yay. Equivalent. Yay. Equivalent. Yay.
Grayton. Ulden.
Ready. Fatal. Mandatum. Yes. Fatal. Fatal. Yay. Fatal. Fatal. Yay. Yes.
They're engaging me. Right here.
Ready. Mandatum.
Okay, makes
Once if some help.
Fight. Yay.
Ready.
Ready. Yay. Fatal. Ready. Willem. Yay.
Alright,
Pitch.
doing a bit of Logan right now, but
Ready. Yes. Fatal.
Once they find another place to get stone too.
Fight. Yes.
Like this area is not bad. You need to bombard this area with villagers so you can get like the stone and the gold.
Well, I
He has a
have
bombard
a
tower.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm making a castle to take his tower.
Okay.
Almost done. My castle. is done.
Yay. Yes. Mandatum.
Castle is up.
Estora. Ready. Fatal. Yay. Fatal. Mandatum. Fight. Ready. Yes. Yes. Fatal. Yay. Yes. Fight. Fatal.
We'll start clearing all these
Lots
boards.
of halberdiers right here.
Gold is not good.
Yeah, but food and wood, food and wood. You need food and wood. You need send assistance, pikemen, and skirmishers.
Mandatum? Yay, dich.
Trap. I need a trap.
Back in a trap. Back in trap to hit the tower here. Sending 2 traps that way. One safe.
Okay.
I can help back you up right over there.
Rebuild your castle. Good. Oh, here's my trap. What is doing?
Got paladins here now.
Yeah, welcome to come.
Setting my 2 traps here onto Shoaib's castle.
First, I haven't given up. I just wrecked the Rico.
Oh, nice, good job.
They got the trap here going too. I got the long range archer support for you too. Oh man. Send in the archers to help you out.
What's the objective?
What do you mean?
What is the objective?
With what?
This
You
guy.
guys. So you're not able to push Salman back, that's what I'm hearing.
Yes. What is the objective?
The objective is for you to be able to push him back so you can expand and do your thing. So I'm just trying to figure out why you can't.
Because Dova's doing a great job. He's negated Logan. Sharky just broke out, and yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask Salman to move back, and then. Well, it depends on if I ask Salman to move back. Are you able to mount anything, or are you just done?
Oh, I mean, well, we're not done, but you know, we're on our back foot.
All right, on your back foot, figure out what you need to do, and I'll ask Salman to move back, and then you'll figure out what to do.
All right.
Salman, move back.
I already did. But where are all these villagers going?
Yellow.
That was just how did you fuck with them and put a fucking whatchamacallit, watchtower there? Was I finished Logan?
Oh wow.
I managed it on the paladins and there wasn't much.
I mean, I didn't do anything much.
No, you actually did a really good job of supporting me.
Yeah, supporting, but that's it. I mean, nothing much. Just
But
expanding and supporting.
Yeah, you just gave me the halbs and you defended your resources and I contested.
Alright.
The thing is, when they're put on the position where they're being contested, they actually again gave away that one spot.
Yeah, what you doing, Dobo? I mean, you wanna finish them?
No, Sharky's trying to fight with me right now.
Grayton? Ready, Bulden.
Alright, they give up.
I'm switching channels.
Extravaganza, right?
Anyway, it's
So,
not it, right? So,
let me say my piece, right? So, once again, my understanding going into this game was, there's an ongoing concern about, in this particular game, purple would be joining in, but this game ended up becoming a green and yellow bonanza, and I think that was a complete and utter failure of what the objective of switching out the teams were. Right? Now, as far as Salman flexing and basically smashing down Shoaib and in essence really just putting us off kilter and then, pulling Logan off and allowing Dobo to pretty much double down on his rating, it's just the imbalance was just going to be there, right?
yeah, now let me talk. So I think there's a couple of issues here. First of all, your ass should never be facing Salman. End of story. Your positioning was completely fucked up. End of story. So let's start there. Logan should be the one there, not you. Number one. Number two, player in mid, as in Shoaib, is like working on securing forces, making a castle, a forward castle, is so triggering. It is once again a shitty positioning of a castle, which is going to 100% go down.
I
Okay?
called it out.
Now, you, because of doing that, then you create this whole context of like taking over those area or taking over that resource. Like, oh, now you were denying me, now I'm going to deny you, and then there's a colossal flop that happens. So, regardless of even that castle, first of all, you need to get your position right, because this game, Munsif never got to really do anything, and that's a shame. So my point is that you guys need to quickly adjust, which is give Munsif an opportunity. Because right now for us, the big game is Munsif has to do better. Munsif actually screwed up early game again. And Munsif cannot afford to do that, and we need to make sure that Munsif can at least get his early game and get a practice rep on his early game, like really quickly. So what I want to do is I want to make sure, first of all, change your position. I want Logan always facing Salman, period. No exceptions. Number 2, you want to have like your player, like for example, like it's either
Yes, I can't play.
no,
another game.
I'm not.
We're
saying
not
that.
playing another
I'm not
game.
even talking about that. I'm not talking
Oh,
about
okay.
another game. I'm
Oh,
just
okay,
talking
okay.
general. But hey, Logan. Hey, Dobo, you gotta go. Thank you very much. I know you got a trip tomorrow, so I'll catch you later. Thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
take
goodbye.
care.
So, yeah.
So you got your positioning wrong. That has nothing to do with anyone. That has everything to do with you guys. And I am not expecting at this stage of the game for me to tutor you guys on how to position players.
So hold on, we did the right thing. We called the game. It's done. We move on.
Now listen, no. Now this is the moving on is the part of what was the objective. Well, how can we talk about objectives when the very elementary 101 you guys couldn't even handle that, right? Which is positioning. Your strongest player who has a stronger early game is MIA.
Oh, so here's the thing. The strongest player had issues dealing with Dobo, right? So I don't know. I feel that that's...
No. What I'm saying is there were other things that were going on, which Logan kind of suggested, which was, hey, he did an initial attack. It put Dobo a little bit on his back foot, but he was still kind of there, and he was working that side. The difference, the problem that you're experiencing is Salman can do something faster than Logan can. Okay? So what I'm trying to tell you is that be it the trigger, be it the castle, be it whatever the bullshit, the fact is that the response that would come in to take out a castle or towers or whatever is going to be something that you guys will have to contend with. Okay, so even say move the castle thing to one side. Say if there's forward-based bombard towers that creep into the other person's area, right? Like say you made a bombard tower or towers that would creeping into the other person's gold and stone, for example. Suddenly the other guy is going to have to take action because it's not the easiest thing for them to initially deal with this thing, all right? So what I'm saying is there was going to be a response no matter what that would happen.
Definitely. Listen, Shoaib didn't hold back. I couldn't get him to hold back. So, that was a concern and that was an issue of not being on the same page on our side, right? And there was like a splitting up where I was trying to play support on both sides, but Shoaib just triggered Salman so bad that I could not, right? So there's a limit to my ability to support, and those guys just double down. So anyway, I don't know what else to say other than the game did not follow what I thought the goal was, which was just to give Munsif an opportunity to be a part of a three-prong, joint force, attack. That's what I thought the objective was.
Well, all I'm saying is that just learn. So, for example, what happened that was uncharacteristic of this game? What's uncharacteristic of this game is wrong positioning. Your strongest player who could have mounted a response or could have had a response that could have put, for example, and by the way, you've had successes in the past, was not present there. That was your first as a collective, that was the mistake. That threw the whole game off to just start the game. Then on top of that, the forward castle was just I mean, I'm just amazed at this stage of the time we're still talking about forward castles. And I'm also amazed that, again, and I'm not going to call out specifically, I'm going to say is that if bombard towers are made just in your own area with your own resources just for your defense, it's one thing. If bombard towers somehow manage to start attacking the other players, like their gold area or whatever, that is another trigger point, right? Like that'll inherently be a trigger point that's going to happen no matter what. So what I'm saying is understand the delicate balance here, right? The balance issue right now. The balance issue right now is
Yay.
wrong positioning.
Mandatum.
A player who
Yay.
can provide a response isn't
Mandatum.
present, and on the flip
Yay.
side, where the
Yay.
player could provide a response, right? The thing is that it wasn't like that response was where Dobo was immediately wiped out or anything, right? Like it wasn't just like that. Dobo had like enough significant forces in the beginning, even though he still kind of struggled somewhat. But the thing is that Logan kind of moved further deep in while Dobo already had some forces already kind of there, and his presence was already there. But even if that attack was, I wouldn't say it was a failure. I think it kind of put Dobo a little bit, unsettled him. The issue is still not necessarily everything that happened there, unless the expectation is, well, we're gonna do. Because here's the thing, right? If Logan wipes Dobo area there,
Hey, 1 second. So that was never the agreed upon thing. I was under the impression that Logan was just holding back Dobo from his behavioral, insistence of constant raiding, right? So we just were saying, okay, just establish yourself in a way that just completely inhibits the raiding, right? And it was never meant to be, like a, seek out and destroy mission. That was definitely not my understanding. Nor was it for Shoaib to go in and do a seek out and like kick someone the hell out. Never my understanding, right? So I feel extremely exasperated because I feel that everybody was doing their own thing.
okay, so I don't know. At this point, I'll just simply say, specific points, which is wrong positionings. Number 2, if you're going to go against a player that's generally stronger than you, that's not the time where you're contesting resources necessarily, but you can still passively collect resources without contesting them, right? Like that's possible, okay? And then if you're going to do things defensively, you can actually passively collect resources and defensively build so that you're protected against raids, for example, especially that early in the game. I mean, literally pikemen and skirmishers are good enough. Like, period. Because what? The other guy's either going to be infantry or his own skirmishers or maybe even cavalry. And cavalry, in that mess, they wouldn't be able to get there. The fact that the positioning was wrong, and then, that the trigger point happened, and then, then everything kind of like, I would say just kind of spiral off, which is more bombard towers show up, which further exasperates the other guy on the other side who's like, oh, okay.
Wait a second. I don't think those bombard towers were that aggressive. They were well behind. Simon, you want to comment on that, or Munsif wants to comment on that? I do not think that the bombard towers were an aggressive trigger point.
So, from my point of view, yes, the bombard towers were not in an aggressive stance. However, you rely on them one too much. And my biggest problem, besides that horrible castle, was no one decided to secure that one flank. And so the main talking point when I was going through with these guys was, all right, hey, Munsif's going to secure mid. Your main objective, secure mid, get his resources, which I'm looking at the map. He didn't really do. He secured it. He didn't get his resources. The idea was to, come around from my side, kill the boars, and then he go mid. And I'm like, okay, man, I'm going to secure your left flank so nothing can bother you on the left side. I want you in mid and securing mid. And then Dobo, I said, hey, your primary objective is to move forward, secure your own resources. If you see an opportunity to raid, go ahead. If not, do not. Those were my instructions going into this game. So Munsif has some things to work on looking at it. Dobo did exactly what I asked him to. I didn't really ask much for Dobo. I wanted him to secure his resources, which he did. He didn't collect all of them, but he went further to the side and collected those ones on the side. So he's still collecting, the contested area resources. So I'm still okay with that. and then I saw one opportunity to raid. I'm like, hey man, this mining camp, opportunity to raid. I didn't look back. I didn't see him going all the way into Logan's base. But my biggest annoyance, like, who was supposed to secure Shoaib's flank? The whole shit happened because no one contested his flank.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? So maybe Shoaib can chime in on this because I just felt completely on the back foot. There was no readiness check here. I mean, there is this notion where you want to see that, you have your partners, your teammates, have a footprint established there, right? Saman, whenever you and I play, that has always been the case. Important decisions are made based on, your teammates, whether they're there or not, right? My big struggle, and Trey, I'd love for you to chime in, is I just felt that extreme velocity, right? That's what I felt in the politest way, because I think that you were moving with extreme velocity.
Yeah, I guess I can chime in. So, I mean, from my side, since obviously we talked about I was the Huns, right? I also didn't do technically any rating and nothing like that, right? I was kind of trying to play relatively conservative, right? So I wanted, instead of doing the early rating, I want to take advantage and basically come out and start, collecting resources, right? That are in front of me, for example. And then that's when, I guess, like Saman was saying, from the flank, I guess he of course started attacking my villagers and, army there, right? With some skirms and, some food units mostly, right? And then at the same time, I saw Munsif coming in, with his forces in mid as well, which I called out like, hey, Saman and Munsif are here, right? But I guess I'm looking at the replay too. I guess basically there was just, I guess we were maybe not fast enough, I guess, to get to that flank in time. Cause that's basically, before I built the castle, that's when Saman started building the TC and the keep next to it, right? Like in front of our face, right? Which we couldn't deny that, for example. So that's what triggered me, I guess, to build a castle, regardless of the placement, which I know is bad. But that's what triggered me to build a castle, to at least try to take out, his TC and keep that was there right in front of our flank, right? In our area, for example. But, yeah, I mean, I think overall we just didn't have, I guess we were not quick enough, basically.
It's not even about being quick enough. You guys actually made one good solid attempt to push me out of the area. However, you were not expecting Munsif to show up. When Munsif showed up, then it's like, okay, you guys need to rethink what's going on, because I didn't have enough halberdiers, but I did have some halberdiers, and you had the paladins, which was it was great to see. And then Munsif came in with all the the halberdiers, and then it's like, okay, paladin is not gonna work here anymore, right? And then you guys were so focused on the trebs, you lost your early gold on the paladins, and then it just kind of spiraled from there, in my opinion.
Well, Munsif also built that, wall in the mid, the small wall, against the berries, which I tried to deny, but I couldn't, right? And then obviously then you had free reign to use trebs behind the wall to take out all of our buildings, right? So that hurt too, obviously.
Yes.
That was a good move on your guys' part, because technically, we couldn't come in that straight in, right?
Yes. So that was like, I saw that and I used the opportunity to hit you guys because we had the walls up, but that all of that really kind of goes back to no one covered Shoaib's flank, and you guys really kind of paid the price for not protecting the flank. It's critical that when you have a player kind of exposed like that. So on the flip side, I was the first to go out, so I was the one exposed. And then Munsif kind of knew when he was going mid, he could fall back left because I had already secured the position. I had the units there, right? Whereas on the flip side, Shoaib came out, built the TC, and he had secured mid, right? But there was nobody going left from my perspective. So I'm telling you, the biggest thing that annoyed me, from my perspective, it was left side. Nobody came out left side. I did not see Fassel come out left side. I was expecting Fassel to come out left side. and Shoaib unfortunately was the one who paid the price for that.
Yeah, I know that that's where you're examining the breakdown. Like if you were to identify a specific breakdown, but I think from our like Khurram is probably the most correct one when he says that Logan should have been in that spot.
Yes,
number
yes,
one.
that goes back to positioning. That nobody came to the left flank, and Logan,
Even-
we
but
know,
even
comes
so-
out.
But even so, I established a footprint right next to
No, so
Shoaib and mid.
you went to mid to establish a front, but you didn't you didn't go left. That's the problem.
I understand that. That's not what took the game down, and that's not what triggered you, and that's not what freaking doubled down on us, right? I think that there was something that began when the castle went up, and it was a chain reaction. And what I'm trying to tell you is that Sharky didn't even get a chance to break out at this point, right? We had agreed that we're going to have Sharky be a participant. He never got to be. I was pacing myself for a different type of game, and Shoaib was playing a different type of game. And I believe that Logan, you're welcome to chime in, but I believe Logan was playing a different type of game. I believe Logan was playing a command and control Doba, and I was low key kind of surprised when he said, if I leave left, Doba is gonna take him out, and I just don't expect that, right?
Yeah, honestly, I was not expecting Dobo to go in and wreck Logan. So my maneuver was calculated based on the fact that Dobo did not succeed on the right side.
No,
That
he
was-
succeeded.
Yeah, no, so
because
that's
I
what.
pulled out. I said I'm leaving, and then Dobo's gonna have free reign. I said that, and so because you guys were saying we need stuff on left, we need your help, and I'm like, guys, I mean, I didn't want to leave, and then I said I'm banning post, I'm helping.
Yeah, so
and
Raven,
that's what's gonna happen, so-
I would want to chime the way I would want you to chime in, because you're very detail oriented. You like to glom on to specific time zones or like areas of time line. I really need you to comment on what I just said. I believe Shoaib was operating at a different pace with a different
Oh, and I
command.
agree. Yeah, I do agree with that. Sure. We both, when we saw that castle, we both kind of, in a way, that threw us off.
Yeah, but did you guys hear what I said before that castle? Saman already was basically attacking. I couldn't collect resources from my main area, right, that I had in front of me.
So a castle's gonna
that's a-
solve that?
Yeah,
No, I
castle's
mean, I'm not saying the castle
response.
was the best response. I'm saying, like, I was getting basically attacked. in my
What
main
actually,
area.
the other thing that happened, Saman, chime in, but I think we did not have. So basically, okay, I'm Slavs, right? I sent over a lot of halbs. I arrived, all I saw were halbs. And Shoaib's like, oh, I was making skirmishers, they're all dead. So I'm like, wait, I'm helping with units that you guys already have. That's not gonna help. And so I basically, that kind of, at that point, I was just like, oh shit, we're really in trouble. And in a way that kind of falls back on like, wait, if you guys expect my help, I mean, you knew that I was gonna make halbs. I'm the Slavs pick. I'm not gonna make something I'm not like a strong unit at, right? Like if why would I send? I mean, yeah, I can make skirmishers. I did send skirmishers, but that also like further like basically I sent everything from right because I thought we needed everything, and so it's kind of just in a way, why did we? No one had skirms. And to a
We did,
number,
we
and,
did, but, yeah, we did
so-
have a good
well,
number.
the other thing too is I just realized when you said Shoaib's Huns, I mean, also Cav's also okay against skirms. I mean, if skirms are going to be shooting at my pikemen, the halbs, have the hussars go around. And I didn't see. I mean, if you're Huns, you got fast stables. I mean, to make, and not as fast as Dobos, but you can make. I mean, we all do. But the thing is, you're Huns, like stables, and you did have a bunch. So it's odd that it was like we all had the same unit. So like archers just feasted on us, and that's kind of bad. I mean, I didn't expect that on that side. But then again,
So what I keep trying to say is that we were playing a different game.
Yeah,
Each of
yeah,
us was playing a different game, and I think this game, rather than it becoming something where we switch teams, so that Munsif has an opportunity to participate in a joint type of a thing, right? Because one of the things that was identified, and Logan, you were identifying this, is like, you know, they're playing separate, right? And so what was really ironic about this game, I felt, was we produced that same gameplay, right? But except for the fact that I was actually right there with Shoaib, but not able to do much because he accelerated. I mean, he catalyzed the conflict at a rate that I could not keep up with, right? So there was a lack of calculation in terms of like, is even Sharky going to be able to join us, right? Is Fassel ready? Do I see all the right gray, footprints that I would need? And I'm not even getting around to what was irritating Salman about no presence on the left side. I mean, you know, Logan, you mentioned this, right? We were going to be a little discombobulated because we were playing on the flip side. So there was a little bit of that. But, you know, my whole thing was, you know, to turtle with Shoaib, right? And I was trying to give him the best thing I could do, which, once again, Salman's trying to pick me about saying you have an over-reliance on bombard towers, but he also knows that I do not have this, you know, high-velocity early game, and the best I can do at that given moment is to do the only thing I can do. And to then say, don't do that, essentially leaves me with no performance, no presence, nada, nothing, right? So that's a concern. So what I felt was Shoaib just went balls to the wall too fast, and I would low-key call it greed on Salman's side. I've never felt Salman has been, how do I say this, unreasonable in denying somebody an ability to get resources, because I do consider him as one of the guides in this game where he does give an opportunity for the opponent to stage something, right? But this whole thing, it just doesn't make sense to me, right? So for example, Shoaib saying, well, Salman threw down a keep in a town center, that triggered me. I'm like, okay, that could be blue. So you're gonna just make a castle? I mean, that just doesn't add up. And that just to me, it was that castle that pretty much ended it. That's what happened to me. That's what I thought. I didn't even think Sharky got a chance to even break out. And everything was just, you know, and then Logan, you were calling on the rage that, you know, he pulled, Dobo pulled. We were in utter chaos. So this game went from, let's just switch out the teams so that, you know, Munsif can get some guidance from Salman, to us basically looking at our gameplay and saying, what the hell what did I just experience? Because that's my feeling right now, is I don't know what I just experienced. Other than the things that Khurram identified, being out of position, or, you know, Salman saying you didn't show up left, but I think that there were so many other problems going on that actually supersede and take greater priority than positioning or lack of presence in left. So that's my take on this. I just felt that we ended up ironically making the same damn mistake that we felt when Logan, you and I were on the other side, that they are not coming together. They're not able to do it. Right? And even if you look at it, you said, well, if I leave, then Dobo will have full reign, right? So then how do we ever come together, right? So we have no answer. So I think, though the game could have been staged to actually go help Munsif for something, we actually ended up faced in the set of circumstances that we actually find, I don't think we have any answers. Even the things Khurram said, it's not enough. I feel that the game velocity, like people's strategies, were just off. You know, and so Logan, if you think about it, if you said, well, you know, what do I do if I leave left? That's it. It's GG from the Dobo side. Well, that might explain why Munsif can't join, right? If that's the case. Right? And if that's the case, then how were we able to join? I think this is where we're exposed, when we think that Khurram being on our side, the blue being on our side, actually allows us more opportunities then that we take for granted. And I think that it's a big misassumption on our part that somebody else is not able to show, right? If I don't know if that makes sense. I think it may be an unfair criticism on Munsif to not be able to join when we were placed into his exact same position. You essentially say the same thing. I cannot join. If I join, we fall. So, you know, that exposes us to, I think, a significant problem in I don't know. I don't think I know enough game knowledge right now to understand the depth of the problems we just experienced. I mean, I'm reeling right now.
Well, no, it's we keep saying it. It's the position the teams are not balanced. The battles of 2v2s were not where they were supposed to be. That's what happened.
No, I don't think so. I think Saman could have just held himself back, right? And
well, that could be, but I mean,
he could have asked Dobo to chill, and he could have held himself back, and we would have still screwed the pooch because we were playing separate.
Oh, I see.
rooms.
Okay. I mean, possibly, yeah.
I think that is entirely the case. I think at this point it's not clear because Salman got triggered and basically smashed our face, while Dobo also smashed our face. We just got our faces smashed while we were struggling to keep up with what the hell are you doing and why can't you wait for me? Dude, I don't think Sharky, did you join at all in any way, shape, or form in military?
He had skirmishers.
Skirmishers,
paladins.
Yeah, because we were asking like for skirmishers like 15 minutes before, and 15 minutes later, here's skirmishers.
Hold on. Holy shit! I would say that this game was in many ways it was like, even though we talked about it, I think that there were too many people playing their own agendas, and so what's really difficult about this is communication was not. But okay, this is really difficult to talk about, right? Because in this case, the communication was basically, for example, Shoaib declaring his intent. That is not, in my mind, a communication, right? So if he says, I intend to throw up a castle, and we say instant vote, let's not do that. Let's think of a different way to challenge this. Or, you know what? Hang back. Don't freak out. Let's rally together. Right? But no. There was like, I ain't waiting. I'm triggered. I'm moving on. Right? And then I don't know what was going on with Logan and Dobo at all. That's not a dig on you, Logan. I just don't know what the hell you were doing. Right?
So I was challenging the resources. I pushed in, attacked with my halbs, and then that's when you guys were like, "Oh, we need help! We need help!" So then I kind of pulled back. I tried to just establish my position,
Logan,
and then
Logan, right now you're missing something. I just heard Khurram say that Dobo was on his back foot, and there was a real possibility of him getting freaking wiped.
I mean, but that's so. This is how I play, though. Is that why would I just abandon you guys when?
Shit,
plus,
man.
I think he said it too. Is that Saman would push? I I wasn't in the position to keep moving forward. If in a way, like my siege wasn't ready, my eco wasn't ready. It was kind of just contest. That's all I was doing. So when I was contesting Dobo, I was putting him behind so I can get ahead, and then eventually, like I say, get all that stuff. But by the time that was going on, that's when I had to go left.
No, don't talk about going left right now. I just want to talk about why is the other team saying that Dobo was put on his back foot to the point where there was a real concern about him being actually taken out of the game. Okay, I'm not hearing anything, and all that means is I'm just going to double down on what I'm saying. Everybody was playing their own game, which is extremely ironic because I felt that that was the problem when we were on Khurram's side, identifying as the problem happening on the other side. And then we thought maybe the introverts aren't talking, but the problem here is the people who normally like to talk are actually only talking to declare, or they're just not, or leaving out by omission certain things, right? Like, for example, Logan, apparently you're omitting how badly you were hurting Dobo. And if I had known you were doing that, I'm like, dude, No, that's not the objective, right? Because we went into this game with the objective. I want to see purple, green, and yellow make a move, right? And I was pacing myself accordingly. But you guys were like gunning it. So shit, you know. So I just felt completely out of the game, guys. I'm just trying to tell you, Saman, that I can't even remotely begin to address, you know, your irritation about a lack of facile presence based on some of the things I'm just telling you right now. That's all I gotta say.
So, that will go back to, I guess, Shoaib went to her. Yeah, honestly, you know, I saw Shoaib moving into mid and start killing resources, and I'm like, okay, I need to kick it in high here because they're already moving for resources. So, you know, I had to match Shoaib in getting resources, and then, like, if I didn't match him, you know, I wouldn't have had a castle when he had a castle.
But you had all the left, right? Because I was never there.
Yeah, and that what that means is Shoaib went so fast that you couldn't keep up, right? Which then exposes Shoaib, which he didn't,
So his
which he
fault was
didn't,
open.
which he didn't recognize.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So this is the breakdown I'm identifying. If there's one takeaway here today, is that communication. When Khurram says, "Okay, we have to communicate," right? Communicate is not declaring intent only.
Okay, well, to be fair, I guess, I mean, and Logan, you can chime in too. I was at least kind of, you know, walking you guys through what I was doing from the beginning of the game, right? And then I'm like, hey, I'm gonna go take out these boards, and you guys are like, yeah, go ahead. And I was like, hey, I'm gonna start putting my TC now, and you guys were all in agreement, right, with that at least. To be fair.
Okay, yeah.
Not with the castle piece, but to be fair, like the timing of the
No, no,
TC
no.
and all of that, I was talking about that with you guys, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying, Shoaib. So this is what I remember. I guess I want to be fair to you, but I want you to be fair to me too, right? Something. Okay, is it fair to say that something went on during this scope of communication, that at some point the communication went from benign move, sure, no worries, benign move, sure, no worries, to suddenly seeing you've already committed to the castle and declaring after, right? You've already committed the resources, and like the 7,000 people making the castle, it's kind of like, well, now.
Oh yeah, the castle thing, I admit that was my bad. I'm not that. I'm just defining the part about the timing of the TC.
Another point of contention, by the way, Shoaib, is why are you building a second town center that early?
Well, I wanted to take advantage of the Huns pick, right?
Yes, but in order to get the stone for a second town center that fast, that means you use the market.
Which we all said we wanted to do. We all called that out in our team, and we do that on the other team too when I'm playing with you guys, right?
Okay, so I mean that was another trigger point for me, by the way. The fact that you had a second TC that early, that forward. I'm telling you that was a first trigger point. Second trigger point was nobody came to protect your flank. Third trigger point was that castle.
So the other thing, Saman, too, is that one thing. I mean, I don't know. Fassel, did we agree on that? I don't remember, but whatever, it doesn't matter. The point, though, is I even made it important when I was telling Sharky with his town centers is don't make a second one if you can't produce from both of them. Like, you have to have enough food to keep producing from both. And here we go, Shoaib going out. He's got the lowest score in the game right now. And like, watch the replay, and it's like, it's interesting that it's like someone who, I mean, it's almost like he went too fast for his own game. Because I think certainly it's not a bad play, Saman. Like, I think.
Oh no, it's like, not a bad play because it helps secure resources and it lets you get them faster, right? But that early,
it up.
That
like,
early,
right, well, not early, true, yeah, and that too, yes. You can't back it up. There's no way. Like, even if you matched it, like, it would still be pretty like not competitive, contested, right? Like he would be able to like at least have some units go back and forth, like skirmish with you, skirmisher, and so that just didn't happen. I mean, his eco was, he didn't support it. And by the way, what's interesting is the first two games you guys played, you did do that. and both times, and you actually, this team, Saman, you went with mining camp first, and Fassel, you were on my team last time. We went mining camp first. So where did these TCs just decide to? Oh, we need to build TCs first. Like I don't know. It's interesting that we, because to me, I think a mining camp establish and then get your TC up where you can actually produce from both. And that, like, as I'm realizing now, I'm like, wait, why did we go so heavy first without even being able to back it up? And now I'm not saying like we just did say it was not terrible move, but it's interesting that it's almost like we just jumped a couple steps and it put us behind, even though putting a TC up front should actually speed
let me
make
put
it
this
better.
into perspective here for
Go
you,
ahead.
Logan. So not only is Shoaib's eco hurting because you're saying he has lowest score, right? So not only is his eco hurting, he's selling off resources to buy stone, hurting his eco further to
Right,
establish
yeah.
a forward position that he has to rely on his current military to hold. He does not have anything to back up that current military. If that current military goes, he cannot hold that position.
I want you guys to consider something I'm going to propose in the most.
Yeah, but before you go to proposals, one quick. There's one thing I want to bring up here. Hey, Munsif, you there, buddy?
I'm half here, but I'm here.
I know you're half here. Hey, listen. I want you to tell me, right? Because the game's over, right? I want you to tell me, what was your plan for game 3 when you had the old setup with the old teams? Because remember, you guys wanted to really try out that game with the same teams, remember? So I just want you to tell me what was your what was the strategy, and what is it what was that play that you guys wanted to do? And I want you to tell me.
Mandatum?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess we already played, so
Mm-hmm.
there's nothing to hide.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally it was just to close the sides and we concentrate our effort in the mid. First, I mean, initial game, we all clear together the boards, and we make our own path in the mid, and from there we're gonna start spread into the sides. So that's joining all our forces and not to leave any player behind or alone, isolated. That's one thing, because all the first 2 games we played, there is always 1 or 2 players, at least 1 or 2 players isolated. So most of the time I was isolated all the game, and mostly Sharky and Tribe, they were all playing together. And then Salman comes and mid game and start helping anyone who need help. So that's we try not to do that, at least on the 3rd game, and mostly just to be since the start of the game we're all together. So that's the main point. And I saw the last game, same thing happened. So Logan was isolated, and then who's left? It's only Shikari and Tribe. So that the same mistake happened again. It's like game 2, literally it's the same like game 3. I think even game 3 I did help more than what Logan did with Dobo. And Dobo was more conservative, by the way, in the last game than the way he did it in the 2nd game. I mean, we hope this way, if we unite our forces, we should help each other, and we can combine our units. We like not keep everybody make their own things. We decided to make like one player make pikes, the other player will make skirmishers, and then we can clear our path first, and then we can take over the other resources, other teams' resources, at least in the mid.
Did
So
you
that's
guys discuss pace, by the way, Munsif?
the pace based on how fast we're gonna start engaging together initially as we start the game. So the pace should have been faster than the way we did it in the first 2 games.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so guys, check this out. So I'm telling you. So Shoaib is still mentally working off of the.
Oh, I disclosed that idea to the team too.
No, bruh. Check this out, bruh. Chill, bruh. Listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's one thing where you can talk about these things, right? Like I can say, hey, I was slow, and I'm gonna make a concerted effort. The problem though is that what does that really mean in game? It's kind of more hard. It's harder to gauge. Like you don't really know what that really means. Like, okay, So different people have a different idea as how quickly that is. You see? Now, of course, Shoaib, I will say this: the fact you were Huns catapulted you even faster,
Yeah, I was gonna say the
right?
fact that he was Huns sped up the game even more,
That
which
that's
which
sped the
uh
yeah, I believe
which I don't
that's
think
the case.
I don't think the rest of the team could keep up
Nah, nah,
because you
yeah,
had
they
the
could.
Huns and the things you did.
Ready.
Yeah. So Shoaib, what I'm saying is that if you I would say had a civ that wasn't Huns that you had to build your houses and stuff, I think there would be a natural kind of like slowness to the game that may have been probably in line. Now, I'm not saying that, you know, well, let me ask you this. Shoaib, did you make like town centers like all the other games as well? Like the second town center was always in the front with the resources? Always?
If I recall correctly, yeah.
Okay, so you did nothing different than what you did in the other two games.
I mean, like to your point, obviously since I was in Hans the other game, I was obviously slower getting there, right? As
Yeah,
opposed
but
Yeah,
to
but I'm interested in that second TC.
yeah,
What
I
happened to
was
that
doing
second?
that in the I was doing that in the other games too, if I recall correctly.
So before that second TC, you always used the market and you never had a mining camp? You didn't, you just,
Yeah, from
is
what
that
I
what you did
recall.
every
Yeah,
time?
yeah, from
Shit.
what I
So
recall.
that Salman, that may have been that may have escaped you or something if this guy's been freaking all night, he's been doing that, which is kind of killing his own potential. But maybe he wasn't hurt because, you know,
pa-
he wasn't hurt. So
part of
there's
it,
that.
part
It's
of
kind of like
it
an interesting.
a part of it,
Uh,
in my opinion, is why I was sort of okay with it in the first two games. Is it's okay. Like we talk, like I was talking to Logan. It's not a bad move. It's not a bad move as a catch-up maneuver. And in those games, we were already behind. In this game, he was the first one out there.
no. I get that. I get that. I get that point. What I'm saying is that so I guess here's kind of what's going on, and that's why I also wanted the teams to change. I also wanted Munsif to come on the other side because, you know,
Well, we also had a pretty big, communication breakdown, right? Mid game
hmm
two, where which I mean, didn't help. Where Logan basically went off, saying that basically, you both should have been able to handle all of that shit, but you didn't, right? And now I gotta
what
come
on what
over.
you oh you mean on the Saman side?
What do you mean?
Well, because it was a
You,
2-on-1, right?
no,
Oh,
no,
is
no,
it
no,
two
no,
on
no,
one?
no,
If it
no,
was
no,
if it
no,
was
no, no,
always a
no.
2-on-2, then that wouldn't
No,
happen.
no, 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 no. I understand, but guys, before we kind of go into like the very specifics, which kind of gets a little contentious, I'm just trying to make some larger points, which is nothing necessarily to do with just the specific game particular, but I wanted to get some information and insights. If the teams got switched, what would happen? Like if well, part of it, I wanted to see how Shoaib was gonna kind of perform in a third game. But now, like I take one of his, I actually support him with like flank him with two players who were kind of like doing pretty okay in the other two games, right? Kind of put that, and at the same time have a chance to really like have Munsif have an opportunity to actually play a game where he can actually make some improvements or make some moves, right? Dobo was always going to be X factor. I never really consider him like that strong or that significant, to be honest. He's just an X factor who's going to initially come with X forces if he can. Otherwise, the dude is like way behind and then he just tapers off. Not worried about Dobo. The Dobo part, I'm not worried about. So what I'm saying is understand the psyche part. Shoaib's coming off of two games where he felt that collectively as a team they never got to the resources fast enough. Okay, the two games he wasn't able to get to the resources fast enough with his team. So I'm sure they've had conversations. Salman was coaching and saying, hey, listen, part of the problem is that you guys aren't even in position to not just get and secure but contest resources. Now, to be fair to Shoaib, in the first two games, Shoaib actually did get to his resources, even though it was still, as I would say, a step behind, but he at least managed to secure his resources. Okay? There were other problems that were going on that derailed the whole game with, Munsif, and like I think Munsif adequately kind of put that there were ISO games, solo games, whatever stuff going on. And a lot of the work that Sharky did, which was amazing work with his scouting, that was like awesome to see. I was really happy to see how Sharky played. So nothing wrong with any of that. It's just that the game type, like the cadence of the game based on the players, did change in the third game, right? Now you have like a stronger player kind of like positioned. So the fact that there was a positioning issue, it kind of like, and Faisal's right. I mean, it kind of like, and I think Shoaib's also right too, that there was a kind of like a domino effect that happened. So I'm not going to necessarily belabor that point too much. Like, it doesn't really matter, honestly, guys. The more important thing is dynamic configuration. So, what did we learn? We learned that positioning matters. Okay? You want your strongest player to be able to hold, or the strongest 1-2 combo player to hold the better player. So for example, Logan plus X is like, every time, I will say this, anytime you guys have ever played against Salman, unless the game goes very long and Faisal and Shoaib eventually get together, it's always been Logan Faisal, Logan Shoaib. They always end up beating him back. The issue is that you know, the Faisal Shoaib combo isn't strong enough, to be honest. Like the delicate balance of that situation isn't good enough, and actually it kind of compromises like Faisal, and then the rest of the team gets compromised, right? So the dynamic of personnel changes does help you. So for example, if I were on the other side, right? Here's one thing I would do. First of all, I would not break Faisal Logan combo. You see? Because it's a strong combo. You have a strong combo they've been playing. So what I would have done, Logan would have positioned himself in front of Salman, and Faisal would get Logan's flank, and then Shoaib, because he has been, for the most part in the last 2 games, the guy was performing, right? He can easily handle Dobo. And my point is that at least that sets the stage, right? Faisal's not too much under pressure. At the same time, Logan's handling the pressure, and Logan can't do it alone. So Faisal, and by the way, Faisal and Logan have always been playing against Salman, so they know kind of like how to like offset that pressure as well. And I suspect that if Logan and Shoaib get together, that's the same thing too. Like they would certainly offset the Salman issue. And what that does is it creates a context for you guys for stability on the map, right? The problem with like now there is this idiosyncrasy, this little thing. I think it is a valid point that yes, there's a time and place and when to place the second TC that early, but without the resources, and especially like I will say this. So let me put it this way. Hey Shoaib, if you were facing Dobo, right? That second TC would kind of fly. Like you probably be all right. Because you're against Dobo. You see what I'm saying? Like you're against Dobo, you could probably, even in that situation, it would kind of fly. The problem is you freaking did it in front of freaking like with Salman in front, right? So that was going to be like always going to be a little bit of a challenge. So what I'm saying is that the personnel was one thing. Now I will say this too, Shoaib. The one thing I will just keep in mind is that second TC going up inherently, nothing inherently wrong with that, but make sure that you can crank up like 5 or 6 villagers worth of food. Just make sure no matter what you do, when you make that TC, and by the way, kind of follow the rule of thumb. If you've got 2 TCs and you got to make the third, you got to be able to immediately queue 5 to 7 villagers like in queue. If you cannot do that, probably you don't have enough food output to deliver, right? Or maybe you're making army or whatever the case. Either way, third TC doesn't make sense for you at that point. So I would say, not just for you, for everybody, rule of thumb, got to have a decent food production so you can kind of do that. Now, if you or nobody's touching you, and I mean you're just chilling, I mean there's a play to be made to kind of like like get that resources and whatnot. But I would say on par, generally speaking, because the map's tiny too, and you guys are, fights could happen, and there's tons of boars and shit. And so imagine with that one TC, you're building farms, you're building villagers, and then you also have to build like an army. So my point is, it's kind of like really, really important that when you get that, before you get that second TC, have enough of an army and economy that'll give you like that buffer, so that by the time you can actually deliver that second TC, like you're kind of like rolling, right? Like you're rolling into that second TC. If you're not doing that and an attack happens, then you could be in big shit. So that's where I think where that communication and the cadence of the team is going to matter. Other than that, yes, different people were on like different wavelengths, because I wouldn't say just because of the comms, because I mean, it's benign stuff is benign stuff. I think Hun's pick, nothing bad, nothing wrong. I absolutely was completely okay with that pick. There's nothing, actually it complements what you guys had, and I'm completely okay with that. It's the some of the economic stuff. And then, yeah, I mean, castles are castles. I mean, shit, man. Like, next time, just don't do freaking forward castles. Now, I will say this. Depending on the player, you may get away with it. Like, if it was Dobo, maybe you... Shoaib, if it was Dobo, maybe you get away with it, you see? If it's Munsif, you still could potentially get away with it. Okay? I know Munsif was struggling a bit because of the Bombard Tower, killing his villagers. So Munsif was, I mean, he was disturbed. Like, he couldn't just gather. So I'm not saying absolutely never do it. I'm just saying if you do it where you're going to have the best chance of success, and that castle ain't going to come down. And more importantly, have an army that in the event the other person tries to come in with, like, because maybe the other guy will either have his siege workshop up, or he will build his own castle with Treb. So you just have to be on guard at that point, that the moment you start contesting with the castle, be on guard, because you're going to either, if the guy is not as good, he may kind of let you get away with it, but if the guy is quasi-decent, chances are in the next 5 minutes, you'll get Treb. Trebs are going to come. And then you must have a response already ready for that. Right? So you must be scouting, you must be on the ready, and then you have to think, based on the army that the guy has there, if he comes with a Treb, can I defend my castle? And can I destroy that Treb with the army that I have? Or what do I need to do? Because you already kind of gave your hand up when you showed the castle, you know what I mean? So other than that, and the positioning, it's kind of sad that Sharky never really, he never really got to play the game. I also feel bad for Munsif, because he actually never really, I mean, honestly, there were, quite a few issues in his startup, so I kind of already saw that. I mean, it's the first. Remember, guys, this is the first. This is the map we're playing. It's the first time we played it. I kind of suspected it was going to go that well. Not going to go that well. I just didn't expect our last game to go that bad, because I never thought that the positioning would be the something we'd talk about. But whatever, shit happens. For the communication part, I'm not really, I think if the positions were good, and I think Shrib can handle like the Dobo thing. I mean, Shrib, I don't think you have an issue with Dobo, right? Like, so.
Yeah, I shouldn't.
I mean, shit. At this point, please let's not just talk about that. I mean, you shouldn't. Let's just roll with you shouldn't. So my point is that you guys should be able to kind of handle that. Now, one question I have for everybody: if you did get your positions right, I think the game would have been different. Fair statement?
Yeah.
Faisal, you agree with that statement? If the positions were different, maybe the game would have been a little bit different?
A little bit, maybe. I don't think the outcome would have been different.
I don't. The end outcome is not necessarily as important right now. The important thing was that you all get together, and that Munsif actually comes into battles, and that between you and Logan, you definitely would beat back Salman.
I think that don't think the positioning would have changed much because I think the pacing was completely off. Now you're saying that's because of Huns,
Mandatum.
perhaps, but I think that the thing that I was trying to identify that may be possibly a breakdown for Salman to mitigate when Munsif and Shoaib are both on the same side. Although Munsif saying that they had planned to work together would have probably been a good strategy. I still think there's an issue. The issue is I'm just gonna come out and say it. Shoaib, I identify two areas of concern in your plan making. Okay, the first one is you completely downplay the degree to which somebody can respond to you. Like you completely dismiss it out of hand. You play the happy path completely entirely out, right? And you do not think that happy path can be subverted. So I would really strongly consider that when you submit your suggestion, you also get feedback on, yeah, but what if this guy does this to you? And what if this guy will not stand for what you just decided to do? Or what will happen if there's blowback? And you need to have answers ready for that. That's one. And number two, I think that you are high velocity. And I think that's a big concern when you're playing with Sharky and Munsif both on your side. I think they, like me, take time to come up to speed. And if you have no patience for that, I think we're going to lose every single time. If you ever have myself, Sharky, or Munsif on your side, you will lose every one of those games. So I'm just letting you know, these are the two things. I think that it may be, we all have flaws in our games. And, obviously Munsif has to work on his own thing, and I got to work on my own thing. But I think it becomes magnified when there's a high velocity player. And then we say, and I think Logan is also high velocity, right? So I think that there has been a common trend to harp upon, for example, Munsif saying Munsif's not there. And what makes it worse is that there are times Munsif could be there. So that's not like there isn't a legitimate thing there. But I don't think that the high velocity players have the patience to stick around to make sure that their backup players are ready to do a follow-up, and that is a defect. So check it out.
So Fassel, what's really interesting is that was my flaw. It used to be. And when I did say, Munsif, where you are, that was the issue. And I feel like I have addressed that because a lot of times I wait for, are you here? And then, because there were times, I do agree, that I would go. And we've had this like a year ago and stuff. And this game, to me, I mean, possibly. I mean, I think, Shoaib, with you, I'm not exactly like 100%. We never got to like, in the first two games, we had our contesting and we kind of just kept doing our shit. Like, I mean, and not like you and I, Dobo doing his thing. I was watching him, kind of with him, and he would say, "Oh, I need help." You would point out like when Saman sent his pikes through and stuff like that. But when we're attacking together, I feel like that's way better now, or at least from my standpoint, because I do ask where are people at, and I see, oh, there's Sharky's units, there's Munsif's units, there's Shoaib's or whatever. And then when people, where are they at, it's the production, right? Like, that's why I think it used to be where are you at. Now it's more of what happened to the stall? Where's the queues? What happened to the units that, yes, you lost them, but that's going to happen. That's how the game works. So where's the follow-up? And I think that's what I am trying to work on right now is or not so much me, but also with my team to get, like, okay, we pushed, all right, now we rebuild. We have to find those rally points, right? But maybe some people haven't. Shoaib, maybe he didn't learn that yet. Because to me, I feel like I have. So, I mean, I don't know if you still think I'm part of that. Then,
No, dude.
You should agree. I mean, you guys, all of you, because I feel like that was my issue a long time ago. Remember, I used to just go crazy, and you'd be like, yeah, Munsif's barely at 100.
I'm just saying you're high velocity. I'm not saying you're high velocity and not looking around. Obviously, you've compensated, but you are one of the higher velocity players, and Shoaib has been demonstrating himself to be high velocity as well, right? And maybe he could take a tip from what you just said, right? Because I definitely don't think Shoaib is looking to make sure that his team is there with them. Because I wasn't really there. I was just struggling to put up with the firestorm, aka shitstorm, that he started. right? And so what you do inadvertently is you get the other players to flex at a time when you're not ready for them to flex. And so who should anticipate that? But if you're just going to get triggered, because it all starts from, oh, he triggered me because he did that. Well, follow it through. Follow it through, because he's going to flex back. And this is the thing I've been trying to tell Shoaib. Just because you react to a trigger with a trigger of your own doesn't mean that we have any readiness for the consequences and the blowback. Because that blowback, you have no answer for. It's GG now. So is it worth getting triggered back and throwing up a castle? Right? So I think that's what I'm trying to identify for Shoaib, right? Because I think he's definitely overly optimistic when he strategizes.
And that, I mean, you know, like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, it's you know, the game is the game. I don't want to like belabor the game itself now, because there were a lot of other things that happened prior to the castle. The castle itself, yes, that is like, you know, it seems like to be a major point where, you know, people feel the game went down. But I'm just saying, like, there were so many other things that happened prior to it, which is what caused the game to sort of like the game started on such a bad note, even though at the time everyone felt good, you see. So my point is that's why now generally, as of course, you know, because we're kind of, you know, we like to pick on people on some certain things. We like to pick Munsif on being solo and tunneling. Now, you know, apparently we have to, you know, pick on this castle business and forward stuff. But to me, it's kind of like the you know, the learning between the lines isn't necessarily on the castle or even the tunneling by Munsif or solo play or whatever. The more important learning or incremental learning point is cadence. Working with your teammates, communicating with them, and being on a cadence. Now, if the map is where you have to contest for resources, then everybody has to be on a similar cadence where it's not just the fact that, yes, you know, yeah, there's the whole point where Munsif has to play, Sharky has to play. Yes, that's all true. Those are things that are kind of true. Like, yes. But I do think everybody needs to kind of understand the cadence and say, hey, if we don't get to a certain spot, then we will lose on those resources, because the map is built that way. And that's where, like I said, you have to position the two players who are going to help contest and secure, right, an area, going against a stronger player, because you need the two players to fully commit to that. And then the third player is basically kind of like, you know, has a little breathing space, but can kind of doesn't have as big of a challenge, as monumental of a challenge, but is able to kind of secure resources and location. And the best part about all of this is the third player is so critical to this equation, because as resources get contested on this map, right, whatever the third player helps secure is where the other two players can kind of low-key make a presence to start kind of collecting resources as well. The third player, like whoever that third player is, helping securing some resources that allows for the other two players. So almost think of it this way. The two players going against a stronger player, you can make a play. Like, I want to make sure that you guys understand this. You can make a play so that you go nuclear. Nuclear means, you know what? If I can't collect shit, I'm gonna make it so that you can't collect shit either. And you know what? We're just gonna have a food fight, bruh. Period. Period. I don't give a shit. Right? Here's the problem. You guys have to have an economy that'll support that advantage. Right?
I think we even did an eco check.
No. I know. There was all these other things going on, but I'm actually trying to give you some tips on like what next week and what is it that you guys can do and kind of think a little bit about it, right? Because the hard, you know, issues that were there are there, and maybe on other games there'll be some other hard issues that we can always pick on. I'm just talking about incremental things that you guys could kind of think about, and maybe that things can actually help. And it doesn't matter what the teams are. Like, one would have to immediately be like, Faisal and everybody else, like you say, hey, when in-game shit happens, how can we dynamically change our combinations of the unit configuration? Well, before you even get to unit configuration, can you all get yourself on that same page in terms of how you want to approach the map and what pace and what resources, what areas are you going to, say for example, are going to be able to go get, what area that you want to, like if it turns out that, you know what, shit, not only am I not able to get it, but I'm against a player who's actively himself getting resources. So at a minimum, man, whoever the two players are that are going against a strong player, you know what? At a minimum, I'm going to deny him those resources too, right? And the third player is like, in the meantime, free to actually kind of like make a play and collect or secure other resources, and then can chime in the back and say, hey guys, I got these resources over here, kind of move some of your villagers here, and then we'll still contest this, right? And then watch, because now you have opened the map to not just that one strong player, you've actually forced the strong player to like be on his back foot too. Because think about it, one player production against two player production on food fights, there's no way in hell he can keep up. They just can't. It's just cannot. Math can't do it, right? And you have then successfully made it, basically you dirtied the fight. You took the gold units out, you made it into a food fight, and then you said, your move, brother. Your move, because we've kind of like mucked this whole area. I can't get shit, you can't get shit. Food fight, now what? Right? Now you have to scout, you have to see what that player is going to do, because obviously the player will make some moves, but ultimately, on the other side, you're hoping that you have like, and that's why I said that, hey, if you have a Dobo on the other side, but then maybe you have a Shoaib, or tomorrow maybe it's somebody else. But bottom line is, whatever player is there should technically be able to get resources and be able to create a context where his own buddies can come in and start collecting resources from there. And the one other thing I'll say is that if you look at the map, you don't want to be in a position where you lose both sides, right? I mean, you could contest both sides, which isn't a loss, right? You could literally contest both sides and say, go full nuclear, right? You could technically go full nuclear and say, hey, you know what? If I can't get this side and I can't seem to get this other side, I'm just going to go full nuclear. I'm going to make it difficult for anyone to get shit, right? And now, the moment you do that, though, it'll all be about who's got the, like, are you guys have a better economy set up before you take the nuclear option? Or did you kind of jump the gun and try to get those resources first and then realize that, oh shit, this I can't seem to hold? And some of that's happening, and Faisal's right, and Shoaib's also right in some sense, and Logan's also right in some sense, and what Munsif said was true. At the end of the day, what's happening is that there's a large chance that the initial force that you go up against a better player will lose. However, the second or third time, you'll probably end up winning. And by the way, every game we've played, you guys have done that to someone. Every game without exception. You guys have done that successfully. So this is no different. But of course it's a smaller map. Things gonna happen a bit earlier, things like that. My thing to you guys is that have to be on the same page, same pace. Now, you can agree to be on different paces, which means that the two players going against a stronger player can say, hey, we're setting our economy to go again contest this area. It's not necessarily set up to, chill and like, collect resources. Like you're setting up your economy to go war on food units and just muck this shit up. And now when you do that, the other two players, the guy in the back is chilling anyway, but the guy that's on the third player becomes crucial, because the third player is the one that's collecting the gold and the whatever and securing and then contesting potentially against a weaker player on the other side. and now you guys sneak in and get start collecting. And then of course, you know, you eventually get a little bit of your trade up to add a little pepper and a little bit of gold. But ultimately, whenever I've seen you guys play, once you do push Salman back, and in this game is going to be no different. As a matter of fact, I think in this game, the issue will be even more acute for Salman. The pushback will be like pretty swift and it'll be pretty quick. And I don't think it wasn't that Salman, you didn't push him back. It's just that, you know, the Munsif factor came in and that kind of like actually hurt your cause. Remember what I said? That when you're going against X player, you always need to consider, can you suppress the support player? So that support player scouting was going to be important. I think Shoaib mentioned a really good point, and Munsif actually did pretty good. Somehow he managed to wall, which kind of like, you know, hurt the scouting and seeing what the hell Munsif is doing or what's going on. So that kind of like made sure that you didn't know what type of reinforcements were coming. And of course, I think Logan's also right too, that, you know, he's thinking I'm building pikes, but then there weren't as many skirmishers because maybe they died because there weren't as many pikes over there. Either way, all that other shit's kind of like moot. I think that those are just like, you know, a domino effect. The more important thing is that are everybody on the same page, and do you agree to have different paces based on a strategy that can be different? Now, just because this strategy is going to be that you would, I would say, for example, I'm making shit up, but because of it's Salman, right? Because you know that he's a better player, and chances are the first couple of battles you'll lose. So the only way to recover from that is to have an economy that helps you build more troops. That basically outpaces Salman, okay? Other than that, like, if you face like the other team, like if the teams change and then you're just kind of faced where Salman and I are kind of locked out, you have much more freedom in those scenarios. Like everybody, all the 6 players, you have much more freedom to like express, you know, like what you want to do, how you want to do it. You can take some risks, right? Like those are things you can do, because chances are the players on the other side may not be like you know, they may not be able to hurt you necessarily in the same way like Salman does. But I would argue that if Salman, if you're facing him, I would be like, hey guys, you guys are on another pace, I'm on another pace, and the guys that are going against Salman, eco, just, you have to get that eco down. But at the same time, you can't just let the guy run roughshod over all the resources. Do call out, and I think Faisal made a good point. Like when the 2v2s are the 2 players that are going against Salman, if you identify that the guy is there, like I think Shoaib said that point, right? Shoaib said, hey, the guy made a tower, right? Like a keep or whatever. Okay, that was the time where people get together and say, okay. And I think that's where Faisal's right. You know, the world's not coming to an end. Rally, figure out what you want to do, and then freaking take, like, boom. Right? Like, you can do that. So my point is that take a little bit more time, but, you know, you all are right about, like, the differences, the issues, but at the end of the day, to me, if you just work the initial parts of this game, don't worry too much about all the other elements which will happen. There will be big mistakes people are going to make. But I don't think that anyone particularly will learn on the big mistake. It's all those little mistakes that lead up to that big mistake, right? So is it going to be the last time that Shoaib's going to make a castle in front? Probably not. Probably not. He will make that shit in your face and be like, what's up, bruh? But it's how he gets there. You see? How he gets there. And maybe he doesn't always get there, but I think overall, like, we'll be able to do much better. Guys, I know it's getting late, so I just want to kill it here, but for the most part, I think I'm hoping that the map you liked. I'm hoping that next week we can have even better games. If there's anything on the map, if you guys think that the map is too fast right now for everybody, do let me know. I'll take that into account and make modifications if that's needed. You guys thought that the length of the map was fine, or how big it was?
I thought it was okay.
Logan, Shoaib, with
I think
everybody?
the map was fine. I think the more interesting thing also was that, given the terrain, you know, with all the mines and all the small forests and stuff, you know, the battles are a bit different too, right?
Yeah.
Not like completely open, like, you know, full pop, go fight, right? So Like, and that's of course, Saman has always been superior there, where its mix of food units are always very balanced, right? So, I mean, obviously he's much better there. Like basically.
You want so wait a minute, Shoaib. So I'll tell you. I actually put more boars, and I actually muddled it up a bit with the gold and stone, precisely because I thought that would give you a better chance to kind of deal with what was coming. But are you saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, are you saying you wanted cleaner?
Less boars.
No, I'm saying. I'm just thinking the difference.
Boars.
I thought that would be a Munsif request.
I mean, honestly, the boars don't bother me anymore at this stage. They're pretty.
What did Munsif say? No.
I said it didn't come from me.
Oh, it did come from him. There. Okay. So he's cool with it.
When you say you want to make it cleaner with boars in the map, will never happen.
Well, here's the thing, right? Since you guys and you guys actually are having more mature conversations. So the velocity thing is an important thing. Actually, it's a real thing. And by mucking it up with the boars, I forced like the players that are not as great to have a chance to build forces. And it's kind of an annoyance, but it does make sure that you guys always have forces. In order to balance the game so rushes don't happen as crazy, that's why the resources are kind of like spread, and like you have the mines and all the shit like in different piles, right? Now the thing is, if you guys want, I can clean the mids and the resources where you have more pathing. Pathing is not an issue, okay? And the resources may be more packed, for example. I could do that. But the only thing is that if I did that, then there is something to be said about the velocity of the game, where people who are generally, I guess, stronger early game will always end up having a significant advantage because they can maybe expand better and trigger fights faster, as opposed to the shit that goes on, which is it's kind of a hassle even for someone with a stronger velocity. Shoaib, I would say, like even with Logan, it's a hassle he has to go through killing boars so he can even get the stone or gold to even begin to do shit.
No, I'm
no
fine
one's
with-
thinking,
I'm fine
oh,
with
you're
it.
fine.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoy
Okay.
it.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn. All right. Yeah. But how big of an advantage do you guys think Salman actually has?
No, I mean I think back in the day we didn't even know how to like deal with counters and units and stuff. So I think now we know. Just gotta make sure.
We just want to get to that.
Right.
Yeah. Not have to deal with boars to get to the action.
Right. Yeah. The boars, by the way, are there precisely to help the
Yeah, they're
Sharky
fine.
and
They're
the
fine.
ones
I was
that-
just kidding.
I just don't want them to just get kind of like raided again and again early. Like it's just going to be crazy if that happens, because they'll be out of the game, and I can't have them out of the game. So I need them
So-
to be able to play.
So I have a question. So is it
Mhm.
going back to your pacing? So is it wrong? Not wrong to say, but basically, pacing also helps in terms of what units come out. So say we go full. Like what I'm trying to say is that like you start off with your food units, and then you start trickling in your gold, but you don't necessarily make your whole death ball, right? So the pacing has to work out with your teammates, because if you go immediately to the units you need to make, then the other team, they're one, either counting on it, and two, also they might not be like in scenario they might not be ready. But then if you go all out, then they just counter it, and then you're just, well, what do I do? So it's almost better to like in game 1 and 2 we kind of necessarily like didn't really go death ball, like go to our units right away. We kind of trickled in, and then eventually when we had that push, we started sending in the units that was part of a death ball, and then it just kind of went off then the game was over.
Yeah.
So like
right.
pacing does pacing affect that? Is basically like in a way.
Yeah, so I think the issue there, or the thing is that it's kind of unfortunate that Munsif and Shoaib and Sharky never got to experience the flip side of like what winning on a map like this kind of looks like right now. It'll change, by the way. I mean, it'll happen. But what I'm saying is that
One of the months I've experienced it.
Oh, true. Shit. Munsif was all quiet. He's like, yeah. Just keep it quiet. Keep it on the down low here. No. But what I'm saying is that there's a bit less pressure. You know, kind of to some extent, I would argue and whatnot. But I will say this though, you cannot hit gold early, right? Because that gold generally has to be used initially for trade. Fair? You cannot hit market like early, too early like the way you guys are, because most of you can't, your economies are just shit. Okay? Me doing it has nothing to do like with you guys. Okay? For me, it's like I can do it to a T. What I'm saying is I would not advise. My advice is that you don't use the market that will hamstring your ability to succeed with like using wood to do real things. For example, that early wood is so critical, not just for your farms, for your houses, but you also need to build those pikemen or skirmishers that all require wood, right? So it's harder, it's a lot of pressure that you have to, in the beginning, for every player, to kind of figure out what army they need to have, in addition to producing villagers, which is like a huge drain on food, to basically tackle the boars, right? To expand. So my general suggestion is do not use the market that early. Instead, go the route of the mine, and the only time you may want to consider the market, only depending on the civ and you have an opportunity. I'll give you a quick example, especially because Munciv likes this, but I'm going to give you a quick example. You will actually need to know things like, does my civ have the wood bonuses? Do they collect wood faster, as in Celts, that have like a 25% chance to collect wood like at a rate faster? So my point is that if you have civ bonuses that allow you an opportunity, okay, you may potentially escape using the market to get stone. The problem is generally that may not be the case, and I do not expect people, at least today, to be able to go into the tech tree and start looking at economic upgrades. Because I think like it'll be too much for you guys. Not like you can't do it, but I'm saying you'll need more knowledge to be able to do it. So I'm saying like put that to one side. My general take on this would be is crank that army up. Crank your villagers up. Your job has to be, no matter who's playing, I want to get as many villagers out so my town center is not idle. So all the time your TC should always have villagers. Of course, be careful not queuing 14. Please don't do that because you're taking up too much food, right? But what you can do is put 3 or 4, even maybe 5, depending on how much food you have. And then I want you to work the wood, the farms, and an army. And the army should be good enough. Guys, please do not lose your units to freaking boars. Try your best not to lose them. Every time you lose your units to boars means more pressure. Okay? Do the least amount of work that you have to get access to a mine where you can collect the stone and then start building your TC. And if it were up to me, I would still make sure you have a 2 TC build up in the back with your 3rd TC preferably as an expansion to gold and stone. I think as a default, just try to see if you guys can accomplish that. Anything else kind of screws up with the equation actually, like for you guys. Because depending on the civs and blah blah blah, you may have an advantage, you may not. Like it can be really off-putting. Because maybe in one civ it worked, the next time you try it, you'll be like, what the shit? Like I'm like running out of wood, or shit, I don't have enough food. So you'll start experiencing those issues. So at least, does that make sense for everybody? At least no matter what, 2 TC in base, 3rd TC expanding, and after that, do whatever you want. But 2 TC, I think, at home by resources is kind of like, I would say, de facto, no matter what. Any other questions on that, or you guys feel like you're pretty I know it was the third game was kind of shitty, to be honest. It kind of went in a whimper. We never really ended the game with a bang that I thought we were going to, that everybody would be able to enjoy. But I think the next week, hey, one good news is we were able to squeeze 3 games in. So I do think that 3 games should be easy next week. And if we keep the map the same, I think the games will even turn faster. So we should be kind of in a good situation. By the way, the cadence, so probably the first third of the game, you're not going to see that many gold units. People are going to work on their trade. And then after that, you'll see a trickle of gold. And that will turn into more gold.
And maybe we could do the civ picks during the week, and just roll it.
Shoaib's been like super proactive about that. Is that something you guys want to do, by the way?
I'm just saying that we could just we could just roll throughout the week. We could say, okay, I want to play this, I'm going to play that, and when we meet, we just roll.
Okay, but is that something you guys are, as a collective, you want to do? I know Shoaib does it. Or he likes to. But
I think we can do that. It's not a bad idea.
Okay.
Because basically we can still have 5-10 minutes to talk about before we all click ready. Like, hey, in terms of what the other team civs are and stuff, to kind of plan it out, right? But at least it'll save the time of picking the civs.
So once you pick your civs, then you're not going to change that? Because I'm saying, like, technically, there is a option, right, where you don't even have to know the other civs. Because are you guys picking the civs independently, or are you guys in the group chatting, like, kind of doing that?
No, I mean, like, I guess with the teams, right? Like with our own teams, let's say we agree on, hey, for the 3 games, these are the combos we want to pick, right? And then as soon as the game starts, for example, we pick those combos.
Okay.
You guys pick your combos, and then basically, well, I guess with you and Saman, it's a little tricky because I know you guys try to, pick based on the balance and stuff, right? So, for example, let's say if everyone else picks except for you and Saman, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you and, or at least for you, maybe not for Saman, but at least for you, you can, let's say, still pick, in the game. But the other 7 people can pre-pick, right? And then we can just chat within our teams on the strategy quickly.
But are you gonna? I guess, Shoaib, are you guys gonna do that based on knowing what the other guys picked because they shared it, or
we can't, right? No, we can't. I mean, we won't technically know the other guys' picks, but though my point is that at least before we launch the game, once we see the other guys' picks, then based on what we already picked ahead of time, we can at least kind of have a discussion. Hey, this is what we want to build, and this is what we want to deal with, right?
Why can't we do that in I don't know, in the chat channel? Have Sharky pick one, and then we do exactly what we do, but just don't do it on game night.
No, I don't. I agree with not doing it on game night. That's fine. But I guess to Chrome's point, we still want to make sure we have some synergy, right?
So what I'm gonna comment here real quick is, I personally think we should only do that for game 1, if you want to pick throughout the week, because usually game 2 and on is based off what happened in game 1. Civ picking, just saying.
I'll just help you guys out because I'm pretty sure you guys are.
Well, I think we were faster. Were we not faster tonight?
To faster, yeah, relatively, but I guess even to Saman's point, that's not a bad idea because at least that'll still save us a good 20-30 minutes off the first game. So.
Okay, so how about so I guess my question, so the reason I was saying that is because if it didn't really matter what the other team picked, right? Then literally there's an option in here where it just hides the civs.
Yeah.
Like when you're picking, like you don't even know what the other guy's picking.
You can't see civ picks. It's like hide civ picks or something. There's an option for that in this game.
So my point is that if that's something you guys want,
Good night, Sharky.
Is that something that you guys want? I mean, you guys. But for me, but for me, the only thing is that I need to know what the civs are because I have to just do an overall
balance. Yeah.
Turn your chair on.
I mean, technically, I'm just saying.
Do that. He doesn't need to do that.
We don't have to do that, but the problem is it becomes so OP that it'll be really bad.
But actually, all of you guys know what my pick is, right? So it's good, right? We just roll.
But I
Y-
agree.
y-
So, I
to,
mean, I
to
guess
your
technically you have-
point, Fassel. I mean, even you change your pick off Spanish every once in a while.
Yeah, but for favor of just moving these games along, I'll not.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't know. I mean, it gets stale too, just playing one civ. But I'll say this. I think I agree with Salman, right? Maybe what we'll do, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a go. I guess for the first game, we can do the Shoaib. So what we can do is do that the blind. I'm saying blind picks, but basically you don't know what the other guy's doing, but you can pick your 4, right? Kind of cover your bases, and you pick your 4, and then the other players, you know, they'll pick 3 or whatever, and then I'll just balance the whole game out like I usually do. So I'm the only one who's really picking at the end, and then we kind of just roll from there, and then we'll see how that game 1 turns out. If it turns out the game 1 turn is going to be shitty, or if it turns out like, oh my god, it's going to be really bad, like, you know, then of course, you know, in that case we may have to change. But if not, then I think we can certainly, you know, kind of give that a go and kind of see how that works.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I mean,
Yes.
fair enough. We can roll with that.